I'll never forget my first day back at school with my glasses, and I'm going, wow, I can read the board. I was like, I couldn't clearly read the blackboard, but didn't, you know, I read it, but it was like, God, it was like an eye-opener when I put on the, sit there, I go, wow, there's a whole new world out there.
I feel like they say that a lot about kids, is that they think if they're all distracted all the time, it's like they literally can't.
Yeah, I mean, I literally did not realize that, you know, I wasn't seeing the, and I was in the 4th grade.
Yeah, that's
I'm
what
like,
my
oh,
parents, like 4th or 5th grade, they did that. They're like, oh, you probably can't see. I was like, no, I can see. I just don't like what they're saying.
No, I'm super blind too, and I don't have my glasses or my contacts in, so
Yeah.
that's why I like sitting in front too.
Yeah. Especially I have an astigmatism, so it specifically makes words like super fuzzy.
Mhm.
So it's like if I take my contacts out, like, I can see, like I
Or
can
you have
operate.
selective seeing and
Yeah.
hearing.
I
when you're
definitely
like,
have selective hearing, but it's like I can see enough to like move around and everything,
Yeah.
but it's like any detail is gone.
Yeah,
Good morning.
for sure.
I think that's the slide you left on.
Okay, can you hear me?
Or it might be the next one.
Hold on, Elizabeth, I'm having trouble here. Well, go ahead.
Okay, good morning, sir.
Yes.
Yes.
What I would do, if I were you though, I'd just get started and if people show up.
Yeah, I mean, we've got,
They'll
yeah.
show up.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Bree's gonna come do a head count in a little bit for lunch.
Yeah, we got a lot.
Okay.
All right, good morning. Welcome back. Glad to see some of you are brave enough to come back for day 2. I'll try to keep it as exciting as possible. Any questions from yesterday or anything keep you up at night last night? Sometimes when I teach this class, when I share certain things, I'll say something and an agent will jump up out of their seat and run out because they got to go fix something because they didn't realize they'd done something wrong. I think I had that once when I talked about that notice of default purchase agreement. I got the agent all scared he was going to go to jail, and so he ran out and go do a new contract. All right, we're on page 6. Before I pick up there, as Jerry had mentioned yesterday, the purchase agreement was revised in June of this year, and I printed out a copy of that to see what was changed or added to it, and I found 3 things that are new to it based on my review of the contract. And the one is that Jerry brought up yesterday on page 2 in the grid. There's a 3N5 that was added, which is a buyer or seller providing evidence of representative authority. That's when someone's either say a trustee or an executor or an administrator or a managing member of an LLC or a director of a corporation, and they're signing as in a representative capacity. You're supposed to provide the representative capacity form within 3 days after acceptance, if the representative capacity form is required. When we get to the last couple pages of the purchase agreement, you'll see that there's a paragraph that can be completed when you're dealing with an entity buyer or seller, and if that paragraph is fully completed, you don't need the representative capacity disclosure form. You've got it all. It's taken care of in the back of the contract, and it's the main one that it basically that I think makes it real easy for people, because it comes up a lot, is when you have a trust and you've got someone's a trustee of their trust. You just have to fill out the appropriate paragraph on page, they're basically both on page 15 for either the seller or the buyer, and then you don't have to have that representative capacity signature disclosure. There is, while we're on that subject, there is a provision in paragraph 28, however, that says,
What page is that?
when you go to page 13, paragraph 28, that does indicate that where the signatures initials of the legally authorized signer are identified in 32 or 33, it shall be deemed to be in a representative capacity for the entity described and not in an individual capacity. That signer represents that the entity is acting, that that person is acting already exists and is in good standing to do business, shall deliver to the other party in escrow within 3 and 5, which is the 3 days, evidence of authority to act in that capacity, such as a certification of trust, letters of testamentary, a court order, power of attorney, corporate resolution, or formation documents of the business entity. So while you don't have to do the representative capacity signature form, you do have to provide evidence of authority, and that's what 3 and 5 is talking about. So you need a certification of trust, say like an executor administrator needs letters of testamentary, and so that's, and again, you should always, when you're representing a buyer or seller, you should have that all figured out before you're writing an offer, or even before you're taking a listing with a seller. You've got to find out who's my seller, and do they have the necessary authority to be acting, and so forth. More often than not, what we're dealing with in most cases is we're dealing with, a lot of times we're dealing where there's been a death of, say, the former owner of the property, and you're dealing either with a trustee, an executor, administrator handling either the trust or the estate. So that's one thing that we didn't specifically cover that's not in the contract form I gave you. The next is on page 5, paragraph 7C, talking about seller remaining in possession after close of escrow. They added a sentence there. We kind of alluded to it yesterday. They added a sentence there that says, buyers advised to consult with buyer's lender about the impact of seller's occupancy on buyer's loan. And like I mentioned yesterday, in most owner-occupied loan situations, the rent back cannot be more than 60 days. I've heard of some lenders having it shortened to 45 days. So again, it's always a good idea for the buyer to check with the loan officer to make sure that there isn't an issue. Now, I understand too that if there's going to be a rent back, there's going to be an SIP form or an RLS form, which is going to be part of your contract, and that's given to the lender. So the lender's going to see the rent back provision there. So, but this is you just want to make sure that you don't run afoul of that. Okay. I mean, I had a situation once where we had financing done. HFC was the lender on the property, and they had foreclosed. They foreclosed and took the property back, and we asked them to do the loan, and the borrower on the loan was still living in the property, and it was a family deal. The borrower was a sister, and then it was another sister that was buying the house, and HFC said, yeah, we'll allow that sister to stay in this property for 60 days, but the new buyer better be living there on day 61. And sure enough, someone came to the door on day 61 and knocked on the door to make sure that the new buyer was living in the house. They did that.
HFC?
HFC did, because they knew it was a family deal. That one sister was living in the house, and then got behind, and then the other sisters come along and buying it, and they were going to do the financing for the new sister, and they just questioned whether this was all up and up. So they were there. They knocked on the door on day 61 to verify that the new owner was living in the house. The other one was out. They were there. The last thing that I found that was added is
What do you think would happen if it wasn't?
they could call the loan due. you're in breach of the loan. They can call the loan due, yeah.
What does that mean exactly?
That means they give
Counsel
you
it?
notice that that loan is due, it's due and payable, and if you don't, they'll start foreclosure,
Oh, wow.
yeah.
So if
Yeah, you don't mess around with lenders when it comes to fulfilling loan requirements.
So if you do right away? or
Well, it's due right away, yeah, it's due because there's a
Some-
breach of the loan,
some notice.
and then they can initiate the foreclosure process.
Wow.
Yeah. It's just like you understand, loans require, loans require that there be insurance on the property. Loans require that the property taxes be current. And in a situation where insurance or taxes aren't current and the lender gets notice, they can put forced insurance on the property at the borrower's expense. If they get notice that the insurance is expired, the lender can put insurance on the property and charge the borrower for that insurance. So yeah, because you can't, what happens a lot of times, people get into financial trouble, they stop making payments on the loan, and then they stop paying, they also, because they're trying to save money any way they can, they stop paying the insurance, they stop paying the property taxes, and the lender's going, no, you can't do that. Okay, so you gotta be aware of that. They can foreclose they could even foreclose for failure to do that if they wanted to. But typically, typically for insurance, they just put forced insurance on the property, because it's gotta be covered.
And it's not cheap.
No, and
About
forced
4
insurance
times.
is a lot more expensive than what you get in the open market. And on page 5, 8B3 was added, and that under the appraisal section, and it's a reference to the Fair Appraisal Act. The parties acknowledge receipt of the attached Fair Appraisal Act addendum, and that's an addendum that talks about, notifies the buyers and sellers of the potential of discriminatory conduct by the appraiser. It's unfortunate that there's a lot of evidence of appraisers discriminating based on the racial or ethnicity of the owner, and
Or
appraising properties coming in low because of who the owner is.
There's a new form, right?
Yeah, it's odd, and that's it automatically is generated
Yeah.
when you print it out. It's Form FAAA. And then it's got information on who to submit complaints to if you think that's going on.
But that's just an advisory. right?
It's called an addendum, yeah. There's nothing done contractually from it. So those are the only 3 things that I could, when I went through it and compared, that I could find different in the new June 22 version. So I'm going to pick up at paragraph, page 6, paragraph 8G, regarding buyer review of leased or liened items. And so basically, what we're talking about here is, we're talking about a, hold on one second here. Yeah, we're basically, in most cases, we're talking about solar systems, for the most part. The challenge you have here is that there's a solar system on the house. It could be owned outright, financed, or leased. It could be basically one of 3 scenarios. One is the seller has purchased it, owns it outright. There's no payments being made anymore. The seller could have purchased it. There was a lot of door-to-door sales and phone call sales of solar systems, and the big pitch was, oh, you don't have to worry about making monthly payments. It's going to go on your property tax bill, and then you're only going to pay it. You're just going to pay it twice a year when you pay your property taxes. Oh, that's great. I'll put it on my property. It's on my property tax bill. The loans are known as PACE. The acronyms you'll hear is PACE loans or HERO loans. And so that was the big deal. Then you also have companies that will that rather than buying it, they'll lease the solar equipment to you. And in some cases, and in most of those cases, the company still owns the equipment. You're leasing it, and then you're getting the energy. You're basically buying energy from them that system is generating. There's a popular company called Vivint that did a lot of those types of solar systems. Tesla is in that world now, and Tesla actually took over Vivint. So you'll find a lot of your solar leases will be through Tesla. And they have a department now. They used to have an office in the peninsula, but they moved everything. All their solar related is all in Arizona. So when you're calling them, you're talking to someone, not that it's a big deal, but they're not local. And it's like you can't drive. Used to be someone could go into an office and deal with them, but you can't do that anymore in the Bay Area. Yeah.
Do they record those leases?
No, I've never seen it.
There's no way to show that there is a lien.
Well, there's a lien on the PACE loan, but yeah, the lease, no. There's no, the PACE loans are on the property tax bill.
Right.
Okay,
No, I
but no,
understand.
there's no lien on, no, the leases aren't, no. I've never seen one recorded in a
The reason I'm
preliminary.
asking is, one of my listings last year, the seller paid for it in cash, he bought it outright.
Right,
Then they wanted the buyers wanted proof that they.
yeah, well, I mean, the contract says that the seller has to disclose. If you go to, actually, talking about this, it makes more sense if you drop down to 9, they've got it kind of in the reverse order. The review of the lease or the lien documents comes first. We drop down to 9B6. That's where it says, seller within the time specified in 3N1, which is 7 days after acceptance, shall disclose to buyer if any item or system in paragraph 3P or 9B or otherwise included in the sale is leased or not owned by seller, or is subject to any maintenance or other ongoing financial obligation, or specifically subject to a lien or other encumbrance or loan. So it's got to, the seller has to disclose, this is what, see, you start with the assumption the seller owns everything that's there.
Yeah, it's on
But
the
then,
house.
you start out, the seller owns all fixtures, everything that's included sale, the seller owns it. But if there's anything the seller doesn't own, then within 7 days after acceptance, the seller has to say, oh, I don't own the solar system, or I don't own that water softener, or whatever it may be. Typically, we're dealing with solar systems. So the seller has to disclose that either it's leased or it's not owned, and it's subject to maybe a maintenance agreement or an ongoing financial obligation, or it's specifically subject to a lien or other encumbrance or loan. Well, if there's a recorded lien or a loan, it's going to show up in the preliminary title report, or if it's a PACE loan, it's going to show up in the property tax bill. And then the seller has to deliver to buyer all written materials such as lease, warranty, financing, etc., concerning any such item. So when it comes to the PACE loan, there is a problem there, because, as you all know or should know, property taxes are the #1 lien on a property. They're the superior lien to everything else. Property taxes come ahead of the first lender. That's why you see it first on the preliminary title report. Okay? Property taxes are superior to everything. Well, these PACE loans are on the property tax bill. So that means if a lender comes along and does a loan and records their deed of trust, they're not in first position, behind the taxes. As a loan, they're in second position because that PACE loan is in the property tax bill. Well, Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, FHA have all said, we will not do a loan this has been around for years. We will not do a loan on a property that has a PACE loan. So what that means is, if you have a seller with a PACE loan for a solar system, they have to pay off. They have to initially, it's a two-step process. They have to initially agree, if the buyer, well, I'm kind of jumping ahead here, but it's relevant to what we're talking about. If the buyer doesn't want the solar system, doesn't want to assume that loan, and doesn't want the solar system, the seller has to agree to pay that off before the contingency runs out to prevent the buyer from canceling the contract, okay? Because otherwise the buyer could just say, oh, I don't want it, I'm canceling the contract. Well, if the seller says, well, wait, I'll agree to pay off that loan, then that would, then the buyer wouldn't have a basis for canceling the contract. But that's the only, and then that has to be paid off by close of escrow. And I've had that. I've had solar systems where there was a 20-year financed agreement. There were maybe seller was into it about 8 years with 12 years to go, and the buyer said, we don't want the system. And so then we have to look at there's a cancellation fee, and it was about $12,000 for them to cancel this solar system, and the seller had to pay it. Okay.
And take it off the house.
So,
Yeah.
just a clarification on the PACE loan, so any improvement that you made specifically related to energy or?
I mean, I'm sorry, let me go back. The cancellation I just talked about wasn't a loan, it was a lease. It was a 20-year lease.
Oh,
Okay, it was a
lease,
20-year
not
lease.
loan.
It was a loan, it was a 20-year lease, yeah.
So
The
what?
loan is no problem. It can
Well,
be
no,
paid
the
off
loan
and
has
close
to
the-
has to be paid. If
Yeah,
you're getting
it's not a
financing,
escrow.
it has to be paid off, yeah.
Yeah.
Seller has to pay it off.
You said FHA, VA, and Freddie Mac.
Fannie, Freddie, and FHA, yeah.
Fannie.
They all require it. Any PACE loan has to be paid off.
So,
What
so,
would qualify PACE loan one more time, please?
I'm sorry?
What would qualify as a PACE loan?
Well, it's interesting, I just have a new issue just came up with, I think it's typically for energy saving equipment or appliances. So the most common is solar, but I'm just dealing with an issue now on a closing from 2021 where there was a PACE loan for air conditioning. All my research suggests it was a PACE loan for air conditioning. Well, this is kind of a strange one. Unbeknownst to the seller, in the 2017-2018 tax year, their tax bill had a $1,888.54 charge, and it said CA First AC. So it's California First AC. Well, California has a program for buying energy saving equipment. It's called California First, and the AC, as near as I can tell, is for air conditioning. They have wall furnaces. They never got air conditioning. But they were paying their taxes through an impound account, so they weren't really paying attention to their property tax bill. They told me that they realized that their taxes went up, but they didn't look into it. They didn't know about it. So this started in 2017, 2018, and it continued. The next year, showed up again. Showed in year 3, it showed up again, and then in year 4, in the 2020-2021 year, it went up to $1,900.04, and then we closed escrow in January of 2021. Well, then the buyer didn't really notice it, I think, right away. But then when the buyer got their supplemental tax bills and they start looking closer, go, what is this? There's a loan here, and it wasn't disclosed to us. And then and then it's on the current tax bill. It's there again. You know, and then the buyer's going to the title company. Hey, I got this lien I didn't know about. You know, I need to get reimbursed. I shouldn't owe this money. So then they came back to me and said, what's going on? Did the seller get a solar system or I'll do a home improvement loan? I go, well, I went back to the seller and I said, did you ever get a solar? and I knew it didn't have it, I knew that there was no solar system. They go, no, we didn't do anything. So as of right now, as I stand right here right now, based on my research, I believe that the APN of my seller's house was incorrectly assigned to this loan, and no one until now picked up on it. So
Well, the
we
seller
still haven't resolved it.
Is entitled to a
Yeah,
refund.
oh, I know, I told my sellers the other night, I sent them all the bills, I said, you should be getting back about $7,000
Yeah.
that you overpaid in taxes. So it hasn't been resolved yet. But it was kind of like an eye-opener. You know, the production and exchange of property tax bills is kind of, all our contract says is it's supposed to be done between the buyer and seller. And there's no provision for actually doing it. And I think that it's becoming more and more a problem that our contracts used to say that. One of our old contracts used to say that. Professional publishing had a provision where there was an actual provision for the seller to give their property tax bill to the buyer.
Right.
Now, you can go online, and find the tax bill, but not everybody knows that. And so it's kind of our whole process of handling property tax bills isn't as good as it could be. So, but the point is, it's a good idea to check a property tax bill, to look at it and see what's on there. Because I've had clients that have gotten solar systems and they forgot that it's on their tax bill. I remember I had a client and we were calculating PITI and what if we rent the house out and what the net income is going to be, and I'm assuming regular property taxes. And then he's going, oh, that sounds kind of low. I go, well, let me check. So then I pull up his property tax bill. Sure enough, he's paying $3,000 a year towards this loan on this solar system. So his taxes were higher than normal.
So
Yeah.
this don't show up on the
City
title
of
report?
Oakland
No
puts the
title report.
garbage bill, if it's unpaid, on the taxes.
Right, unpaid garbage liens will show up under
And I've run
free.
into several times where cities have had weed abatement or lot clearing. I had one where they cleared a whole house off the property,
Yeah,
and it puts that on the tax bill.
yeah.
And so that stayed there, and even if you bought the property at the tax lien sale, it didn't get wiped
Doesn't
out,
get
you
wiped
still
out.
had to pay the city back.
Yeah, see, the city of Oakland runs the garbage collections. They don't have it's not a private company, so if you don't pay your garbage bill, they just put a lien on the property for that unpaid bill. I've seen pre's with half a dozen, 10 garbage liens for all these unpaid payments, back in the day when people were having financial trouble. Yeah, it wasn't unusual to see a bunch of garbage liens, literally garbage liens on the pre, yeah.
So if I understand correctly, if it's a loan, it's on property taxes, it will show up on property taxes.
Yeah,
Not on title report. So when we see a house that has a solar system, and we are told, or not even if we are told, we just go to property taxes just to see if it shows up on property taxes.
That's
You get a
one,
copy
that's,
of the tax bill off the internet.
yeah.
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 and
Yeah,
it's
that's
got
one,
to be
yeah.
listed every all the charges.
So the first thing is, you're sitting down with a seller, okay? One of the questions you're asking them, do you have a solar system? And then if say yes, okay, then you ask, do you own it or is it leased? And then if they say, I own it, okay, do you own it free and clear or is it financed? And then you go, all right, we need the paperwork. We need all the paperwork relative to that loan and or that lease. And then you have the,
Disclosures?
what's that?
Should be in disclosures then.
Well, it has to be, that's what I just read in 9B6. It's a specific disclosure that's in the contract. So you need, as a seller's agent, you need to ask for that at the time that you're taking the listing. You need to get, and if they don't have all that information, you need they need to request it so that you have it available when it comes time, when you go into contract with a buyer. Okay, does that make sense? See, that's part of the listing process. You don't, list a property and you need to know what equipment a house has when you're listing it.
And as a good listing agent, you would have that information, but sometimes I see houses with solar system, it says,
Yeah, well, again, they haven't been trained, that's all.
Yeah.
They don't know what the contract says. They haven't been trained on what the contract says, or they haven't been trained on how to question a seller when you're listing a house. I mean, the solar system, is becoming more and more common. Solar systems like a water heater or a furnace. Those are all things you've got to check,
and
okay?
it's complicated because it's expensive. I know I had 2 buyers with solar system and it's complicated.
Well, yeah, it can be, depend on the age of the system and what type of system they bought. They can be expensive, but they can be expensive. So let's go back, just to make this clear. The system's either owned or leased. If it's owned, it's either already paid for or there's still a loan that's being paid, and it's very likely a PACE loan, and it's on the property tax bill. And that means, and you have to tell your seller, because you have this loan, it's the likely buyer of your house is going to finance the purchase, which means you're going to have to pay off that loan. Otherwise, you can only sell your house to a cash buyer, okay?
So I have just a deal that closed, the solar is to be paid off at close of escrow. So does escrow do they make sure that it's paid
Yeah,
off?
Yep.
Escrow make sure it's
Yep.
paid? You get like a receipt of.
Oh, yeah, no, that's all part of the process, yeah. Because remember, this contract is given is part of the escrow instructions to the escrow officer.
Yeah.
They have to fulfill multiple paragraphs that are in this,
Yeah.
which includes that.
Yeah, because I know they don't send me anything that says it's been paid off, so I can.
No, they take care of that.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
As long
part
as it's
of
in
the
a
contract,
contract.
it has to be done. Now, if it's not owned, then that means it's leased. And quite often, many of the leases, like a Vivint lease, it's a 20-year lease, okay? And most of these leases have cancellation provisions in them and a cost to cancel. So that's something you need to be aware of. So we started with 9B6, talking about the seller's disclosure responsibility and what to provide to the buyer. Now we go back up to 8G, which talks about buyer's review of all of that information. It's a contingency of the contract. Buyer's review of an ability and willingness to assume. Okay, remember, there's 3 things there. Buyer's review, ability, and willingness to assume any lease, maintenance agreement, or other ongoing financial obligation, or to accept the property subject to any lien disclosed pursuant to 9B6 is a contingency of this agreement. So it's 3 things. The buyer has to review all the documentation and approve it. The buyer has to be able, meaning they've got to be approved by the lender or the leasing company to take on that obligation. And that's really not that tough. Pretty much, if you're employed and can fog a mirror, you're probably going to get approved, okay? I haven't heard of anybody yet not getting approved, for a PACE loan payment or a lease. But the third part is the willingness. The buyer has the option to say, no, I don't want it. And that's the part that I think some agents don't realize. They think just because it's there that the buyer has to take it. No, the buyer can say, no, I don't want it. And that's what happened in one of my cases.
And then.
So that stuff's removed. That there's the cancellation fee's paid, and that solar company comes and takes that equipment off.
Who pays for the cancellation? The seller?
Mm-hmm.
How much does that run?
Well, it depends on how many months are left in the lease. My seller paid about $12,000
Oh, wow.
because it was is a 20-year lease, and they
Prorated,
were,
right.
it's prorated. So yeah, it cost them about 12,000. So again, that's another thing. When you're listing a property, you've got to find out, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, if you have a lease, if the buyer decides they don't want it, you're gonna owe this much money to cancel it.
I have
It's
seen
like,
that.
surprise, surprise. Here's the thing, most people, here's the challenge. I mean, my clients got the system about 5 years before selling. They weren't planning on selling the house when they first got the solar system. But then things changed and they decided to move. They didn't even realize that they were gonna have to pay a cancellation fee if the buyer chose not to keep the system. And that's why I'm saying, the buyer doesn't have to, they're not obligated to keep it if they don't want it.
I think the assumption most buyers have, if it's there, they're buying the house or paying a premium for the house, they expect to get that free and clear. That becomes the real issue.
Yeah,
It's a
but,
matter of
yeah, well, that's
negotiation.
why it's a contingency.
Yeah,
Because that's why the seller has to disclose, oh yeah, I own it, it's free and clear, or no, I don't own it, it's on the tax bill, or oh, I'm leasing it and there's his payments. And in my case, we gave all the paperwork to the buyers ran the numbers and said, I mean, they should have kept it because they were gonna save money, the savings was there. We could document the savings from having the system, but they decided they didn't want it.
Loan or lease?
Lease.
Lease.
so that it has to be removed.
Yeah.
So, I.
And then one other thing too, before I forget, because they go on top of the roof, if during the duration of the lease, if you have to install a new roof, you pay them $500 to come out and remove it, and then have your new roof put on, and then they put it back on the roof. So there is a provision for that. You know,
All
if-
500?
Yeah, if you end up having to replace your roof sometime, you know, during that lease.
I see, some of the listings having, seller contingency, saying, the buyer willing to take on the lease.
Yeah, you can make that a condition and say, you want this agreement is subject to the buyer agreeing to it. Okay, so you can kind of flip the contingency around and make it from being buyer is willing to buyer must take it.
My buyers had to take it.
Yeah, you can do that, yeah.
Write it in the contract.
Yeah,
Counter
yeah,
amendment.
you change it so that it goes from a contingency of the buyer being willing to the buyer agreeing to take it.
I mean, don't make an offer if you're not
Right.
willing to
Yeah.
take on the
Now,
lease.
when did that arise for your buyer? What month or year was it?
It was 2 years.
Yeah.
last year,
What
2
kind
years
of market did we have 2 years ago?
ago.
A hot seller's market. Seller could do that. A seller may not be able to get away with that today. Buyer says, yeah, I'll buy your house, but I don't want the solar system. So you gotta remember, market conditions will dictate who's got leverage in the negotiations, so.
But like
don't.
you said, if there are savings, there's.
Yeah, well, like I said, I had a seller that spent like $60,000 on a solar system when they first came out. And the guy, I remember, I'm in his office and there's a physics degree, his physics degree on the wall, and then he's telling me he just spent $60,000, for a solar system, back 5-6 years ago. And I'm looking at the degree and I look at him, and he goes, I know, I just like gadgets and stuff. He goes, I know I paid. I'm looking at him, I'm thinking how old you are. I said, you're never gonna live long enough to recoup that $60,000 in energy
We
savings.
should have had an economics degree.
Exactly. Because he goes, yeah, and we're going back, God, it's probably 10 years ago. And he goes, yeah, you could buy that same system today for about $20,000. But he spent 60 on because they were very new,
Steve,
Yeah.
you buy a house with the kitchen completely remodeled. there's a reasonable expectation that there's no extra lien for that. So I think the solars are, I know it's a red flag, a big one,
Yeah.
and that's why.
See, you know now that since, I might have my years wrong, I think since either 2020 or 2021, I think it's 2021, all new home builders are required to install a solar system on a new house in California.
Oh, well.
Yeah, all new homes have to have a solar system in California.
Is that lease or will be paid off? I mean,
Oh, it's part of comes with the property. It has,
Lease,
yeah.
So they make money on it.
Yeah.
What is it
No, it's,
paid for?
it's paid for, it's
Oh, it's paid
installed
for,
by the
yeah.
builder.
Oh, it is paid
Oh, yeah,
for?
yeah, the builders have to, yeah. Yeah, that was, I wanna say 2021, if my memory
So
serves me
that's a
right.
reasonable expectation.
And they can't put a fireplace in a house. They haven't been able to build, fireplaces
Oh.
in new homes stopped about 3 or 4 years ago, if my memory serves me right.
Just an electric one.
Yeah. Okay, now finish this paragraph. Any assumption of the lease shall not require any financial obligation or contribution by seller. That's where the buyer, reviews it, is qualified and was willing to take it. Then the buyer assumes all the financial costs. The seller doesn't have any financial obligation. Seller, after first delivery notice to buyer to perform, may cancel this agreement if buyer, by the time specified in 3L7, which would be 17 days or however long you make the contingency, if the buyer refuses to enter into any necessary written agreements to accept responsibility for all obligations of seller disclosed leased or liened items. So there's if the buyer refuses to sign anything, then and to accept responsibility, then the seller can issue notice to perform to cancel the agreement. But like I said, remember on the flip side, if you've got a PACE loan, in order to prevent the buyer from canceling because it's got that loan, the seller needs to agree to pay it off before the contingency period runs, and then that basically forecloses the buyer from canceling based on that, because the buyer's not going to be harmed or damaged because the seller's going to pay it off. All right. Yeah, you're gonna, more and more people are getting solar systems, so this is something that you're gonna likely run into, and it's a pretty straightforward process. But again, it does require pulling out I know Tesla's got a pretty long contract, and you've got to, there's a process that has to be gone through for the application by the buyer to take over and that sort of thing. Typically what will happen is, Tesla's got a pretty complete package, and so the buyer is able to see exactly what the payments are, what the payment schedule is, and so forth.
Isn't there a backup battery with Tesla?
Yeah,
You can get it.
they have a battery
Yeah.
wall.
Yeah, there's a battery wall on the outside of the house. Outside of the house.
So there's a life
Yeah.
expectancy
Yeah.
of that battery.
Yeah.
But you have to buy it extra. It's very expensive.
Yeah.
Oh,
It
I
doesn't
bet it
come.
is.
It doesn't
Yeah,
come with
the
solar
the last
system.
house I had with the Tesla system had the battery wall on the garage wall outside. It was about that big on the back.
Due power outages,
Yeah.
people are going with that.
So there'd be a warranty for that also that would go with it. That's, you want to transfer that.
Yeah,
to
you
the
get,
buyer.
yeah, that's all part of the package
Yeah.
that you get when there's. Okay, moving on. We kind of touched on this yesterday. H, buyer shall have no obligation to remove a contractual contingency unless seller has provided all required documents, reports, disclosures, and information pertaining to that contingency. If buyer does remove a contingency without first receiving all required information from seller, buyer is relinquishing any contractual rights that apply to that contingency. So this is where I mentioned yesterday about HOA documents. If you've got a property with an HOA, the HOA docs have not been disclosed, you write a non-contingent offer, basically removing all contingencies, the buyer has no right of cancellation when they do finally receive those HOA docs, because they have removed that, they've removed that contingency up front. And I don't think there's a lot of agents and buyers that understood that when they were writing non-contingent offers. I think there was a belief or understanding that if the HOA docs had not been ordered, that the buyer somehow still had a 5-day right. No, that's not the case. If you write a non-contingent offer, you're stuck with those HOA docs, what's in there.
I wrote an offer the other day where the listing agent had not provided a natural hazard disclosure. This was up in, again, Lake County. So I put, in my contingency removal, I put everything except approval of the natural hazard disclosure.
Yeah, we'll
That's
see.
something we don't normally think of.
Yeah, we'll see. Remember, we've got this, when we get into disclosure, we'll talk about this in more detail. You have to differentiate statutory disclosures from non-statutory disclosures, because statutory disclosures have a 3 or 5 day right of rescission attached to them.
No matter what.
And well, it depends on when you receive them. It depends on when they're received and whether or not they're complete. We'll get to that when we get to disclosures.
Yeah,
But
that's
see,
the difference.
HOA disclosures are not a statutory disclosure. See, so the HOA docs are not a statutory disclosure, so they, you know, if you waive that contingency up front, you're out of luck when you get the docs. And I don't think a lot of people knew that or understood that.
What's the difference between statutory and non-statutory? What's the difference?
Statutory, well, there are 5 specific disclosures that are required by statute.
All right.
Okay,
They're
that's
very
what we call them statute, and they carry a 3 or 5 day right of rescission in the statute. Okay, when we get to disclosures, that'll be within an hour. We'll touch on that. Kind of stay with the order here for now. Now you go to I, it talks about. Here's where it talks about for the contingencies for review of seller documents, preliminary report, and condominium plan development disclosures. That's what I was referring to as HOA disclosures. Buyer within the time specified in 3L, which would be the 17 days, if that's what, you know, if you went to the default in the grid, it's 17 days for review of seller documents, or 5 days after receipt of seller documents or CI disclosures, whichever occurs later. Remove the applicable contingency and writing or cancel agreement. So you've got a contract with contingencies, and you'd say that the contingency is 17 days. Let's say it's 17 days for disclosures, 17 days for condominium documents, HOA documents. Well, if you don't get those HOA documents or the disclosures until late in the contingency period, you have 5 days from receipt, even if those 5 days go beyond the 17-day contingency period. You all understand that? So, like if let's say the HOA was late getting the HOA docs out. Let's say they didn't get them out till, you had a 17-day contingency and they didn't get them out till day 16, okay? What that paragraph says is the buyer has 5 days to review those documents and remove the contingency or cancel the contract. You understand?
Yeah, so should we advise our buyers also as well that you're looking to remove those contingency within 5 days from receipt instead of them?
No. You have, here, let me draw it out.
Because they have 5 days to review it.
No, let me draw it out.
Oh.
Here's what the contract says, okay? The contract says, okay, within 1 to 7 days after acceptance, the seller has to disclose or provide the documents, okay?
And these are statutory.
That's the seller's responsibility.
Right. That's the
Then-
seller, okay? Now, if you write a contingency period for disclosures, HOA, you have 17 days. And what that paragraph says is, you have 17 days, or if you get these documents late, because like what'll happen is, now it's getting better, because like with HomeWise docs, anybody use that to order HOA docs? They can get you docs in about, I ordered docs on a listing Monday, and I got them last night. Okay? Now, they said they'd have them by today, but they actually showed up last night. Okay, so I got them very quickly. It used to be you had to wait and had to make copies. It took forever for HOAs. Well, now it's a pretty short process. But anyway, the point is, the seller in 7 days is supposed to provide you all that stuff, but they may not. They may not, it depends on, they may just forget to order HOA and it comes in late. So let's say you've got a 17-day contingency. If you get any of these required documents, they come in on day 14, you have till day 19 to remove that contingency. Because it's the later of this period or 5 days after receipt. You could get them, if on day 17, you still don't, you have an remember, we're talking about there's a contingency in the contract. Okay, you gotta remember, you know, up till 4 or 5 months ago, a lot of our contracts had no contingency, so what I'm talking about here is irrelevant. But now we're writing offers, we should be writing offers with contingencies in them, unless you're still competing with other buyers.
But
So
if they
remember,
haven't received these
yeah, but if the seller doesn't, if
required
the seller
docs,
hasn't given you everything, and you get something late, you're always gonna have at least 5 days, depending on what day you receive it. If it comes in day 14, that means you've got till day 19. It doesn't matter that this day comes and goes, because you didn't receive the document, and it has to be complete when you receive it. You may not get HOA docs till
Let's say you get
day
it,
20.
okay,
You still have 5 days of receipt, because the seller hasn't fulfilled this requirement.
But those are the statutory disclosures, right? Not the other ones.
No, it's everything.
All disclosures.
Everything required in the contract. This paragraph, the 1 to 7 day paragraph, applies to everything that the seller has to provide. That's disclosures, that's preliminary title report, that's HOA docs, all of that.
So how do we know as a buyer's agent, like what specific disclosures need to be given to our buyer? Like you said, there's.
Well, it's all spelled out in the contract. We have
HOA docs do have a 3 to 5 day right of rescission.
No,
They
they're not a
don't?
statutory disclosure.
Okay.
That's why what I said earlier, if you remove that HOA contingency up front, you're out of luck when you get them. They're not a statutory disclosure.
But.
Now, let me get back to Gabe's question. Everything is listed in the contract. You gotta read the contract. It's all listed there, but there's a cheat sheet for you.
Yeah.
If you go to CAR, there's a section called, it has disclosure charts,
Oh, there you go.
okay? And there's a sales disclosure chart, and it lists every disclosure in alphabetical order, and then it lists every type of property across the top, and then you just look at the grid and you go down, and I still do that. I think I know it all, and I still do it myself.
Yeah.
I go through and double check. Now, do I got that
Because
checked? Do I got that checked?
A lot of times you get a zip file and you have like 100 pages, so.
Well, I understand.
Yeah,
Yeah, so there's disclosure charts in, and they deal with all types of sales. Deal with a regular sale, deal with an REO, deal with a probate, and then it lists, and then it goes through and says yes or no, is it required? It'll even give you the reference to sometimes it'll give you the reference to the form, give you a reference to the statute. Yeah, those charts are available in CAR. And if you're not familiar with the CAR website, you need to log into that, and you know, I probably visit the CAR site almost as often as I visit the MLS. Because there's a whole host of what are called legal Q&As. Almost every question anybody asks me, I could say, I don't have time for that, go to legal Q&A and look it up, and you'll find it there like that, okay? Because they've got Q&As on almost anything and everything you would imagine. And it's a Q&A, and you have to understand, they have these hotlines and they take these calls, so they know, they keep track of all the questions that they're asked. So they know all the logical questions that agents ask, so these Q&As have every question you could think of just about.
What was that for HOA, ordering the HOA docs, you said?
Well, a lot of management companies have gone to this online company called HomeWise Docs.
Home-wise?
Home, yeah, HOMEWISDOCS. And it's really simple. You go in and you can give them an address, or you can give them a name of an HOA, and then it pops up and then it shows you, here's what here's the package, here's how much it costs, here's what's included in the package.
They charge.
You can get you can get a package with or without minutes. Well, our contract requires minutes, so you want to get the one with minutes. I mean, I just did the Orchards. The basic package was $220 on
So
HomeWise.
the fees are about the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you get it right now.
Yeah, like I said, I ordered it Monday and I had it in my inbox last
That's
night.
cool.
They said they were gonna have them by today, but I actually they were actually in the inbox when I left this class yesterday. I opened up, got them there. And then you download them all.
Yeah.
And then you use Disclosures.io, and then you drop them all in Disclosures.io.
But if you're a buyer, you cannot order, the
No.
seller has to.
No.
As a listing agent, you would.
Well, a buyer could order them if they wanted to, but no, let the seller's required to provide them, so you wait to get them from the seller. I mean, you'll see, a lot of agents I've gone to ordering them up front as pre-sale.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I did, I put a listing on Monday, and I ordered the HOA docs on Monday. I could have done it even sooner. Yeah, now, here's a little trick if you represent a buyer. If you want to kind of cheat the system, if you search Disclosures.io for other listings where you're, in a complex, you may run across a Disclosures.io link that has all those documents in there, and then you can start reading them ahead of time.
Because they're the
The
same
only
thing.
thing you have to be worried about is meeting minutes. The meeting minutes may not be current. And then, like in the case of the Orchards, their financial review is almost expired, where they're ready to do a new one, but they haven't done it yet. So you just have to make sure the documents are timely, depending on when that package was last pulled.
Right.
Because I actually had on my listing, there was a closing a month ago, and I thought, this is probably the same stuff I'm gonna get, but I didn't wanna take a chance because I knew there might be a new financial review in there. So I went ahead and,
That's
ordered.
like copying the information from an old listing.
Yeah,
Not
yeah,
a good
no.
idea.
Plus, like I said, you don't know if you got all the meeting minutes either. Because you don't know how, you don't know when they're updating it and so
At least
forth.
you could get started.
Yeah, but if you wanna just get it, yeah. Well, let's say, sometimes you'll have an issue with, permissible uses in a complex. You got someone maybe got a home business, or they wanna do something in their garage, and so they don't know whether they can do it or not. Well, you gotta go to the CC&Rs to see whether what you want to do is allowed or not. So that's a way to do that. Now remember, CC&Rs are recorded too. You can always just go to your title company and say, can you send me the CC&Rs on this property, and they'll send you the CC&Rs, because they're recorded, or they would appear as a link in a preliminary title report. All right.
Good information, thank you.
Yeah, the HomeWise doc's been around now for a while. Most of your companies are going to that, because it's made life easy for them too.
Steve, does the 1 to 7 days seller to disclose apply when it's a non-contingent offer? It does. For
Yeah, but see,
statutory-
remember, that's on all contracts.
Okay.
Okay, that's
Beginning.
yeah, that is, where is it? It's 3 in 1. Seller delivery of documents, 7 days after acceptance. But remember, go step back a second. Remember, a lot of us do pre-sale disclosure. So a lot, if not all, of the stuff required by the seller we're already disclosing it in Disclosures.io. Is everyone familiar with Disclosures.io?
Yeah.
Okay. You need to get on the MLS and search a listing and see the link to disclosures and click on it, say you're an agent, and then they'll send you an invitation. You can see everything that's being disclosed. See, the goal is, as a listing agent, is to give the buyer everything up front. Especially when we were writing non-contingent offers, the only way you can do it is give them everything up front, so they can review it all and say, yeah, I'm good with this, I don't need the contingency.
It's still a good idea.
Well, yeah. So, yeah, you want to give everything up front. So the goal is everything that's required under those first 1 to 7 days, you put up front. You order it all up front and have it all available. Yeah.
That's wonderful.
3J again talks about, a sale contingent on the sale of buyer's property. With the market shift, you're going to find sellers more and more willing to accept an offer contingent on the sale of a buyer's property. Like I said, it's not a simple form to fill out. You need to review it and study it carefully before you sit down with a client to fill it out. And if you have questions, ask, because it's got there's two contingencies within the contingency. There's provisions there's time frames with respect to accepting backup offers, and there's a lot of different little nuances to that form. I mean, we could do a class just on that form. And probably will, as we start to see, we really haven't had to deal much with it because most sellers wouldn't accept the contingency, but now I think you'll find sellers that would. Okay, moving on to paragraph 9. This and the disclosure section are two of the loaded paragraphs in this contract. There's a lot going on when we're talking about fixtures, okay? This is where a lot of issues and problems can come up if there isn't clarity with respect to what's included in the sale. It takes the seller's agent, knowing how it works and preparing the seller properly, and then it takes making sure that the buyers understand what's included and not included in the sale. On one hand, it seems like it should be simple, but it can get complicated. I probably get 1 call a month because a seller took something that should have stayed with the house. Okay, comes up. In fact, I just had one last week. And I can't even remember. I was on vacation, so I've already forgotten. I can't remember what it was, but there was a situation where a seller, it might come to me as we're talking, but a seller took something that was definitely a fixture that should have stayed, and it was all because the seller's agent didn't sit down and explain to him. And before I forget, my recommendation with you as when you're meeting with a seller is that you have a copy of this page 6 of paragraph 9, and you go through it. You go through it and highlight it with the seller so that they understand. Because you may because of electronic signing, we don't spend as much time sharing all this information at the time of presenting. That's why you need to address it with them up front when you've got a chance face to face to talk to them. So when we talk about value proposition, I would here's a suggestion. You make a copy of this page, and you highlight all the important information, and then you actually have it laminated, and you bring that laminated copy as part of your listing presentation when you're face to face with a seller. I can guarantee you None of your competitors will be doing that.
I don't even know what it is.
Okay? That'll set you apart from everyone. And then you can go through this and thoroughly explain, and that's when you can find out, oh, well, that chandelier was a wedding present. We want to keep that. Okay? We need to get it down now and replace it with something else. Never let the buyer see something that's going to be removed. I remember when people used to put little Post-it notes on stuff, does not stay, does not stay. It's the tackiest thing in the world.
And they'll ask for it every
Yeah.
time.
If the seller wants to take a fixture,
Take it down.
you remove it and replace it with something else before you go on the market. Don't let a buyer see something they can't have. Make sense?
Mm.
The idea is that, I'm taking this chandelier, I leave it so they can put whatever they want there.
No. Put another light fixture in. Remember, the buyer, unless the buyer was a friend of the seller, the buyer doesn't know what was in the house before. They never saw the chandelier, so they don't know. As far as they know, that's what's been there all the time.
Shower walls are a biggie. You mentioned it yesterday. If you get the work done, the buyer doesn't see the old, what was there.
Yeah, whatever you do, the buyer doesn't know what was there before. So, yeah, so, well, I'll give you war stories as we go through this. Okay, 9A, this is an issue that still comes up probably once a month too, and that is items listed as included or excluded in the multiple listing service, flyers, marketing materials, or disclosures are not included in the purchase price or excluded from the sale unless specified in this paragraph or paragraph 3P or is otherwise agreed. It doesn't matter what the flyer says. It doesn't matter what the MLS says. It has to be in the agreement. And this issue comes up a lot. Now, there is a separate component of this, and that is, as agents, we have to be careful as to what we put in the MLS because we are liable for misrepresentations in the MLS. But when it comes to fixtures, what's included in the sale, it has to be in the contract. You can't rely on a flyer or the MLS printout. It's got to be in the contract.
And identified.
Does that make sense? We've had situations, I mean, I've sometimes make it a practice to, when with a refrigerator, if refrigerator is going to be included, when I'm showing the property, I'll open the door of the refrigerator. I'll take we have a picture of the refrigerator. I'll take a picture of the refrigerator. I'll take a picture of the the model number and whatnot to make sure that refrigerator is still there and close. Because we've had sellers swap out refrigerators.
And stoves
Yeah.
sometimes.
Yeah.
But
Again, I mean, back in the day, we didn't have, you got to remember when I started in real estate, Jerry too, all we had was one little black and white photo of the outside of the house. That was it. We didn't have photos to go online and look at it.
We didn't have iPhones
and we didn't
either.
have iPhones, so we didn't think to take pictures of everything. I mean, all we had was a little black and white photo of the house. That was it.
I had a question on the photos. So I was listening to photography. There's really beautiful pictures, and then the buyer said, the seller said that the roof looks faded. He's like, can we enhance that? No, we can't enhance it.
Remember, if you remember the NAR Code of Ethics that you studied when you got your license, your advertising has to present a, quote, true picture. Everything has to be represented as what is truly there. Yeah, Photographers love that Photoshop is great because they love to make the lawn green. I mean, I've seen listings where trees with no leaves miraculously have leaves on the tree. Or, wait a minute, that house has power lines in the back. The power lines aren't in the picture.
Oh,
They
they shot the
photoshopped
power
out the
line?
power lines. Oh, yeah.
That's
Now, it's a little different story. I mean, my photographer, she loves to put a burning fire in the fireplace. Okay, that's okay. But yeah, you gotta be careful. You know, remember now, virtual staging is of the house with furniture is one thing. That's okay because they're not buying the furniture.
Yeah.
But the house itself, the yard, the landscaping, you can't change what's there.
Yeah.
And I've seen, I mean, agents get a little carried away with that. You gotta be careful there. Okay. So remember that, because I can tell you, I mean, you'll have a situation where that issue may come up. And you've got to be very specific, and it's got to be in the contract. Any items included herein are components of the home and are not intended to affect the price. All items are transferred without seller warranty. So that's the other thing. Everything that's included in the sale, when we say the house is as is, it is as is. There's no warranty by the seller as to whether these things work or don't work or whatever. Now remember, but we talked yesterday about assignable warranty rights. There may be warranties that are written warranties on certain items that run for a long period of time. You need to make sure those are properly assigned to the buyer if that's what's required for that warranty. The roofs are the big one, the main one, because they have a long warranty period. But you can have, like I said, I had one where the house, they went from wall furnaces to forced air heating, and I think it was like a 5-year manufactured warranty, and the furnace was only about a year old. And I looked at the paperwork, oh, we got to assign this warranty to the new buyer. All right.
What's the line, where is that the seller doesn't have any warranties? What's the
It's
line?
9A, the last sentence of 9A,
Oh, I see.
and then it says, it comes up again in another section too. I can't remember where it is. Well, that's the main one. All items are transferred without seller warranty.
Very last paragraph.
Yeah, the last sentence of paragraph 9A. And well, yeah, then 9B7 also says all items that are included in the purchase price are transferred without seller warranty regardless of value. It says it again there too in 9B7 little II. So it's in there twice. Okay, items include sale. All existing fixtures and fittings that are attached to the property. So everyone, when you studied principles, you should have learned about, you know, a fixture. What is a fixture? Well, that's probably something you probably thought, I'll never need to know that. Well, you need to know it now. Okay, you got to remember what's a fixture. Then it goes on to specify existing. Now remember, that's the key word, existing. Whatever's listed here has to be there. If it's not there, it doesn't mean the seller has to add it to the house. It has to already be existing. And again, it has to be existing at the time of acceptance. Electrical, mechanical, lighting, plumbing and heating fixtures, ceiling fans, fireplace inserts, gas logs and grates, solar power systems. Okay, now this has got new language here with respect to appliances. Now it says built-in appliances and appliances for which special openings or encasements have been made, whether or not checked in paragraph 3P. So they're talking about that grid we talked about yesterday. It doesn't matter whether you checked it or not. If there's a special encasement or opening for something, that appliance is included. So for example, a refrigerator, you may not know it, but what we call built-in refrigerators, like Sub-Zero refrigerators, or I have a KitchenAid, and it looks built-in. We have the same wood as our cabinets is on the front of the door, so it looks like it's built in. You can grab that refrigerator and just pull it out. Okay, it slides in and out, but it is quote built in. It has a special encasement. That's what they're talking about, because that's where That's where sellers used to think, oh, well, that's not built in, I can pull it right out and take it. Okay? Dishwasher's a little harder to pull out because it's got connections with, okay. And refrigerator may have connections with water to the ice maker and all that as well. So then you could have an opening for a microwave. Say it has a special opening for the microwave, it's built in. So those are all included. It's got to be, the appliance has to be literally a freestanding appliance for it to not be built in. So you do have to be careful with stoves, because you can have truly a freestanding stove. It's just sitting there with no special opening or encasement.
Or microwave sitting
Yeah.
on the counter.
Yeah, or a microwave sitting on a counter, yeah.
And those,
Yeah.
that,
They're not a fixture,
they're not fixtures.
because they don't have a special opening or encasement made for them. As you may not realize this, most, quote, built-in microwaves, they consist of a microwave and what's called a trim kit. The microwave is the same microwave that you lay on the countertop. You have the opening, you lay the microwave in the opening and you plug it in, and then the trim kit goes on the outside and makes it look like it's built in. But it's actually a freestanding pickup. So it's very easy to replace a microwave when it goes out. I've already done it a couple times in my house. Just pop the
It's
trim,
a
pop the
different
trim,
size.
pop the
It's-
trim kit off, and
Yeah.
just stick the new one in there and put the trim kit back on, and it looks built in.
It is different though.
Well, yeah,
the
but it
construction
is, but
different.
yeah,
A
but it
little
is,
bit.
but like I said, but it is,
Mhm.
my
Yeah,
point
yeah,
is, it's just a pick up and move out. It's not like it's not, say, like a dishwasher where you put it in and
Yeah.
screw it in and do all this stuff to make it permanent. Window and door screens, awnings, shutters, window coverings. And they've expanded on that, which includes blinds, curtains, drapery, shutters, or any other materials that cover any portion of the window. That's all included. So that you could have a window that could have blinds. It could have curtains outside the blinds. It could have a valance across the top. Those are all window coverings, they're all included. I had a case one time where it had blinds and it had some drapes and some valance, and the seller bought the house and it only had blinds. The seller added the drapes and the valances. Well, when the seller moved out, the seller took the drapes and the valances and left just the blinds, because that's how they bought the house. Well,
That was their,
doesn't matter, no, doesn't work that way. All those window coverings should have stayed. So make a point of that when you tell your seller, this all has to stay. Make
how
sure
many
your buyer.
times have you heard a seller say, well, that's the way it was when I bought it?
Exactly, it's irrelevant, yeah. Now, here's one thing to remember. Whenever I walk into the primary bedroom, the first thing I do is I look down at the bedspread and I look up at the window to see if they match. Because quite often there was a period of time when it was a big thing to buy matching drapes and valances to the bedspread. So then I would look at that and I go, Mrs. Seller, do you want to keep those because they match your bedspread? Sometimes they do. So then I make a note in my file, window coverings in primary bedroom are not included in the sale. So then I'll typically, if it makes sense, I'll say, let's replace them. Put a new bedspread on, or leave that bedspread, but let's get those off and replace them. Okay, again, because I don't like a buyer seeing something they can't have. But that's one thing to remember, because if you don't make a big deal about it, I can assure you what'll happen at close. Wife will go, honey, take those down because they match the bedspread. We're taking it all with us. It'll happen, I guarantee it. I don't know if we see it as much anymore, but it was a big deal for a long time. Attached floor coverings. Now we've got, it's very popular, here's another big issue, very popular with houses with hardwood floors to have area rugs. Are they attached? No, they're not. My house is entirely hardwood floors except for the bathrooms. And then we have area rugs in every room. And the other thing you need to understand is that hardwood floors fade. Okay, so when you take up the area rug, you can see where the rug has been on the floor. So that brings up a couple different issues. One is, you know, are any of the area rugs included or are they excluded? And then you've also got a potential disclosure issue. What I do when I do my visual inspections for sellers or buyers, I see area rugs, I'll lift up a corner of the rug to see how much fading there's been. And I will disclose that, because here's what's gonna happen, folks. If the seller wants the area rugs, they're all gonna be gone at close. And when you walk in, you're gonna see different colors in the floors. You don't want your buyer surprised by that. That's why you want to disclose it in your visual inspection.
I didn't lift the rug.
I'm sorry?
I didn't lift the rug up when I did my habit.
Yeah, well, well, that's why you're here, to learn
It's wood.
that you need to do it the next time. Okay.
Other
Now, what did I, what
Because it
did,
could be like
now,
that for
okay, what did I say, what did I erase a few minutes ago? A picture of a garage with an area rug.
Yeah.
And what did I say in my AVID?
Just
Area rug and automobile preclude a complete inspection of the garage. So if you've got a house with a lot of area rugs, and there's typically furniture on top of those area rugs, and you don't take the time or you don't look, what you put in your AVID is area rug, in whatever room it's located, area rug precludes complete inspection of the floor. So you're putting the buyer on notice, I've not seen what the floor looks like under this rug.
Precludes what?
Precludes a complete inspection of the floor. Again, that would be in your description for each room that has area rugs.
So what if it's
In my
like-
house, you'd have to do it for every room except the bathroom.
So then what do you do if it's a garage and it's like, you say wine? just-
You say,
Okay.
wine stored in garage precludes a complete inspection of the garage. That's what I did in the listing I had.
Yeah.
I could not, you just put them on notice, I can't.
So you're just letting them know.
You're letting know, you always disclose what you can't inspect.
Mhm. So what if they
Pat's
say?
not here to talk about it. I don't know what Pat shares in disclosure classes, but yeah, now, okay, ladies, when you do your visual inspection, you're only required to access that which you can access wearing normal business attire. So if you're wearing, I don't see women wearing a lot of high heels anymore, but if you're wearing shoes with heels and the backyard has a downslope and it's been raining and it's muddy, you're not expected to go traipsing down in the mud downhill to go look at the rest of the property, although you should, okay? But if you don't, you put in your AVID, due to slope or muddy conditions of the backyard, it was not inspected. See, we've had cases where houses have big yards and there's brush and shrubs down at the bottom of the hill, and guess what? Lo and behold, hidden in all those bushes is a 55-gallon drum of unknown contents. Surprise, surprise. Well, we should be seeing that when we do a visual inspection. But if it's an area you can't reasonably get to because it's too steep or it's muddy, you can just say, I didn't go down there. Yes.
If you do observe the discoloration discoloration of the floor under the area rug with the cellar there, how do you disclose that in your, I don't know, somewhere? Or
Disclose what?
the fact that the floor is discolored?
Floor, you just say floor is discolored or floor is faded. You just say what it is
In the Avid.
in your AVID, yeah.
But it's not,
Hardwood floors in, you know, I'm describing the living room. Hardwood floors are faded,
okay,
if you know they are. Now, if you don't lift it up, you can say area rug precludes a complete inspection of the floor. You can go one way or the other. As long as you gotta say something, you either say it is or say I didn't inspect it. We don't have a duty to lift anything up or move anything or, remember, our disclosure is strictly visual. It's not operational. I've seen agents disclose, this drawer is sticks or whatever. You don't have to check things and how things work. Now, with that said, if it's your listing and you know the key sticks in the door lock, because every time you go, it's hard to open, disclose that. Because you know that's going on just by having been in and out of the house. But we don't have a duty to check to see how things operate or work. But anything that you become aware of by virtue of being there on an open house, opening a door, closing a door, that sort of thing, you disclose it.
Pretty much not going out of your way.
But you don't have to, it's just a visual inspection or things that you would normally naturally observe by virtue of marketing the house, visiting the house, holding it open. I mean, I had a house that had settled 7 inches. So when you couldn't open the front door all the way because it rubbed on the floor and got stuck about halfway in because the floor was like this. So you start moving the door and then all of a sudden it won't go anymore because the floor is set at a slope. 7 inches is a lot of settlement. The back was 7 inches higher than the front of the house.
Timber barks like that, some of the homes.
Now, this was in Niles. This house was sitting right on top of the Hayward Fault.
question, does the seller though need to disclose about the discoloration of the floor?
If they know, if they have knowledge, remember, the seller has a duty to disclose all material facts which may affect the value or desirability of the property. Anything the seller has knowledge of. I'll tell you one of the biggest issues we deal with is potted plants in the house on hardwood floors get overwatered, and what happens to the floors? It stains the floors. Now some sellers, and I've seen sellers put rugs over those stains. Do they have a duty to disclose the stain? If they know it's there, say yes.
Yes.
They're aware of it. If they have knowledge of anything, I'll tell you what, you'll appreciate disclosure more when it comes time for you to sell your house. Because you know a lot about your house that no one else knows. And many of the things you know are material facts that need to be disclosed. Otherwise, you could be facing a lawsuit later on if the buyer considers it material. Does that make sense?
Yes,
Yeah, I mean,
and
again, anything that the seller's aware of, they need to disclose it. But again, in our world, you need to understand that if there's something that you don't inspect or can't inspect, you want to note that in your AVID, so you've got a record of it. Just remember my garage crack case. That's a perfect example. That buyer had no case against me.
Yeah, but
Or the seller.
You want the buyer to still be happy with you after that.
Well, I represented the seller.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Sometimes even if it's obvious, you still need to put it in.
Well, no, yeah,
If you think it's obvious that the buyer will
No,
see
you still disclose it.
Still
Yeah.
disclose.
You disclose anything you see. I'm pretty anal. I go above and beyond. See, I want to put as much as I can to use it against the buyer if they try to make a claim later on. No, 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 I disclosed that scratch or that nick in the countertop or a scratch in the floor. I disclose all that stuff.
You go
Plus,
overboard.
plus what you need to understand, see, until you've been sued, you don't appreciate half of what I'm telling you, okay? I've been sued 3 times. Here's the thing. What you put in your AVID tells the world how diligent you were and complete you were in your inspection.
And
The
if
more
and
you,
when
the
go to
more you
court,
put, that shows you did a diligent, competent, complete inspection.
Yeah,
When you
but
put
when-
very little information, there's a question, well, how thorough of an inspection did he or she do?
And if and when you go to court, and you filled it out properly, the other side that's suing you is, they
There's
have
nothing they
to
can,
say.
yeah, nothing they can. Now, I have been in, two of the 3 cases, the claim that was made was insufficient disclosure. That I disclosed the item, but I didn't say enough. That's the claim they'll make. They'll look at it and go, yeah, you said that, but you should have said more. That's what they'll say.
Really?
Oh yeah, I had that on 2 out of 3. Yeah,
How did that fly?
we paid money on both of them.
Really? Because you should have said.
Well, I didn't pay on one of them. There was a different issue on one of them. I didn't pay. Well, I did. We paid a nominal amount, just a nuisance settlement.
Can you share some of the AVID samples that you have done to the extensive level?
Well, yeah, I can show you, when I teach this, I don't know, Pat, I gave Pat a sample disclosure to share, but I don't know if she still uses it in her class, but yeah, I think I can find one. I mean, I have one by a seller that'll blow you away. Cause he kept everything and knew, he had the most thorough disclosure, it'd knock your socks off. And I told him, I said, I'm using this in classes, okay? Yeah. Okay, we'll talk about disclosures some more in a little bit. Get back to fixtures. We got a lot of information to go, so I'm gonna have to start backing off on some of the war stories here to get through all this. Pool equipment, and this is an add-on, including but not limited to any cleaning equipment such as motorized automatic pool cleaners, pool nets, pool covers, those are all included. Garage door openers, remote controls, the mailbox. Yeah, I've seen mailboxes taken. In-ground landscaping, not to be confused with potted plants. In-ground, I've had people want to take in-ground landscaping, like orchids. You have people get orchids as wedding presents, and they want to take the orchid. I go, okay, well, that's fine, but you take the orchid before the house goes on the market. The buyer will ever know there was an orchid there, okay? Water features and fountains, be careful there. You get issues with whether a fountain is built in or freestanding. Most fountains, they're gonna have some sort of attachments to them for electricity and water and so forth, but they can get kind of tricky sometimes. We've had houses with big circular driveways and a big fountain in the middle, and escrow closes and the buyer pulls up and the fountain's gone.
Oh.
Because it wasn't built in, it was just freestanding. Okay. Then you get it. Now we had an argument over a spa that was built into there was a huge redwood deck with a gazebo and then a special opening for the spa to set in there. And the seller wanted to take the spa, and I said, no. I said, one of the elements of a fixture is intent. Do you intend it to be permanent? And I said, this was designed, and this spa was intended to be permanent as part of this overall structure.
A special opening too.
And the seller backed off. Seller backed off on that one.
But if they do wanna take it before they list it, they can't.
Well, they could take it before the property goes on the market.
Yeah, okay.
Remember, what did I say? What's the first word in this paragraph? Existing.
Existing, okay, yeah.
If it was never there, it's not existing.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Exactly. One thing on disclosures, never use adjectives in your disclosure. You never describe anything. You never use big, small, tiny, little, big, short, long, large. Never use those words at
Does it
all.
say small crack or?
No, you don't describe them.
Crack.
It's a crack. Doesn't matter whether it's big, small, or otherwise. You don't try to measure it. You just say crack, stain, mark, hole. No adjectives. You don't put anything positive in your AVID. I see these AVIDs like, oh yeah, everything looks great. No, you don't say, nothing positive goes in an AVID.
What about
Only
new
negative.
or
Boy,
old?
I see that all the time.
Yeah.
What about new or
No,
old?
you
Outdated?
don't, no adjectives.
Okay.
None.
Zero.
If something's new, is that a material fact that affects the value or desire of the property? No. You're not there to say whether something's new, old, or otherwise, or worn. Or you can say worn floors, worn or faded finish on cabinets. But you don't use any adjective, big, small, large, little, tiny, small, whatever. You don't use those.
I think we
Nothing
gotta do
positive.
the whole class
Nothing
on this.
positive. If you have nothing to say about a room, you put nothing noted.
Or nothing to
So
report?
nothing.
Nothing noted, yeah. And do that for every line item. If it's not applicable, if it says dining room, if the house doesn't have a dining room, put N/A, not applicable. You want the reader of that document to know that you looked in every room that's in that house, that you inspected them all.
I'm still concerned about this expanding on a disclosure. I mean, if you say there's a crack in the ceiling,
That's all you say.
but you said you got
Okay,
hit.
in my case, okay, not to belabor, we may go beyond 4 o'clock today. We got a lot to cover. In one case, there was stains on the corners of the windows on the outside of the house. And you
Oh, on
could
the
see-
outside?
Yeah, you could see stains. And I put there were stains. There were
On the
stains
wall.
on the walls. And the attorney argued that I should have said more about the stains, were due to a leak, due to a window leak.
But you don't know that.
I know that, but that's what they argue. They argue that, okay? And it becomes a question of fact. Should you not said more, okay?
You might say, I don't know what caused it.
Yeah, well, we're not expected to.
That would be an
Yeah.
expansion.
But again,
As a
that's
seller-
what makes cases. That's what makes cases, is, yeah.
As a listing agent, you kind of have another AVID. I see more disclosures from a seller, this listing agent, because they know some things from the seller. But as a buyer agent, you will just say it's a stain because you don't know those.
Yeah, well, in this case, I was the buyer's agent on the window case.
Oh.
Yeah, I wasn't the listing agent, I was the buyer's agent.
So that's why you went, because
They
of that
turn on
stain,
you,
because
don't
of
they?
that?
Well, yeah, that was the argument that they were making against us, yeah, is that I should have said more.
Was that the only issue with that house, is the stain?
That was the main issue, because it was a problem throughout, it was a problem with most of the windows in the house. They were all failing.
Okay.
And it was all part of the windows that were installed in the house when the house was built.
Home inspection, did
Yeah.
you call anything on that? Huh,
Yeah. Well, no, they noted the same stains.
okay.
Yeah. The interesting thing is, that buyer is still a client of mine.
The buyer what?
The buyer is still a client of
So
mine.
what was the outcome of
He's a
that?
current,
see, they love
he's a
you in the
current, he's a
beginning,
current
then they
client of
turn on
mine.
you.
Yeah, he sued me. He didn't want to sue me. Typically what happens is typically what happens is they'll try to make a claim against the seller and the listing agent, but then
You're included.
they've got to be, the other broker has to bring you in. I've had it happen more than once where they didn't want to sue me, but the attorney said, I've got to bring them in. And they apologized, I'm sorry, we're suing you. Anyway, the third case had to do with a nightclub next door. I'll share that when we get to disclosures, okay?
Were there dancers?
Nah.
No, it was a regular, it had bands, live bands, yeah, there was dancing, but not those, yeah. Anyway, where are we here? Oh, light bulbs, including smart bulbs. We never had, light bulbs were never in the contract for a long time, and we've had sellers take they used to take all the light bulbs out. I even take the spool for the toilet paper out of the toilet paper roller, take the spool for the paper towels. Oh, yeah, you'd be amazed at what people take sometimes. Yeah. It's like, really? It's like, yeah. I mean, it's like if it moves, they're gonna take it, you know. And all items specified in 3P if currently existing at the time of acceptance. If seller does not intend to include any items specified as included, because it's not owned by seller, whether placed on a property by agent, stager, or other third party, the item should be listed as being excluded in paragraph 3P or excluded by seller in a counteroffer. So again, that's what you have to remember. You gotta make little notes of things that the seller doesn't own or doesn't want to include, and make sure that you put those in your counteroffer to make it clear that they're not included. Okay, now we get into the 21st century stuff here. 9B3, security system includes any devices, hardware, software, or control units used to monitor and secure the property, including but not limited to any motion detectors, door or window alarms, and any other equipment utilized for such purpose. If checked in paragraph 3P, all such items are included in the sale, whether hardwired or not. So again, this is one of those items that you'd have highlighted on your laminate, okay? Because it's very likely that that's going to exist in a seller's house today. As 9B4, home automation smart home features includes any electronic devices and features, including but not limited to thermostat controls, kitchen appliances not otherwise excluded, and lighting systems that are connected, hardwired or wirelessly, to a control unit, computer, tablet, phone, or other smart device. Any smart home devices and features that are physically affixed to the real property, and also existing light bulbs are included in the sale. Buyers advised to use paragraph 3P1 or an addendum to address more specifically specific items to be included. Sellers advised to use a counteroffer to address more directly any items to be excluded. Now, on the issue of smart home, and this information is a little dated, but I still have it in my file for this class. A few years back, there was a survey done with respect to a smart home. And remember, a smart home can include the internet, can include a thermostat or a security system, and it can include lighting or irrigation. Any one of those or a number of those things could all be part of a smart home, you know, and be set up to be controlled by an app and so forth, okay? I mean, I've heard people that, I mean, their whole house is set up. I mean, they've got their house set up so that at a certain hour of the day, you know, the lights come on, the TV comes on at a certain time. You know, they've got the thermostat set up to change during the day. I mean, they got you know, obviously we have sprinklers, that's been around for a long time, but you can use your imagination and control a lot of your house, you know, through these apps. So the survey said that people with a smart home, there was a 91% chance that they would recommend it to their friends, that they make their home a smart home. 72% of millennial buyers would have paid thousands more for a smart home. And 52% of baby boomers would have paid thousands more for a smart home. Now, what does it cost to make a home a smart home? Well,
200.
There's 4 items that you can purchase that will make your home a smart home. First is a thermostat, like a Nest thermostat. Now, at the time I did this, they were running about $249. They may be cheaper now, I'm not sure. Then you get what's called Nest Protect, which is a smoke and carbon monoxide alarm. That was $329. You get a Google Home Mini or an Echo. Those are $49, and you can buy what's called a Philips Hue, H-U-E, starter pack, which is smart light bulbs. I think there's 4 in the pack for $100. So the total cost of that retail was $750. Those 4 items would make your home a smart home, okay? Now, there are, AAA had a discount at one time on all this stuff, and those 4 items that were total $750 through AAA at one time, they had a promotion. You could buy them all for $433.75. Okay, so you probably, so the idea behind, the reason I'm sharing it with you, the idea is, and I came up with this, and the guy that told us all about his house, Zach Younger is the guy. He's a big tech guy in the region, you know. And I saw him after I heard all this. I said, Zach, I got this great idea. I said, I'm going to go buy those 4 things, and then I'm going to take them on my listing presentations, you know, and then say, seller, you know, if you want to increase the value of your home, put these 4 things in your house, and we'll be able to get you more for your house, and it's only going to cost you this much money. He goes, yeah, that's a great idea. Then he goes, I recommend you go one step further. Buy all those 4 things, put them in your house, and then just bring the boxes, the empty boxes. I go, yeah, we could do that too, but I like the show and tell part of it, you know. It's like I have visions of having like a special briefcase, you know, and have them all in there and then bring it out, you know, it's kind of like a floor brush salesman, you know, and pull it out, and, all right. You never know. I mean, again, we talk about, you know, it's value proposition, setting yourself apart from others. That'll impress people. I assure you it will. You say, hey, have you ever thought of making your home a smart home? It gives us one more thing to market. That's all the race. This is what's involved. Pretty simple.
I bet most of these people never saw a full brush salesman.
No, I know.
But
I was talking to you. I was talking to you, man. See, back in the day, guys used to show up door to door trying to sell brushes, and Fuller Brush Company, they were trying to sell brushes.
Vacuum cleaner.
Oh yeah, like that, yeah. They had a big old,
I've been told-
they had a suitcase all full of all these brushes, and you go, Mom, that's a cool one, buy that one. Anyway, is that worth the price of admission? Anybody gonna go out and do it? No. Again, it's, you know, you never know sometimes when you're competing for a listing, you never know what's going to cause the seller to go with you. I've had sellers, back in the day, we had these sign writers with an 888 number, and you could literally have a recording made of describing the house, and you drove by the house and you call that number. This was before the internet and web and all that. You drive by that house and you punch in that number, and then you get a recording. You know, then they describe the house. You know, yeah, this home in 123 Main Street, listed by Steve Pierce of Keller Williams Realty, has this and this and this, and so I would bring that sign writer into my. What I would do is, and you can do this with websites and stuff too, is I would have it all set. I would have it all done for their house before I got there, and then I would tell the wife. And again, we didn't have cell phones. So I'd go to your phone, put it on speaker, dial this number, push that in, and then they'd hear a recorded description of their house. and then what would happen is people would, a lot of times, because it was a big deal, you know, they go, we chose you because you were so excited about our house and had all these cool things. I mean, I set myself apart from the other people just going in and going, hey, here's the paperwork, blah, 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 blah. You know, that you never know what's gonna seal the deal for you. But it was pretty cool for people to hear their house being on a recording. Nowadays, what can you do? You could have a website or a video tour, a 3D tour created, of their house, or as much as you can, and then show it to them at the listing. That will
Know you're excited about their house.
What's that?
Sellers want to know that
Oh, of
you're
course. Oh,
excited.
yeah. Oh, exactly.
In fact,
For sure.
if they think you don't like their house, they're not gonna list with you.
Yeah. Yeah, you gotta like it whether you like it or not. Yeah, this is a great one. The funny thing is when it comes into staging and you walk in and I used to kind of feel a little funny, but it's like, I'd say, all right, we need to take that, we need to get that out of the room, take that, move that over there, do this, do that. And I give them all this list of things to do. And then I come back a few days later and it's all done and they go, man, he goes, this is great. Goes, we should have did this years ago. And they never thought, it's like they had it all, didn't have the right flow to it. They're just sticking stuff anywhere and everywhere.
Every time Jerry goes into a house, he says, that's beautiful. And he says that with so much passion, I have heard it
Yeah.
from him, that it seems so genuine, even if it's
Exactly.
But he's
Right. All right, moving on. 9B5, non-dedicated devices. If checked in paragraph 3P, all smart home and security system control devices are included in the sale except for non-dedicated personal computer, tablet, or phone used to control such features. And then when I read this, I thought, Apple just came out with a new phone. You could buy a new iPhone and include that in the sale. Go, yeah, we got this smart home and it all works on an iPhone, and guess what? We're including in the sale the latest, greatest iPhone.
Great idea.
You could do that. What's the lowest price for the new iPhone? 750, 800 or something? Yeah. And we're selling $1 million houses. Yeah. We're gonna, all this stuff I have works on the iPhone. I'm going to give you a brand new iPhone with a house.
It's like 1,400.
Well, with all the bells and whistles,
Yeah.
I think. Yeah, fully blown. Yeah.
Or an iPad.
Too much for me.
Yeah, or an iPad. Yeah. Yeah. But again, just think outside the box. I mean, iPad too. See, you got to remember we're in a shifting market. So offering an iPad or an iPhone or even both, even if it's out of your pocket, might help be an incentive for a buyer to buy the house. Wow, we buy this house, we're going to get a phone and a new iPad. And you may think, oh, that's not a lot of money, but it could be a big deal to someone.
I control my night light with my phone.
Sure, yeah.
It's so convenient, I just push it and the light comes on.
Yeah.
I go, oh.
It's not the technology, but the fact that it's installed, because the headache of installing
Yeah.
everything on it and.
Yeah, well, like I
that's
said,
a
like
time-consuming
I said,
factor.
if you've got all this stuff and you're using an iPad to run it, give them a new iPad,
Don't give
Then
me
let them, they gotta go, then they gotta get, the challenge with iPads is the service. You gotta transfer in the service and all that can be a pain. I used to run into that when I'd buy iPads as raffle gifts. All right, moving on. Then it says, buyer acknowledges that a separate device and access to Wi-Fi or internet may be required to operate some smart home features, and buyer may have to obtain such devices after close of escrow. Well, not if you give it to them at close as a gift. Buyer's advised to change all passwords and ensure the security of any smart home features. All right, any questions there? So you know everything. Again, those are, like I said, this 9B, almost everything in 9B is really important to spend time with the seller on. Recovered leased or liened items. As to 9B7, seller represents, unless otherwise, all items included are owned by seller and shall be transferred free and clear of liens and encumbrances except the items specified in 9B6 and are transferred without seller warning regardless of value. Seller shall cooperate with the identification of any software or applications and buyer's efforts to transfer any services needed to operate any smart home features or other items included in the agreement, including but not limited to utilities or security systems. Like I mentioned yesterday, Ring doorbells can be a little bit of a challenge. I've got a buyer and a seller going back and forth trying to sort out the Ring doorbell. I haven't got a text message in over 24 hours, so I think maybe they got it solved by now. But that was about a 3-day thing back and forth trying to get that figured out. 9C, items excluded from sale. Unless otherwise agreed, the following items are excluded from sale. All items specified in 3P2 is excluded. That's in the grid where you would write in excluded. Sometimes you may have, let's say the seller says they want to leave the washer and dryer, and they're an old washer and dryer, and your buyer is going to get new washer and dryer or has a new washer and dryer and doesn't want the seller's washer and dryer. Well, then you would put in 3P2 washer and dryer excluded so that the seller has to get rid of the washer and dryer.
Good idea.
Now, on the flip side, if you've got a seller that wants to get rid of a washer and dryer, leave them in the house and make sure the contract says that the washer and dryer are included in the sale. And then I've gotten rid of a lot of washers and dryers that way. I tell the seller, oh, don't worry, I got it covered for you. I just include them in the contract, and they'll say refrigerator, washer, and dryer included. Oh, buyer goes, oh, great. It's like, yeah, take them. We don't want them.
What if it's a work? If it doesn't work?
Doesn't matter. It's without warranty. Contract says without warranty. It's as is. I know it's sneaky, but it works. Or it seems sneaky. Audio and video components, such as flat screen TVs, speakers, and other items, are excluded. And other items, if any such item is not itself attached to the property, even if a bracket or other mechanism attached to the component or item is attached to the property. So typically your flat screen TVs are attached to, that TV is on a bracket in the back. So that TV, if this was a house, is not included, but the bracket is, okay? But then it goes on to say, now they changed unless otherwise specified in 3P1. So you go to the grid. If you make sure I don't want to mistake this. If you go to 3P1, the grid, it's got a box to check for wall-mounted brackets for video or audio equipment. So if you check that box, the bracket stays. Okay, the old contract, the bracket stayed by default. Now you check a box that says the bracket stays. If you don't check that box, then the contract now says, unless otherwise specified in 3P1, brackets attached to walls, floors, or ceilings for any such component, furniture, item will be removed, and holes or other damage shall be repaired but not painted. Okay? So now you've got the TV and the bracket being removed. Question?
Good spots on the wall.
I'm going to talk a little bit more about that, but I'll take his question.
So what about like in-wall speakers?
They're permanently affixed. They're permanently, yeah. And this is talking about freestanding speakers, okay, or that are on a bracket. They're not talking about, built in like that. That's a fixture.
Okay.
Yeah. They're talking about TV speakers that can easily be removed. Yeah.
Like Bose speakers
Yeah.
attached,
What I suggest was when you've got a house with flat screen TVs is go from room to room and ask the seller, do you want to keep this TV or do you want to remove it? And once you've identified which ones they want to remove, I recommend removing them right away, patching the holes, and painting the wall. So when the buyer comes in, they don't see it. All the buyer sees are the TVs that are gonna stay with the house. And then you've gotta make sure that as the listing agent, seller's agent, you need to make sure that you specify in the contract that the flat screen TVs in whatever rooms there are included in the sale. Because the other thing you have going on is, a lot of these flat screen TVs are older and out of date and not as good as the new ones. So you may have a big old flat screen TV, but it may be an older one and may not be 4K or whatever, and the buyer may not want that older TV. What's the contract say? It says it's not included. But I would, if the seller wants to leave it and doesn't want to deal with getting rid of it, you want to put it in the contract. Okay? Any questions on that? Moving on to page 7. I'm gonna have to go. What's that? Allocation of costs. That whole section of allocation costs, only on the grid in 3Q, only determines who pays for an inspection, test, service, or report. It does not determine who's to pay for any work recommended or identified in the report. That's an additional term. If you're going to provide for any repairs in escrow, you've got to specify who's to do the work. Agreements for payment of required work should be specified elsewhere in paragraph 3Q or 3R or in a separate agreement, such as forms RR, RRRR, addendum, or an AEA. Now, be careful when you start getting into repairs in escrow, because they're in the contract. The lender's going to see the contract, and the lender is going to likely want those repairs to be completed by close, and may very well ask for any relevant inspection report, which could lead to other problems. So generally speaking, you want to avoid doing repairs in escrow if at all possible, because you don't want to tip the lender off to additional repair work that it could come up. Remember that the appraiser is the lender's eyes on the property. So the underwriter relies on what looks at the contract, and then relies on what the appraiser says about the property and the photos that the appraiser takes to see the condition of the property. Now, if they see something that's really bad in a photo, they may say, has there been a pest control inspection done? And if you say yes, they go, we want the report. Well, then you give them the report, then the underwriter looks at the report and says, oh, I want all this section 1 work done. Now you're messed up, because you may have a couple of weeks worth of work there, and you're close to close in 2 weeks. So you can see you have a real problem when you get into that situation. We're not required to voluntarily give any inspection reports or disclosures to the lender, and you're not to do so. You only provide anything that they may request. Now, the one exception is if you're writing a VA contract, there has to be a Section 1 certification. So they are going to be privy to the report. They are going to see what work needs to be done, and it will have to be done in escrow, but you've got to allow time for that to be done. Everyone understand that? Because that can be a real problem. Now, you may have I've had houses that, because of their condition, they would not qualify for financing, because the condition of the property, as described by an appraiser or in photos, was so bad that the underwriter would have gone crazy, because it was, they would have demanded an inspection report, which would then opened up a whole can of worms. So you always have to remember that. Sometimes you have houses that may not qualify for financing because they're in such poor condition. Now, with that said, there are loans that can be done to get money to do repairs.
FHA rehab.
Yeah, FHA 203K. There's what's called an FHA 203K loan, where you can actually buy the house and include, include in the loan, you get an estimate from a contractor and you can include the costs of that work in the loan, and then that work's done after close. So in order to go down that road, you've got to find a good FHA lender that knows FHA 203K loans.
And you're gonna have a contractor.
And have a contractor.
I did
Not
one.
all lenders or loan officers are savvy in FHA loans. So you gotta have someone that's
Have you
most.
done any?
No, I've never done
I
it.
did one.
Yeah,
And it's more expensive.
yeah,
The loan's more
yeah.
expensive.
But again, you gotta make sure you got a loan officer that understands that program. Most mortgage brokers will have like a dedicated loan officer that's the expert on the 203K. And, but yeah, that is an option that's available. But again, it's a little more complicated process, so forth.
Well, that was where the buyer wanted to redo the whole kitchen, which made sense. This was
Yeah.
a great way to include it in
Exactly.
the purchase.
Right. But yeah, it, like Jerry said, it is a more expensive loan. FHA loans have mortgage insurance premiums on them, so you've got to typically potentially a higher, you really got to have a borrower that has real limited funds, that just doesn't have the financial wherewithal to do it themselves. But it can be done. 10B, government requirement, corrective remedial actions, legally required installations of property improvements. Any required installation of smoke alarm, or carbon monoxide, or securing water shall be completed within the time specified in 3 and 4. If buyers to pay for these items, buyers instructed by escrow shall deposit funds into escrow or directly to the vendor completing the repair or installation. Prior to close, seller shall deliver to buyer a written statement of compliance in accordance with law, unless seller is exempt. Now remember, your statements of compliance for a water heater, water heater and smoke detector appear in the TDS. You don't have to provide a separate document. You only are going to complete a water heater and smoke alarm statement of compliance if you have an exempt seller who's not doing a TDS. If sellers to pay for these items and does not fulfill seller's obligation in the time specified, and buyer incurs costs to comply with lender requirements concerning those items, seller shall be responsible for buyer's costs. So remember, you've got it, we talked yesterday, you've got to make sure that your smoke, CO, and water heaters are all done before the appraisal, because the appraiser's going to look for all that. And if it's not done, then the seller's got to pay to get it all done and pay for that appraiser to come back.
Is there a new requirement on hot water heater strapping?
No, it's still double strapping, yeah.
Okay.
Now, I've had cases where I've had situations where we've got a water heater in a basement and it's freestanding. It's sitting on the floor and everything goes up, the pipes and the vents all go up through the floor, but it's not hooked or braced at all. And we had to concoct a whole system with 2x4s that we had to come up from here at an angle and back down this way and then cross pieces and do all this stuff. I had to have it done twice to finally satisfy the appraiser that this water heater wasn't going to go anywhere in the event of an earthquake, because it was just sitting out in the middle of the basement on dirt, no less. All right, point of sale inspection reports and repairs. Refer to any such action required completed before or after close of escrow, the required in order to close any lot. So that typically is like the sewer lateral that we talked about before. And again, quite often in sewer lateral, the buyer will have 6 months after close to take care of that if it's not done in escrow. Again, reinspection fees. If any repair in 10B1 is not completed within the time specified and the lender requires an additional inspection to be made, seller should be responsible for any corresponding reinspection fee. If buyer incurs costs to comply with the requirements of the item, seller should be responsible for those costs. Go to home warranty. Buyer shall choose the cover. Oh, let's go back. 10B4 says that agents do not, regarding information, advice, and requirements, buyer and seller are supposed to seek information about these local and state mandates. Agents do not have expertise in this area and cannot ascertain all the requirements or costs of compliance. I maintain that as a listing agent, we should be knowledgeable of these requirements and be able to advise our seller accordingly, okay? Now, one of the benefits of a pre-sale and property inspection is it will point out what's not in compliance. It doesn't have proper smoke alarms, doesn't have carbon monoxide, water heater isn't proper stuff. So they've got a guideline there, but you still have to be kind of guiding them and saying, yeah, you gotta do this, you gotta do that. Make sure, you can't just sit there with your arms closed and not say or do anything. You gotta be knowledgeable and advise them and help them to make sure it gets done, especially making sure it gets done before the appraiser shows up. Home warranty, buyer shall choose the coverages regardless of any optional coverages indicated in the home warranty plan and shall pay any cost of that plan chosen by buyer that exceeds the amount allocated to seller. Remember, we talked about putting a cost not to exceed if the seller pays, because the customary seller pays. What I do is I have the home warranty brochure for the company that I normally designate, and I look to see everything that we're gonna ask for of the seller, and then I figure out what the total cost is. So I make sure the dollar amount I put covers what we're asking for. I don't say, yeah, give us, the comprehensive plus plan and pay $500 when the comprehensive plus plan is $795. So I make sure that the dollar amount I put is for the cost of the plan. And you can go online, if you don't have the actual brochure, you can go online and look up the brochure to see what it's gonna cost for all that. And you should be sharing that brochure with the buyer so they can see what all plans are available, because you can have a plan that, depending on what level of plan, it could include coverage for the refrigerator, washer, and dryer. There's limited coverage for roof leaks. There's coverage for a well. There's coverage for a septic system. There's coverage for a pool. There's separate coverage potentially for air conditioning. So there's a lot of different upgrades to the basic policy. You need to go over that with the buyer to decide, well, what do you want covered? And especially now in this market, the seller's gonna probably agree to pay for anything, within reason. So you can get a lot of coverages added to that home warranty plan. The other thing when we're on the subject of home warranties is, as a listing agent, don't forget that you can put seller's coverage on a listing from the day you list it, and it'll cover that property until the property sells. And if you put that coverage on before the property inspection, you could have items that come up under the property inspection that are referred to as unknown conditions, unknown pre-existing conditions, and you can get those items repaired under the seller's coverage of the home warranty. So what we're primarily talking about are plumbing leaks, sewer leaks in the crawl space, because a person generally is not, they're not aware of what's going on in the crawl space. So you could have hundreds of dollars or $1,000 job taken care of for $75 under the home warranty. But you've got to make sure that warranty's in place before the property inspection is done.
The furnace is the other one.
Yeah, you could have the furnace. There's a limit on furnaces. Typically are only covered up to $500, but it's still that. I had a seller where at the time I'd put seller's coverage, and they called the furnace, and the furnace itself was about $950. This was years ago, and they covered $500. That seller thought I was a saint because I had given seller's coverage and saved him $500 on it. I had a house where the mom passed away. Three brothers inherited the house. I put seller's coverage before the property inspection. They found that the shower drain in the primary bathroom was draining onto the ground. It wasn't hooked up.
Ooh.
That was a two-man job. At that time, it was $350. The service call fee was $45. 2 weeks later, I'm holding the house open, walk into the primary bathroom, walk back towards the back, and I step on the rug in front of the toilet. Squish, the rug's wet. The supply line to the toilet was leaking. Called the seller, I got some bad news and some good news. Well, what's the bad news? I said the toilet's leaking. The good news is it's covered under the home warranty. It's only gonna cost you $45 to fix. That was like another $175 job, cost us $45. I've had sellers call me in a panic because their dishwasher goes out. It's like houses know when they're being sold and they get upset, so they start breaking down, right? So I go, well, don't worry, remember that home warranty I told you about? Yeah, I go, just call this number and the guy will come out and you give him $50 and he's gonna repair and replace that dishwasher. Garage door openers, I have those go out. As sure as I'm standing here, I can assure you that you are gonna take a listing,
Not do it.
you are gonna forget to put a seller's coverage, and something's gonna fail, and you're gonna go, I should've listened to Steve, okay? I do it too.
It's the least.
Sometimes I'll wake
expensive-
up in the morning and go, oh, I got a property inspection today, I haven't put seller's coverage on it, and I get out real quick online and order their seller's coverage, they have it online before the inspection.
That's
Ideally,
only
they
for a
like it the day before, but they can tell the timestamp when you ordered it. You gotta have it on before the inspection, but they prefer the day before.
Is it only during the time it's on?
All the way until escrow closes.
Closes.
And then the assumption is you're gonna keep that same home warranty for a year for the buyer. Well, guess what?
Don't have to.
If you don't sell the house, you don't have to pay them anything, even if you had a claim. Yep.
Really?
Really?
That's a good
That's
deal.
part of their sales pitch.
And it's very inexpensive too.
Yeah, it's about $1 a day, about $30 a month.
It's the least expensive coverage you
Yeah,
can
it's
get.
about a buck a day, $30 a month.
month.
All right, moving on.
It's only $1 a day.
Okay, 11 is the disclosures again. We've got statutory disclosures and contractual disclosures. Your statutory disclosures are the TDS, the transfer disclosure statement, the natural hazard zone disclosure, natural hazard disclosure. Release of illegal controlled substance, that's the meth lab, the notice of special tax for assessments, Mellow Ruse, Improvement Bond Act, industrial use and military ordinance. Those are all questions that are on the first page of the SPQ or the exempt seller disclosure. Those are all statutory disclosures. And then you've got if the property's in a high or very high fire hazard severity area, then you've got to include the form FHDS, which is the fire hardening and dispensable space. Okay, those are all statutory disclosures. Then you have, as for a TDS, the TDS is considered fully completed if seller has completed the section titled coordination with other disclosure forms by checking the box, section 1, and seller's completed and answered all questions and signed the seller's information section, section 2. So that coordination with our disclosure forms, that's that first section where it says we're adding inspection orders pursuant to contract or specific inspections are part of seller's disclosure. It talks about substituted disclosures. We don't really have substitute disclosures in our world. A substitute disclosure is where you hire someone to satisfy your specific disclosure requirement as the item and you pay them for that. A property inspection is not, you're not paying for a property inspection to substitute sellers disclosures. It is an inspection being done, but it's not a substitute disclosure by definition. There's 3 boxes there. You check inspection reports pursuant to contract, substitute disclosures, or you put there are no substitute disclosures. You've got to make sure one of those 3 boxes is checked for that TDS to be complete.
On the TDS.
On the
Very
TDS,
top.
that's section 1, yeah, make sure one of those is checked, because if it's not a completed TDS. And then it has consequences because that buyer still, even if that buyer made a non-contingent offer, that buyer has a right to cancel upon within 5 days of receipt of a completed TDS. Okay, they've got that right. If it's incomplete, it hasn't started yet. Okay, the 5-day right of rescission doesn't start until they receive a completed TDS. See what you wanted, and then the second part of completion is the seller's agent is completed. The seller's has done their visual inspection and either completed the section of the TDS or provided their AVID. The buyer's visual inspection is not required for the TDS to be completed, for purposes of the right of rescission. So remember, there's 5 disclosure items that carry with it a 3 or 5 day right of rescission. 3 days if received in person, 5 days if mailed or emailed. If all of those statutory disclosures are provided to the buyer before the buyer makes the offer, before they actually sign the offer, they receive them and have signed the documents acknowledging a receipt of them before making the offer, and they're complete, they're received, they're signed for before making the offer, then the buyer has no, we'll just say 5 day right of rescission based on those statutory disclosures. However, if any of those are incomplete and or given to the buyer after they make the offer, then they have a 3 or 5 day right of rescission based on those statutory disclosures. And that exists even if they removed all contingencies, because there's a statutory, it's a separate statutory right of rescission that's in the statute. So whenever it's out here, here's what you'll see 90% of the time. You've probably seen remarks from agents that when presenting an offer, they want to see, they want written evidence that the buyer has approved or read or received the disclosures. The cover sheet's not sufficient. The act, I know, but that's not, doesn't satisfy the statute. Each document needs to be signed and received. Each disclosure document has to have been signed.
Only the statutory.
Of the statutory. Statutory, the TDS, the NHD, the SP, basically the TDS, the NHD, the SPQ, only page 1 of the SPQ is statutory required, the rest of it's not, but just for all intents and purposes, it's the SPQ, lead-based paint if applicable, and the new fire hardening and defensible space.
Yeah, Disclosure.io ought to fix that. They could put a place for the buyers to sign.
Yeah, those documents need to be specifically signed and received. I would not rely on the cover sheet.
I
I wouldn't rely on the cover sheet. Now, the other part is buyer's visual inspection. If a buyer is going to make, if you're going to write an offer with contingencies, which we're seeing more and more, then, and one of those contingencies is a disclosures contingency, then that's going to give you as a buyer's agent time to do your visual inspection and provide your buyer with your AVID before they have to remove the disclosures contingency. But what if what if you've got all the disclosures up front, including the TDS with the listing agent's AVID, seller's AVID, I keep saying listing, we now refer to them as a seller's AVID, and you make a non-contingent offer, but you, the buyer's agent, have not done your AVID. So you write an offer, you've got all this, you have everything required. You make a non-contingent offer, meaning that you've removed the disclosure contingency. You go into contract, and now you as the buyer's agent do your visual inspection. Does the buyer have a right of cancellation based on your AVID? No. No. So they don't get the benefit of seeing a list of things that you have observed in the property. So how do you get around that? You get around that by doing your visual inspection before making the offer, so that they have an opportunity to see the results of your visual inspection before removing the disclosures contingency.
So they see it before.
you have to go do your visual, and then you'll see in some agents' remarks, they'll want the buyer's agent's AVID, and that's why they're asking for it.
Because the
Because
buyers
yeah.
saw.
But see, they don't, it doesn't really matter to the seller, but they'll ask for it, because they've heard what I'm telling you, okay? But as a practical matter, if you remove the contingency, the buyer has no recourse based on your AVID after the fact.
Agents thought they were clever by not providing it, therefore the buyer had that 3 to 5 day right of, but that's what they thought.
So so if you want your buyer to have the benefit of seeing your AVID before removing the contingency, you've got to do it before you write the offer. It's kind of a pain. I had one where property's in San Jose, and the seller wanted 24-hour notice to come to the property, and we wrote an offer on one house, and that didn't pan out, and then it was Saturday, and then the offers were due by noon on Sunday, and my buyer wanted to write an offer on this other house, and I'm going, I tried to set up an appointment at 10 o'clock. I don't know where I was going to squeeze everything in. I was going to be up all night. Try to squeeze in a 10 o'clock appointment to run down and do a visual and come back. The seller didn't want anybody in the house anymore. Well, can't do that. And I told the agent, I can't do an AVID. Your seller won't let me go to the house. So had to deal with it accordingly. So yeah, but keep that in mind. That could be a little sensitive situation if you don't think to do it right away. You make a non-contingent offer, and then your buyer starts looking at your AVID and going, well, what's this about? And then they're not happy, and then they find out that it's too late for them to do anything about it. So you don't want to get yourself in that predicament. Let's see. So then you got 11A3 talks about supplemental disclosures. Those are disclosures other than the statutory disclosures, and that would be, unless the seller's exempt out from the TDS, that would be the seller property questionnaire. And if the seller is exempt from the TDS, then they complete what's called an exempt seller disclosure, the ESD form. And that ESD form basically is essentially is the first page of the SPQ. All the questions that are in there. Has there been a death on the property within the last 3 years? Has there been a release of an illegal controlled substance? We're talking about, for those that may not know, the older people in the room, we're talking about meth labs, running a meth lab in a house. Meth labs can be very, very challenging to deal with. You'll know the smell of a meth lab as soon as you walk in the house. It is a very, very strong, distinct smell. Okay, and if you walk into a house that's got carpet and you walked on that house, it walked on the floor, and then you realize, oh, they were running a meth lab in here. When you get back to your car, you take your shoes off, and you don't wear your shoes inside your car, and you don't wear them back into your house, because if you've got young children, you're gonna bring that chemical back in to your house. Okay.
What does it smell like?
It's very pungent, like it's stronger. It's stronger than vinegar. It's a stronger smell than vinegar. You'll know it when you walk in.
Have you walked into some houses like that?
Yeah, I've walked into one. Yeah.
What cities were
The
city?
cost
yeah.
to fix a house
Well-
that had a meth lab is
Yeah,
unbelievable.
because the thing is that the chemicals get into the carpet, and you don't want to have young kids crawling around on the carpet, and they're ingesting the chemicals from the carpet. We don't have I would like to say we don't have a big problem with meth labs around here. It's a big problem in rural areas, up in Shasta, up in Lake Shasta, Redding, up in that area. There's meth labs all over the place. That's where I learned about it. I had to go to a broker orientation in Redding, and they brought the sheriff in to drive this whole thing to us and tell us. He goes, don't even take your shoes off before you get in your car, because you're gonna put it in the carpet of your car, and then you're gonna keep dragging it wherever you go.
Carry an extra pair of shoes.
Yeah, bring an extra pair of shoes, exactly. Yeah, if you're in an area with
Wear
meth
booties,
labs.
right? You can put some booties on.
Yeah, wear booties, yeah. But you may walk in and step on the carpet before you realize what's
Yeah.
going on. It's
Yeah.
like, You could be doing it in the back room, you don't catch it as soon as you walk in. Okay, so we got, so remember, when a seller does an exempt seller disclosure, the agents still have to do their visual inspection. So you're still, you don't have a TDS, and when there's an exempt seller, you forget the TDS. Don't generate that form. I see that form
Yeah.
produced with the word exempt. No, you ignore that form. The seller does an ESD, each agent does their AVID. You have 3 documents. That replaces the TDS and the 2 AVIDs. Okay, that makes sense? And it drives me crazy. Like, people just love to add more paperwork that you don't need to do. And just so you understand, guys and gals, when you add paperwork that's unnecessary or not required, it could come back to bite you big time in a lawsuit. Because an attorney will start out talking about how, start talking about how good you are, and or you think you're competent and you're doing everything right. Well, then on a big screen they'll put, all right, well, tell me about this form. What is this form required? Well, why did you put this form in there? And then go, and this one, why did you put that one in there? They'll make you feel this big when they get done examining you, because they'll point out all the things you did wrong. That's why you want to try to follow and do exactly what's needed and required, and not throw in all this superfluous other stuff. Some people just think the more paperwork, the better. Well, there's a lot of paperwork in our world that isn't even exchanged between buyer and seller, that doesn't belong in a disclosure package. They're unilateral documents that only go to our client. For example, the buyer inspection election form, that's not given to the seller.
Yeah.
Hopefully not.
The buyer inspection waiver form is not given to the seller, but you'll see agents that will put those in their disclosure package, or the TCs will ask for them. Go, you're not entitled to that. That's an internal document for use with our own client. It's not given. Just because a form's generated doesn't mean it goes to the other side.
Doesn't have seller signature, then it's not.
No, it doesn't have any signatures. If a form doesn't have any signatures for the other side, that generally means it doesn't go to the other side.
Imagine that.
Let's see here. Now we'll get what's called 11A4. This talks about subsequent or amended disclosures. So if a seller or seller's agent prior to close becomes aware of adverse conditions materially affecting the property, or any material inaccuracy in disclosures, information, or representations previously provided to the buyer, seller shall in writing promptly provide a subsequent or amended TDS, seller property questionnaire, or other document in writing covering those items. Any such document shall be deemed an amendment to the TDS or SPQ. And that will carry a new 3 or 5 day right of rescission on that subsequent or amended disclosure. However, a subsequent amended disclosure should not be required for conditions and material inaccuracies of which buyer is otherwise aware, which are discovered by buyer or disclosed in reports or documents provided to or ordered and paid for by buyer. So you don't, if you've given a disclosure package and then the buyer does an inspection and it reveals something new that wasn't in anything before, that doesn't trigger the need for the seller to provide a subsequent disclosure, because the buyer learned of it through their own inspection. We're only dealing with things that the seller or the agent become aware of that has not already been disclosed to the buyer in some other way. This arose through a house that, the house was designed by Julia Morgan. And houses at that time designed by Julia, I think it was in Oakland, houses designed by Julia Morgan were worth more than houses that weren't designed by Julia Morgan. And the buyer paid a higher price for the property based on the house being represented as designed by Julia Morgan. While on the eve of close, they discovered, it wasn't designed by Julia Morgan. Well, the buyer had already moved out of their house, the moving man was packed, they'd already signed off, the deal was ready to close, and they had a decision. Knowing that this house was misrepresented, do we go forward with a close and risk being hit with a waiver claim for having closed with knowledge of this misrepresentation? Or do we, we cancel the deal? Well, they went ahead and closed and then sued after, and all went up through the courts, and the courts came back and said, under the circumstances, the buyer didn't really have any choice. They'd already moved out of their house, the moving van was packed, they were all ready to go, and so they didn't really have any reasonable choice but to go ahead and close and then sue after. So they allowed them to seek damages based on that, and they didn't accept the waiver argument, which would otherwise would apply. So that's why our contract now says that if something is new is revealed in escrow, buyer's only recourse is to agree to go forward with no recourse with respect to that, or cancel the contract. The buyer's not going to have an opportunity to close and sue later. Okay, that's why we have that in the contract now, to prevent that from happening. Okay, moving on. We talked about home fire hardening and defensible space. You're all familiar with that form. You know of the form. It was revised a few months ago in the last forms release. They made some revisions to that form. So it has been reformatted. It's at the top, C and D at the top. It's a little easier to understand when it comes to the seller answering the questions as to home fire hardening. It talks about whether or not there's local requirements, and if there are any local requirements, generally speaking, the buyer has 1 year after close to satisfy the local requirements. As far as I know, there was the only local, I'm told that Placer County and Marin County have local ordinances, and specifically the cities of Truckee and Moraga have local ordinances with respect to defensible space requirements. So it's changing all the time with all these fires that we're having, but this whole arena is in this constantly being reviewed and changed. There was confusion for a while because the CAL FIRE was making it sound as if these compliance inspections were required on all properties, in high or very high fire hazard areas, and that's not the case. It depends on whether there has to be a local requirement. So just, if you get into that, just make sure you tread lightly, ask questions, don't blow it off. Make sure everything's being done properly. We don't run across too much of that around here. I have a listing that's in a high fire hazard because it's up in Palomares Road in Castro Valley, so it exists there. Remember that it's illegal for the buyer and seller to agree to waive any statutory disclosure. You can't waive it. They have to be done. It's illegal so sometimes you'll get these investors that want everything as simple as possible. They want to just, buy as is and pay cash, and they don't want to deal with all the close quick, and no, can't do that. Can't waive disclosures. Their statutory disclosures are required, period. End of story.
As a seller?
Yeah, they have to be done, and they have to be given to the buyer. Termination rights, this is the 3 and 5 day right of rescission we were talking about. If any disclosure in 11A, B, or C, or subsequent or amended disclosure is delivered to buyer after the offer is signed, then the buyer shall have the right to terminate the agreement within 3 days after delivery in person, or 5 days after delivery by deposit in mail or electronic, which is email. Let's see.
They were prohibited.
Yeah, they're prohibited.
What you're saying is already-
Yeah, it's prohibited. Waivers prohibited. You can't. And we'll see that occasionally with a cash investor wanting to buy as is and close in 7 days, and they'll try to We don't want all this stuff, no. Usually they're coming from out of state, where there's no disclosure law. Tax withholding. Basically, there's two ways for, a buyer's required to make sure that determine whether or not seller is subject to tax withholding. There can be withholding on the federal side or California. We have what's called what we call the FERPTA Form AS, which I give to sellers when I take the listing to determine whether or not they are going to be subject to tax withholding. Now, it's a little complicated because the form no longer lists the state basis for withholding, so you kind of have to know them yourself. Basically, for federal, if you're dealing with individuals, if they're a non-resident alien, they're going to be subject to federal tax withholding, which is now, what's 10%, now it's 15%. So that's 15% of the purchase price is withheld and sent to the IRS if they're a non-resident alien. On the state side, state withholding is 3.33% of the purchase price, and that's going to apply when, in situations where it doesn't apply is if you've got a seller who's living in the house as principal residence, or the last use was principal residence, or the decedent who last lived in the house was living in it as principal residence, or the property's being sold at a loss, or the property's being sold through a 1031 exchange, then in those situations there's no tax withholding. Now, when would there most likely be tax withholding? Most likely be tax withholding when you're dealing with a second home, an investment property, and quite often what happens is where you've got children who inherit property from their parents. The property was in a trust. The child, as trustee of the trust, deeds the property to themselves, which is what the trust says to do. So the child now owns the property outright. It's not their principal residence. They sell the property. They're subject to tax withholding unless they're doing a 1031 exchange or selling at a loss. So that means 3.33% of the purchase price is going to be withheld by the escrow officer and sent to the franchise tax board.
Does that apply if they lived in the house?
No, if it's their principal residence, then, yeah.
Okay.
We're talking about they don't live in the house.
Right, I got you.
And that comes up a lot, because what happens is, see, when a child inherits a property, say their child or children inherit a property and one or more of the children are trustees of the trust, if the plan is to sell the house as a trustee. Don't deed it to yourself as individuals.
Yeah.
By selling it as a trustee, there's no tax withholding.
Yeah.
And in most cases, there's generally not going to be a gain anyway, because you get a stepped up basis to value at date of death. Now, you can have situations where there's tax withholding and there is a gain. Well, if there's going to be a gain, you've got to estimate the gain. If the gain's less than 3.33%, there's a sheet you can fill out and you calculate your gain, and then the escrow officer only withholds the actual estimated gain, not the 3.33, because that estimated gain is lower than the actual taxes.
When are you doing the tax class?
In November.
16.
What's that?
16.
16th? Before Thanksgiving. She keeps track of my calendar for me.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah.
You're ahead of them.
Yeah. What was I gonna say?
Sorry about that.
That's right.
So, you said
Children
withholding are for,
inheritance.
Yeah. Oh, what I was gonna say was, so what happens with that, when the tax is sent to the franchise tax board, it's withheld, so it's treated the same as our estimated taxes. Okay, we make an estimated tax payment when we file our taxes. We have a line item that shows all the taxes we've already paid, okay, similar to an employee having taxes withheld. And so there's a line item that shows that tax withheld in the sale. So then you've in essence paid some or all of the taxes for any capital gains tax from the sale of the property. But you've got it where it can be a challenge sometimes is when you've got a buyer who's selling and buying and needs all the cash. You got to make sure that if they're subject to withholding from the house they're selling, you got to make sure that they can still buy the house without the cash that's going to be, the net's going to be less by 3.33%.
Unless it's at the end of the year and they file the taxes and then they get the money back.
Yeah, when they file their taxes the next year, then it'll be a line, and they could end up getting a refund of it, But if you know there's not gonna be a gain, then you can, I had a woman who was like a 1/4 owner of a house, and her gain was gonna be, she's gonna have a gain was gonna be very small, it's less than the 3.3, so I helped her figure out what her gain was, and then filled out the form, and we only had a small amount withheld.
No, operating as a tax consultant.
Yeah, I know too much. I took a lot of tax courses in law school. I almost stayed another year to get a master's in taxation law, but I decided it's time to go to work. Although I had worked all through college, but in any event, Megan's Law database. This is dealing with registered sex offenders. Do not go look on the Megan's Law database yourself. Just don't look at
As
it.
an agent, do not look at it.
Any information you see on there, you're gonna have a duty to disclose.
Don't wanna know.
You don't wanna know. Even for your own house, you don't wanna know. They're everywhere. No one's gonna be able to buy a house and not have a registered sex offender within half a mile to a mile of where they're buying a house. They're everywhere. The dots are all over. Okay, so don't think you're gonna go find some place where they don't exist, because it doesn't exist. I've seen a couple of maps just from a distance, I don't even know, they're everywhere, the dots are everywhere. Okay, so you just, let the buyer go. I know we're running late, but I'll tell you my sex offender transaction. I had a property in Mission San Jose, and we sold it. The day after we go into contract, the buyer comes back, walked around the property at night, talked to the neighbor next door, and the neighbor goes, "Oh, did they tell you there's a sex offender who lives in the house across the street?"
No.
No, they didn't know. Well, this was mom died, and I had 3 sons. They didn't know. So they canceled the contract. So now I've got my 3 brothers going, well, we've got to disclose it.
Neighbors are more than willing
Now,
to share.
my
wonderful
question
news.
is, when do we disclose it? So we got 2 choices. We can disclose it right up front, that there's a registered sex offender living across the street. That's going to probably eliminate our buyer pool very quickly in the beginning. Or we've got, the contract says, we have 1 to 7 days after acceptance to provide disclosures. So I recommended that we update our disclosures, but not provide our disclosures until after we went into contract. So we got a second buyer.
But don't go on the neighbor's word, you could get sued.
No, you go on the neighbor's word. You.
What if it's not true?
No. Let me finish, okay? You state that the information, according to the neighbor, a registered sex offender lives across the street. This information has not been verified, okay?
Yeah.
That's what you state.
So
If
you
if
still don't
anybody
go and
tells,
check?
no, you don't go and check. Anybody tells you anything, you identify who told you, and then you indicate that you've not verified that information.
What if
You've
your
got to
buyer-
disclose it.
What if your buyer says, "Well, can you check for me?"
No. This paragraph says you check, you go on the database. That's why the website's there. It used to be you had to call the police department. Now you got a website. You don't do it for them, they do it, okay? You don't do anything off-site for them. They do it.
Including
What
check
about permits? Do we?
They do it.
Check the permits?
For a buyer, no.
Buyer, no.
I may check permits for a seller, but not for a buyer.
Okay.
Okay, so we disclose it to the second buyer after we're in contract. What do you think happens? Buyer cancels.
No way.
So now we're 2 strikes. So now we've got looking for a third buyer. An agent comes to my open house, and she's looking for her and her husband, and she walked around and she goes, "Hey, I saw that it just canceled. She goes, what happened?" I said, "We got a sex offender who lives across the street." Well, she went home, brought the husband back. They bought the house. They didn't care. They bought the house. Now, here's the interesting twist to that. The house, the sex offender was across the street diagonally from my listing. Almost directly across the street from my listing was another house listed by another office in Fremont that was under contract, was pending. And who walks into my open house? Mrs. Seller of that house, who lives next door to the sex offender. And so we're talking and and I'm just sitting there thinking, this woman is very lucky because it's obvious, or I'm guessing, the buyers of their house never bothered to check Megan's. And back then it wasn't a database, it was called the police. And I'm just sitting there thinking, I said, I'm thinking to myself, you don't realize how lucky you are, and I'm not about to tell you, because if I tell you, you gotta disclose it, that's gonna mess up your sale. I owe no duty to you because you're not my client, okay? Yeah, and I never said anything to the agent. That agent is still in the business. I've never said anything to that agent, okay? I think it's better than that. Who do you think comes in my open house next?
No way.
Sex offender.
The sex-
Allegedly.
the alleged sex offender, yeah. And that was an interesting conversation, because I know he's, reportedly, he's an older guy, nice guy. In fact, we're talking, he goes, I got a house out in the valley, I was thinking about might sell it. He goes, give me your card, I'll let you know if I decide to sell it. I go, sure, yeah, no problem.
Thank you.
I never did sell a house, but that was an interesting little exercise to get that house sold.
So you never know, you
Hey,
never
but go back.
learned if it's true or not.
Yeah.
You don't know if
I'm
it
sure,
was.
it probably was.
It was.
The problem, the unfortunate thing is there's a lot of young guys that did stuff when they were under 18 that was illegal, and they were technically a registered sex offender, but it wasn't,
They never go off of the database?
Yeah, and that's the problem with that data. When it first came out, the whole disclosure, there was a judge that sentenced the guy to putting a sign in his front yard that he was a registered sex offender.
I mean,
Really?
Yeah, that didn't last long, but yeah, there was a case, when it first came out, judge goes, part of the sentence was he had to put a sign out in the front yard, because the database is public. So the judge is just thinking, well, I'm gonna show you, I'm gonna put it in.
Ruined the whole neighborhood.
One more quick, they haven't brought the pizza yet. We're having pizza, just so you know. They haven't brought it yet. We had a serious note. We had one of our agents was gonna take a listing, and what should I call him, husband/father across the street raped our seller's 16-year-old daughter. But had not been arraigned yet. The charges were being filed. So it did happen, okay, but it hadn't gone through an arraignment yet, been officially charged. But the issue was, do we have a duty to disclose?
Is
You're
that a
darn right.
material fact?
You're darn right, it's a material fact.
I would say the seller had disclosed.
Oh, yeah, well, no, that's what they came to me asking whether they had to. I said, of course you do.
Yeah.
Because they,
if we take take a
scary
listing-
situation, yeah, huh?
If we take a listing, or before we go to a listing, what if our client is on the list?
Well, you have to be aware of it. But remember, the seller's moving. Now, the only thing that can happen, that's a good question, because the seller's moving, so they're not gonna be there. It's not like they're gonna live next door, they're leaving. So is it a material fact that the seller is a registered sex offender? In one case, no, but the house, if people in the neighborhood know that he is, then the house could be considered stigmatized by the fact that a sex offender resides there. So it could be a material fact that affects the value of the because that house is known in the neighborhood as the house where the sex offender lived. Now, we'll take that, I'll give you another example. The first house I bought in 1984, I moved in, I've been there a couple of weeks, get a knock on the door at about 10 o'clock at night. Some guy shows up at the door and asks for some guy, and I go look at the guy. I go, no, he doesn't live here anymore. He was there to buy drugs. The guy that was living there before was a drug dealer. And the word hadn't got around the neighborhood yet that he moved. So I got guys showing up at my door at night wanting to buy drugs. Until the word got around and everyone stopped coming to the house. But that's an example of a stigmatized house. Because, that's the house where the drug dealer lives. And if I wanted to, I could have potentially made a claim again. But it didn't. It only happened a few times and it stopped.
So should the listing agent kind of disclose that when they're selling the house of the drug dealer?
If they know that, it's a material fact. I mean, some people might be ticked off if they got people showing up at their door at 10 or 11 o'clock at night wanting to buy drugs.
How is that? When the owner get arrested if he's a drug dealer?
Well, yeah, they could, yeah. Well, yeah.
That's kind of weird, huh?
Now, I've had people say, oh, yeah, that house is.
Because you disclose it and someone like, oh, there's a drug dealer selling the house, we'll arrest them, I don't know how that would work.
Yeah, I mean, we've had drug deal houses, come up. Yeah, it's, well known in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
Everyone knows.
Everyone probably
That's
knows,
that's where you go to buy drugs.
They're probably happy they're
Yeah.
selling their home, right?
Yeah. Or you can get, then you can also get, what's come up even more recently is houses of prostitution. Running brothels out of houses, and there's one in Niles right now. The neighborhood's all up in arms. Guys are just coming and going all day, and they know that's what's going on in the house. Anyway, dealing with notice regarding gas and hazardous liquid transmission pipelines. That's as a result of the San Bruno PG&E explosion, years ago. That's been quite a few years now, but now there's a map where buyers can go to see, is there any pipelines, near my house? We have a jet fuel pipeline that runs through Fremont. It comes down over the Vargas Plateau, down Castro Lane, and down the middle of Driscoll Road. And it continues on all the way into Irvington, and then makes a left-hand turn and goes to the San Jose Airport.
So actually go right down Driscoll.
Oh yeah, if you take Driscoll to Mission Boulevard and you're in the left turn lane, you're the first car, just look to your left and there's a sign right there telling you there's a line pipe down here, and it carries jet fuel. It comes from up in the Martinez area where the refineries are. It brings jet fuel all the way down to the San Jose Airport.
That's
Yeah.
more than trucking it, huh?
Yeah, I'm a second generation native. I wasn't aware of it till I was looking into a property up on Vargas Road, and I was looking at an appraisal report of this property that was up there, and it's talking about a jet fuel line. I go, what is he talking about, a jet fuel line? And then I researched, sure enough, this pipe starts in Martinez and comes all along down 680 and then comes over Vargas Road, across the Vargas Plateau over the top, and drops right down. Well, the property was for sale. This line went right across that property, and then it came right down Castro Lane onto Driscoll, You can see the little yellow sign right there. Yeah.
So.
Now, what happened with when San Bruno, they discovered that there's a pipeline behind all the houses in Mission Highlands East, between the 680 freeway and Mission Highlands East. That line was coming over the hill at the Snow grade, and
Natural
that
gas.
pipeline was right behind the house. Well, they've relocated that line. If you noticed over the years, they've relocated that line, but yeah, there was a line going right behind those houses. People bought those houses, had no idea there was a big pipe running, gas pipe running behind them.
Is that natural gas?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what is
Yeah,
explosive.
right. Yeah, well, see, that explosion woke everybody up to, to the fact that those lines are out there. That's why this disclosure's in here now. Why don't we go ahead and break for pizza? It's 12:10. Try to be back in your seats by 12:30, because we got a lot to cover.
Thank you, thank you. No.
Yeah.
I tried that out. Got a card?
I don't have one on me. I have my dog. Yeah, of course. I'll send it over to you. Yeah, usually I live in Village. I was like Rose Ray area.
Oh, really?
Are you full up to here or over here? Way above, huh? No, you're full. Now it's. Through the roof. Yeah. Take a few times, then you. Okay, I'll give you the.
How's that Castro Valley listing going, Steve?
Which was that?
The Castro Valley one? You talking about?
Which one? I have two in Castro
Oh, yeah,
Valley.
two, I don't know, the one that you said you're doing open house, and I don't know which specific one.
The open house would have been on the one on 35 acres.
Wow.
I just got an LOI on it last night, but it's really low.
Mm.
I wanna.
What's
I wanna
LOI?
house that house. Do you still hold open houses there?
It's kind of a complicated house to hold open because there's so much to deal with.
But it's a high price point, isn't it? So it's private showings are better.
There's a lot to have to digest.
What's LOI, what's that?
Letter of intent. That's what's done in commercial transactions, is you do a letter of intent as to your basic terms before you take time to enter into an actual purchase agreement. I've got two parcels, one's residential, one's agricultural, the agricultural is on a Williamson Act contract, which means it's not gonna be reassessed, but the house is gonna be reassessed. So we've got, I want an LOI for the global price for the two properties together, and then we have to, then the buyer has to sit down and come up with the lowest reasonable price for a contract on the house that the assessor will hopefully accept as fair market value. And then the remainder of that global price will be put on the vacant land as a separate purchase agreement. Because it's on the Williamson Act contract, it won't be reassessed, but the house will. So rather than try to negotiate contracts, we're not, if we're not anywhere in the ballpark price-wise, we don't want to spend a lot of time going through all these contracts. I just want to simplify it with just a letter of intent, a non-binding letter of intent.
35 acres, is that commercial?
No, it's 1.2 acres is residential, the other 34 acres is agricultural.
Like
That's
farming?
why it's on a Williamson Act a Williamson Act contract is for property that's agricultural. When you enter into a contract with the county and you maintain the property as agriculture, you have significantly low property taxes. The taxes last year on that 34 acres was $152 for 34 acres of land.
What are they growing there?
They had horses.
Oh, horses.
Yeah.
What's that selling for? That lot?
Asking 3.95.
Are there horses on the property now?
A bunch of saddles and the tack.
No.
When you were on 119, this contract wasn't there last year. Yeah. This is the second time we on this contract.
I finally sold Caterpillar except today, I finally sold about a 2.3 acre vacant site in South San Jose after being on the market 6 months. Finally got an offer on it. Got it
Wow.
sold.
There's
21 days, guys buying it, close in 21 days too.
There's,
It's already got a foundation on it. Plans are all approved, all permits are all paid, and they even actually built the foundation. It's about a 6,000 square foot house. Just beyond, it's in Almaden Valley.
Is it in residential?
Actually sits on the side of the hill. It's got some really, really nice views.
Wow.
There was a couple that an agent was working with, they both worked for Apple, and they seemed like they wanted to make an offer, but then they went to Europe and got married and were gone 3 weeks, and then they came back and they just haven't got their act together, so they're gonna lose out.
Yeah.
Yeah, you need to get we were listed for 1.4, so you've gotta, first you have to get a land loan. Land loan to buy the land. Then you can go get a construction loan, and you can have, the construction loan can be set up such that once the house is done, you can turn around and get one new loan to pay off both of the existing. Land loans typically have a short term, 2 years, 3 years, they're not long loans. And then you get your construction loan, and then once the house, you get a construction loan based on the after finished value of the house. And then you can, once you've got your certificate of occupancy, then you can refinance and pay off both loans into one loan.
Because construction loan has higher interest or different
Yeah.
terms than a regular
Yes.
loan.
Yeah, and they're short-term loans too, they're not.
you progress through your real estate career, you're gonna develop more and more knowledge. And you're inquisitive, and I like that.
I'm curious.
Huh?
I'm curious.
Well, it's good. Very important.
I feel like
Go
and that's
into
one
the
of my
market.
fears that keeps me back, not knowing everything. When I go to
You'll
plan.
never know everything. Never, I've been.
But there are a lot of money at stake.
I've been in the business 58 years. I have my own office for 23 years. I don't know everything. I taught these classes. I taught classes on the contract. I still know that I don't know everything. That's why I'm here. Every time I pick up something new.
Right. And every time you realize you have so much more to learn. And every time you realize there's so much more to learn, there's
Yeah.
like something to
Then I
learn.
wonder what's gonna happen to all this knowledge.
Well, Steve hold to that for all his life. I'm surprised of Steve's memory. Like he has such a.
Well, I remember it a lot because I teach it a lot.
That helps.
Because I teach it so many times, that's why I remember it all, because I'm constantly,
When I was teaching Ignite here, that was wonderful. I mean, it really kept me right on top of everything.
You used to teach at night?
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
For several years I taught Ignite. Before that, I taught one called, they had it in a class.
36-12-3.
Huh?
36-12-3?
Yeah, that was one. Remember the one over at, on Stevenson Place? Upstairs, I was teaching that class.
Well, we had, what was
Camp
it?
443.
Camp 443, yeah, that was the beginning, that was the first class.
Yeah.
Camp 443, then you went to 36-12-3, yeah.
But, you know, it's amazing how much you learn teaching it.
Well, I typically, if I'm teaching a class for the first time, I will typically, it'll usually take me 2 to 3 times as many hours to prepare for the class as it does to teach the class. So I you know, a 2-hour class that I'm teaching, if someone says, here, teach this, I might have 4 to 6 hours of preparation to teach a 2-hour class. And that's how you learn it.
And that's the best way to learn.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
That's how you learn it. And then every time you teach it, you just, you know, just reinforce better.
So they say if there is a subject of interest to you, that you are anyway learning and think it's important for others, is to kind of get expert in it and teach others too, because they might need it too.
Now, well, I can, you know, if I watch Jeopardy, there's certain categories I can nail. I mean, I'll know all 5, just boom. But then there are other categories, oh, shit, I didn't study that, I don't remember that. It's always embarrassing though when it's a category and go, oh yeah, I read that book in high school, but I don't remember what you're talking about. Or I read that book in college, but you know.
It's more embarrassing if you
yeah.
read it last year, not like years ago.
Or it's like, well, now that I think about it, I didn't read the book in college. I read the Cliff Notes on the book. I got through college when Cliff Notes got me through a lot of classes. Well, where I used to do really well was in high school. We'd read they'd have us read a book, but we'd also see the movie. Well, I'd remember the movie. I wouldn't read the whole book, but show me the movie, I could wing it in a test off the movie. You know, there's like certain books that, oh yeah, if I saw it, man, it's implanted in my head. You know, I worked full time and went to college at night 5 of my 7 years, and I didn't have time to study like I should have studied. And I wasn't worried about it. I knew I was gonna go to law school, so I was just going through the motions to get through. I'm a political science major, I just gotta get through.
our mind is not, they are researching and finding out that our mind is very tricky, especially with a lot of words. That's why now everything is, the books are kind of wider paragraphs, and
Well,
we're
see,
not
I have,
supposed to
I'm
have that.
fortunate, I have a photographic memory. And I would, in law school, what we do is, I had a study group, there was 4 of us that got together, and so after about every 3 weeks of class, we would get together on a Saturday or Sunday, and we would take all our notes and convert them into an outline. And then we would just build on that outline, so that by the time the semester was over, we had a complete outline of our notes to use to study for the final exam. And we did that religiously through 4 years. And so I literally would just memorize the outline in my head.
Because it was very organized.
Yeah, so I could just visually, oh, this, and I could picture the page. So, see, that's different than learning it, having it there, available. I could just visualize it. If I wasn't sure, I could just visualize the page, and I could see what I had written on the page. So that made it a lot easier, especially when you get the wealth of information that we had to know. Because I mean, really, we're tested on 4 years of stuff that you learned. And so we used a lot of acronyms. We used acronyms to remember stuff. Like when we got into, I still remember to this day, the acronym for all the exceptions to what's called the hearsay rule. All the exceptions to evidence being admissible, that's hearsay. Hearsay is something that someone else said. Well, there's all these exceptions, and our evidence professor gave us the acronym. It's Adam C. Bebop C. ISSEE. Well, that was ADDEMSEE BIP. It was a long acronym. I don't know how many letters it was, but and you remember that: admission, declaration, dying declaration, excited utterance. I mean, see, I'm giving them to you, and I haven't. That's from 43 years ago. But I can go. I can, if I think hard enough, I can remember them all. But that's how you. So when you get into a testing situation, and the question's an evidence question, and it's about the hearsay rule. Well, the first thing you do is you write down that acronym, and then you go through it. Okay, is that one? No, is it that one there? That one there? And that's how you remembered it. But we had a lot of different acronyms for things to remember, so you could remember them all. You didn't have to memorize them per se. As long as you memorized the acronym, then you remember what each letter stood for.
Did your son get that memory?
I don't think he has the photographic memory, not that I can tell.
I have that too, and a lot of people don't have it. There's some
No,
times when I
no,
remember
no.
things and I can literally picture
Oh, yeah, well, that's
things
what.
that I've written or picture like,
Oh, yeah.
where's this? And I can like, in my memory.
No, I
okay,
did
this is
that,
where it's at.
I did that with a lot of stuff in law school.
And I think that's why I'm a good test taker too. I've always been a good test taker because of that. I can picture it. When it comes to numbers too, I can picture like the numbers and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah, it makes it a lot easier. Yeah, I can remember sitting in a final and there was a question comes up and I kind of drew a blank for a second, and then I just stopped, and then I could picture that my outline and that page in my outline and what it said. I go, oh yeah, it's no. It's like 4 things. Boom, 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 there, right there.
Steve, Jerry and I had a question for you. How do you present this to a buyer in 30 minutes? The entire argument in 30 minutes? Because you don't expect them to all read it, and if they read it, they're like,
No, it's,
And the liability is so high.
yeah, it's tough. I think the probably the most important parts of the contract are dealing with contingencies, knowing what all the contingencies are and what they mean and what's included in those contingencies, and knowing what the timeframes are. And then obviously within each one of those contingencies, there's what does it mean? What's it for?
Disclosure.
Yeah, well, disclosures is one of your contingencies, yeah, so you've got, so basically, I think the key thing it would be to just to describe, just to go through each contingency, the time frame, what that contingency is for, what's involved with that contingency. And then the other part is the dispute resolution part of the contract.
Are you going over that?
We haven't gone over that yet.
Yeah, but
Yeah, you want to talk about, the deposit, liquidated damages, mediation, and binding arbitration. So they need, because that's all foreign to them. Most buyers, understand this, the two things that most buyers are going to be concerned about is,
Canceling.
yeah, what happens, when do I lose my deposit if I do? Losing the deposit is the one thing.
That question
Yeah.
comes up every
Yeah,
transaction.
losing the deposit, how can I, when and how can I cancel? And then I think the other thing is, inspecting the property. The challenge right now is with pre-sale inspection reports, a lot of the buyers don't really get the benefit of attending and observing a physical inspection of the property.
You should always go to them.
I know, but you don't when there's pre-sale, when you accept the pre-sale
Pre-sale,
inspection
right.
report, see, so that was kind of the missing piece. Or it has been the missing piece for a long time with pre-sale inspections, because, but you can always, if you sense a buyer would like to, it should be back there, I thought I saw it, but the K should be, the K is the men's. The W is the women's, the K is the men's. Look to the right, isn't there some keys there? The K is the men's. Where was I? The inspections. You know that you can, most property inspectors for about $150 will come back to the house and walk around the property with the buyer. So you don't have to pay for a whole new inspection if you don't want to. You can, like my guy Tom with Flanagan, Tom and JT Flanagan, they've done an inspection, and then the new buyer, would like to walk, they were charging $150. They would come back to the property and then walk around with the buyer and point out everything on the report and answer questions. You didn't have to do it, because they've already been to the property, they don't need to inspect it again. So that's available with most property inspectors. So I would recommend that to a buyer, depending on the condition of the property. If there's a lot of stuff in a report, I would recommend at least doing that, if not maybe doing a new inspection. I see some inspection reports that I think are just terrible. Some of these guys just do a terrible job, and I'll tell the buyer, we need to get a new one. Now, we can do it now. No seller's gonna say no to an investigation contingency if their house has been sitting with no offers on it. You're gonna be able to pull off. The one with the basement I talked about, full of stuff, that agent, he's just tell me, what do you want and when do you want it? We'll do it. And I'm thinking, you should have thought of this yourself already. Well.
Okay, thank you.
And I meant, I don't know, it's,
Every
that
time
property's
you
still sitting there.
inspection, You should go on it.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
will learn so much.
Mhm.
And just follow the inspector around, and they'll explain things to you. They're good inspectors, they don't mind explaining it to you. And you'd be amazed at how much you learn.
Some like it, some, they will say, I'll talk to you when the inspection is done, but yeah, I could insist on tagging along if they don't mind.
Oh, yeah, no, you need to,
Did you ever use Tom Flanagan?
oh, I have for probably 20 years.
Huh?
I've been using him for almost 20 years.
Tom's wonderful. You know, he moved to Lake County. He's living in Upper Lake. I talked to him the other day.
Yeah, he's slowly winding down.
Yeah, his son's doing.
JT's doing,
Yeah.
yeah, no, they've been doing my inspections for
We're
years.
talking about an inspector that's just
Yeah,
outstanding.
he'd been doing mine for years. I've lost track of how many years now.
Yeah, I love Tom. You know, before these became escrow instructions, on one transaction, I had the buyer go into escrow and demand their deposit back. And they had to give it to them.
Okay, well, we need to get going here.
Yeah.
I gotta go into speed reading mode here. Okay, let me go out in the hall and see where those other guys are. Okay, anybody have any questions that came up during lunch? No one's gotta run out and get on a computer and do something new? Okay. We've finished with gas and hazardous liquid transmission pipelines. We're on to condominium documents. Remember, you have, contract says that within the time specified in 3N3, which I think is 3 days, within 3 days after acceptance, the seller is to order the HOA docs and then deliver them to the buyer once they're received. You know, the online services make it a lot easier now. Just so you understand, when I take a listing, I include a provision, there's an addition to seller pays clause, and I put in there that the seller will reimburse listing agent for any fees advanced by listing agent. So I will typically pay for the inspection reports, the upfront. I'll pay for the HOA documents, and then at closing I will submit a reimbursement and get reimbursed for the inspection reports, HOA documents, and so forth, anything that I may have paid on behalf of the seller during the listing.
What's the form?
I'm sorry?
What's the form name?
There's not a form, there's, in the listing agreement on the, where it says commission to be this, and then there, about paragraph 4, it says, in addition, seller agrees to pay, and then it's a blank line. And that's where in that line, I put reimbursed listing agent for any fees advanced by listing agent, and then that covers me for anything that I pay out of pocket. Our inspection reports, HOA docs, that sort of thing. Yeah.
Thank you.
Diversified mortgage company here in town, I use Stacy a lot, and they have somebody in there that will go through the HOA docs to look at them.
Yeah, there's a company in San Jose that does that.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a company in San Jose, I can't remember the name of them. You'll find them, they're the only one around, and that's the company that they're using, I'm sure.
Oh, is that who they're
Yeah, I'm sure it is, yeah, there's only one company, they're in
They
San
do
Jose.
it for free.
Yeah,
They don't charge me.
really?
That's
Well, I don't-
right.
Well, I don't think they do the same thing this gal does. You
Well,
might wanna
you're
check,
right,
yeah.
right. Because the
Yeah.
one down in San Jose.
Yeah, they charge a fee, but they review everything. They review the budget and the reserve studies, and then they tell you whether there's any red flags or things to be concerned
It's
about.
worthwhile paying the fee because
Yeah, yeah.
HOAs are fraught with fraud.
Yeah,
They're
right,
horrible.
yeah. So, so we've got condominium documents. If the property is a condominium or in a planned development or other common development, the seller shall within 3 and 3 order from and pay for any required fee for the following items to the HOA. So it starts out, copies of any documents required by law. So those are what we'd refer to as the required disclosures. And then it goes on, the contract goes on to require, the contract goes on to state disclosure of any pending or anticipated claim or litigation by or against the HOA. So you need to be very sensitive to the potential of litigation, and where that will likely occur is in a complex that is 10 years old or less, because there's a statute of limitations to sue for latent defects, which are defects that you can't readily observe with the naked eye, to sue the developer, general contractor, subcontractors. You've got 10 years from completion of the project or issuance of certificate of occupancy to sue for latent defects. So it's incumbent upon an HOA to keep track of any problems that the new homeowners are having after they move into their new houses. And typically what happens when you get to about year 8, by year 8 or so, they've got to start surveying to see, do we have a widespread problem? Does a lawsuit need to be filed? Then we need to start looking for counsel to represent us, and then start surveying the homeowners to determine what sort of claims that they may have, what kind of defects there are in the construction, and they've got to make sure that they file that lawsuit before the 10-year statute of limitations run. So you need to be aware of that if you're showing, and just so you know, by way of background, as an attorney, I did construction defect litigation for over 5 years, so I know the inside out of how that works. So when you're showing any typically, well, obviously we show brand new properties, and there's a lot of it depends on the quality and the caliber of the developer and the contractors that did the building, whether it's going to be a good project or not. But typically what's going to happen is, if you've got a resale of a newer condominium or townhouse, say resale within 1, 2, 3 years, you want to be paying close attention to the meeting minutes, because if there's already been a year or 2 of rain, most of the problems are usually rain and water related. Not all of them, but a lot of them are. If there's any issues going on, you're going to see references. You're going to see people are going to show up at homeowner association meetings that are gonna be bringing this stuff up. So you're gonna see that there's something going on there in this complex, which means there will very likely be a lawsuit filed before the 10 years runs. It might be filed in 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, but at the latest 10 years. Well, what does that mean to your buyer who buys a property in that complex? It means that if litigation is filed, a couple of things are gonna happen. It's going to make getting financing a little more difficult, depending on the nature of the defects. And while the property's in litigation and it is having problems and issues, the value of the property is probably gonna go down. And then also, if the litigation doesn't result in recovering 100% of the money needed to take care of the repairs, they could end up with a special assessment where they have to collect money from each of the homeowners because they didn't collect enough in the settlement to repair all of the problems. So you understand what I'm talking about? So those are issues that the buyer of a new or newer condominium or townhouse needs to be aware. So when you've got the property, again, resale 1, 2, 3, 4 years, 5 years, you gotta be making sure that, you get meeting minutes, which are required by the contract, and make sure those are read thoroughly, because they'll refer to problems, I can assure you. Now, you might have a situation where the problems aren't manifesting themselves right away. They're not necessarily water related. They may be some other kind of structural problem that's not as prevalent right away, but it's starting to appear after several years. Well, then when you get into like year 8 or 9, okay, from the time it was built, that tells you there's a good likelihood that this complex may go into litigation here in the next year or two, and that's going to affect that buyer, just as I told you. So it depends on what that buyer's plans. They need to know that potential is there, okay? And sometimes you may run across a complex that's in litigation. Now, for a long time, when properties went into litigation and had any kind of physical structural problems, there was no lending whatsoever. Now you have lenders who do loans for complexes that are in litigation. Now, the interest rates aren't as attractive, but you can buy, there is financing available. But you still have those other issues with a drop in value because of the litigation and potential successful assessments depending on the outcome of the settlement of the lawsuit. So that's something to keep in mind when you're dealing with 10-year-old or less condos and townhouses. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And again, meeting minutes will tell you a lot. The meeting minutes will give you, they'll even tell you, like particularly if it's 8 or 9 years old, you can tell from the meeting minutes whether they've already have an attorney and are talking to an attorney. And then what happens, this is relevant whether you have the buyer or the seller. Once they go into litigation, the attorney for the association, they create a disclosure document relative to the litigation, and they give it to all the homeowners to use to disclose to prospective buyers the litigation. So you'll get a document, and they'll even make, quite often they'll even make documents available by appointment. They'll make documents available for review if the buyer, is so inclined and wants to review it further. As an attorney, we used to have to review all the records of that construction. We had to review boxes and boxes and boxes and boxes of documents, and including all the meeting minutes. I remember one I remember was a funny where was the Villages in San Jose, and it's a village, it's a big complex, and start reading the minutes, and all the homeowners were complaining because kids were taking their parents' remote control to the garage door opener and riding their bikes through the neighborhood and opening up garage doors because they only had so many codes, and so they would open, on every fourth or fifth door, they could open the garage door. And people were going, how are our garage doors open? It's because the kids had the remotes right through the neighbors. So they had to try to reprogram a bunch of these, because too many people had the same code on their garage door.
Jeez, never fails.
Okay, a statement containing the location and number of designated parking and storage spaces. So that's another thing. You need to remember that as the listing agent or the buyer's agent. The seller needs to tell you how many parking spaces there are and where are they. You know, what's the number? What garage space is it? What car sport spaces? You need to get that and disclose that. We had a case where the HOA could not figure out where the garage was for this one condo in Sky West in Hayward by the golf course. Nowhere could they figure out which garage space belonged to this unit. Well, the garages were 10 garages to a building. So they said, all right, well, this condo is here. It's got to be one of these 10, okay? So they sent a questionnaire out to all the owners, and they got a response back from 9 out of the 10. So 9 out of 10 came back and said, yeah, this is my garage. So process of elimination, they said, well, the one that we didn't get a response from, that must be the garage to this unit. So they open it up, and it's got a bunch of stuff in it. So they get rid of the stuff. And then about a week later, they hear from the owner, because they were going to give that was the unit that was going to go to the new owner. And I think they had stored it. They had to throw it away, but they'd stored it away. And then they got a call. The owner was out of town and didn't receive the letter, and that's why they didn't respond. When we closed escrow, they still hadn't found the garage for the unit, but they gave the buyer another garage to use. Said, you can use this one. And then I never did hear the outcome as to whether they finally found because they even sent everything over to me, and I'm looking at it and I go, I can't figure this out. It's like, it looks like it's that one, but they couldn't identify what garage went, because the way the records were kept, it wasn't that. So it's weird stuff like that comes up. Copies of the most recent 12 months of HOA minutes for regular and special meetings. Again, that's important, because, again, depending on the age of the complex, it's going to tell you a lot about what's going on. It's going to tell you about problems that could come up. Names and contact information of all HOAs governing the property. Pet restrictions, that's important. Smoking restrictions. Rental restrictions, yeah, those will appear in the disclosures. I mean, I have in the orchards where I have a listing, the property cannot be rented for the first 2 years. It has to be owner occupied for 2 years. You can't rent it out until after 2 years. So when you're dealing with an investor who wants to buy a condo or a townhouse, the first thing you've got to check is whether or not there's any rental restrictions in the complex in which they're looking. Let's see.
Say that again, the buyer cannot rent it out in the first 2 years?
Yeah, they have to live in it for the first 2 years. You can't rent it. Well, they're not going to let it sit vacant for 2 years. Yeah, you have to live in it for 2 years. You can't rent it until after you've owned it for 2 years.
As a lender's requirement of?
No, the HOA requirement. It's a HOA rental restriction. Yeah, a lot of HOAs have gone to that, because the other thing that's relevant is.
That for all of them or just certain?
No, it applies complex-wide, yeah.
Oh,
It's a complex-wide, yeah. But the reason they do that too is because lenders have, first of all, lenders have an owner-occupancy ratio, minimum owner-occupancy ratio in order to do a loan. But second, the more renters you get, the more cars you have, more parking, and the properties aren't maintained well, it becomes run down. Not to badmouth tenants, but that's generally what happens. And so that's why a complex can restrict the rental of properties. They can say you can't rent it out for a year or 2 years. Okay, you have to live in it first. So because you want to keep that occupancy ratio up high, because if it gets too low,
you can't even get financing.
When they change that, when they change that rule, lenders.
So this is.
Well, lenders have always had owner-occupancy ratio rules. For a long time, it was 70%, and then it dropped to 60.
To rent for 2 years when they changed.
Well, that's up to each HOA. It's
Yeah.
not a
Oh,
law.
it's not a
It's
law.
been
Yeah.
years. It's been many years now, several years, yeah.
So it's not a general rule for all the complexes?
Not all of them, no. Some do, some don't, but
Yeah.
you have to check to see if yours does or not.
What's
Most good sellers agents will disclose rental restrictions in the remarks.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. Now, there are some lenders that will go down to an owner-occupancy ratio all the way down to 50%. Now, with that said, there are lenders that will will do loans on a case-by-case basis. Fremont Bank has a department that will consider a loan when certain criteria can't be met. For example, the owner-occupancy ratio. They'll look at it on a case-by-case basis. I had a buyer wanting to buy a property in the city. The owner-occupancy ratio was 48%. They required 50% or more. I had a gold-plated buyer, and we submitted it to them, and they have a special committee. It meets like twice a week, and they met and looked at it, and they said, yeah, they looked at the complex, looked at the bar, they said, this is a good loan. We're going to make an exception. We're going to do this loan, even
That's
though.
Bank of Fremont, huh?
What's that?
That was Bank of Fremont?
Fremont Bank, yeah.
So HOA documents are important for the buyer, but for lender, they're as important, are very important as well. The lenders are.
Well, the HOA receives what's called an HOA certification. They don't
From the
receive the
lender.
documents.
Mhm.
The lender gets an HOA certification that tells them, here's how many units we have, here's how many are current on dues, here's the owner-occupancy ratio. There's a question about, is there any known or is there any pending or anticipated litigation? They have to answer that question. So and then what kind of insurance do you have? There's a whole list of requirements that the HOA provides in a certification to the lender for the lender to do the loan. That's the certification fee that's referenced in the grid that we talked about yesterday. That's what the lender asks for. Now, if there's litigation, the lender doing the litigation will ask for more information about the litigation. And then you'll have to provide them the disclosure that the attorney prepared, and then they may ask for more documentation depending on the nature of the
Can you
litigation.
provide to us the company that reads the HOA docs? I don't know who they are.
Yeah, you can Google it and it'll pop up. It's in San Jose. I'll try to do it later on. I find it's like Community Associations Consulting is the name that pops in my
I thought it
mind.
was across the bay.
No, it's in San Jose. I'm pretty sure it's San Jose. I think it's called Community Associations Consulting, if my memory serves
The
me
reason
right.
I'm asking you is, reading those is a bear for the average, for me, it's a bear.
Yeah.
And just reading with DocuSign, chances of a buyer really reading the
Oh.
contract is zip.
Oh, yeah.
And it's just, this is a horrible, and then the HOA doc just is one more.
Yep, I know what you mean. Yeah, there's a lot to read,
So
for
anyway,
sure.
if you have it,
I think it's called Community Associates Consulting, CAC, if my memory serves me right. All right, moving on. Under natural environmental hazards, the big thing you gotta remember there is that you have an NHD statement and you have an NHD report. A seller, an exempt seller, will likely be exempt from signing the NHD statement, which is the first page of the report that says what zones the property's in, flood zone, special study zone, high fire hazard zone. That first page is the statement. An exempt seller doesn't have to sign that statement, but all sellers have to disclose if the property is in any of those natural hazard zones. Therefore, you have to provide an NHD report in all transactions. And remember, if you have a house that was built before January 1st, 1960,
you've got to make sure that you give the buyer the earthquake hazard booklet, or better yet, the comprehensive booklet. Remember, there's a comprehensive booklet that has environmental hazards, has earthquake hazards, has lead-based paint, has mold, has Title 24. All of those booklets are all combined in one. You need to make sure the seller's supposed to give that booklet to the buyers. And that's on our checklist for that booklet. Now, in that booklet, there's what's called a residential earthquake risk disclosure. And that statement, which applies to properties built before January 1, 1960. So you got to remember, if you have the seller and you got an old house built before 1960, they have to complete that report in addition to the TDS and the other disclosures. Remember, so that's 1 year you got to remember in your mind with disclosures. The other is lead-based paint. Lead-based paint, what's the year for lead-based paint? 78. So anything built before January 1, 1978 triggers the lead-based paint report. Okay, lead-based paint disclosure.
What about 78 though?
What's that?
If it's built in 78,
It's before 78.
So 77.
Before, yes. January 1, 78 is the trigger date. What is it for water conserving plumbing fixtures? What's the date when?
90 something?
Yeah, you're right, but you don't have the right year. You don't have the exact year. 1994. So January 1, 1994 is the date when water conserving plumbing fixtures came into being. So when the seller's being asked to disclose, are you aware of any fixtures that are not? It's kind of a double negative question. Are you aware of any plumbing fixtures that are not compliance, that are not water conserving? That would be anything that was bought and installed before January 1, 1994. So anything that's been, any remodeling or anything that's bathrooms, kitchens, that's been done after January 1, 1994, then it's going to be water conserving. So what are we talking about? We're talking about kitchen faucets, and then in the bathroom, we're talking about the toilet, the bathroom faucets, and the shower heads. So whenever you're sitting down with a seller to help them with disclosures, you ask, you're going to know if they've remodeled their kitchen. First of all, how old's the house? If the house is newer than 94 or newer, you know it's all water conserving. So it's none. But if it's older than 94, well, have you remodeled the kitchen or bathrooms? And then what did you replace? If everything's been replaced, then everything's compliant. Then sometimes you go, oh yeah, well, we replaced the sink, but we didn't replace the toilet. Well, okay, well then the toilet in that bathroom is not water conserving if it was built before 94.
What's our responsibility there?
Well, I go through the questioning with them. I try to help them trigger their mind in order to answer the question. Because if I walk in a house and it was built in 1970, okay, and I can tell that they've never remodeled the kitchen or the bathrooms, then I know just by the date that if they've never replaced the faucets, they're not water conserving. So when I look at the answer to their question, if they answer it wrong, I'll bring it to their attention. I'll say, you didn't answer this question correctly.
That's on the SPQ.
It's on the SPQ, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Well, actually, there may even be on the TDS.
I'll look.
Yeah.
I found that company.
Community Associations Consulting?
Yeah, it's called the Community Associations Data Source.
Data Source, okay. Yeah, I knew it was Community Associations.
And they're in there, I got the phone number.
Yeah,
and
right.
all that.
So, yeah, so you understand where I'm coming from with this. I just knowing these dates, I know what's possibly right or wrong with those when they answer those questions. Because of those, So those are, you got to remember 1960, 1978, 1994, and then we've got a a more recent one that I'm drawing a blank on. It'll come to me in a minute. I'll share that with you when it comes to me.
Solar, but that's commercial.
Huh?
Solar, but that's commercial.
No, I was thinking of, there's another disclosure that's triggered by the year 2010. And I'm drawing a blank on it right now. Let's move on. We got a lot of stuff to cover. We talked about known material facts. The seller has to disclose known material facts affecting the property, and includes known insurance claims within the last 5 years. Why is that? Well, the reason for that is, I may have mentioned yesterday, there was a big mold verdict in Texas years back, and as a result of that mold verdict, State Farm, who was the carrier in that case, decided they were not going to insure homes in California anymore. So as a result of that, that put a burden on all of the other carriers, and all the other carriers were, they were sending people to inspect the properties if they found anything that needed correction, they would say, yeah, we'll insure it, but you got to fix this within 6 months. An uneven sidewalk, a fence falling down, old glass fuses in the breaker box. They were just requiring all kinds of things that be done by the new owner within, say, 6 months after close. So what happened was, what they would do is all the insurance companies have a database that shows the loss history for houses. Doesn't matter which company had the claim. And so they would go online, and they started out looking for any insurance claim at all. If there was any claim on the property, they would deny coverage. So then that's when California came up with the California Fair Plan as another source of insurance. Well, then at one point they were, if you had called up and inquired about a claim, like I had a client call up and say, I've got a water leak under a tree in my front yard. Is it covered? And they said, no, it's not covered. Well, they would put it in their system as a denied claim, even though it was an inquiry. Well, finally that was going on, and then we had the one with the guy with the golf ball through the window. They denied the claim because denied coverage because they had a claim. Well, it had nothing to do with the house. It was a golf ball in Florida, and nevertheless, they were claims that had nothing to do with the property, and then these inquiries were reported as denied claims. The insurance commissioner finally came down and said, stop. You can't use inquiries as claims. You got to stop doing that. So that opened things up. Again. But my point is, and I think I told you yesterday, as soon as your buyer identifies a house they may be interested in, have them call their carrier so they can pull up the history and see if there's going to be an issue with coverage. And so that's going to, while the contract requires the seller to disclose claims within 5 years, your buyer's insurance carrier will see that history as well. Now, back in the day, there was a company called Clue that issued Clue reports, and they made it sound like they were the only source for this information, and people were paying money for this report. You didn't need a Clue report. All you do is call your insurance agent, and they could pull it right up in their database. But this company was making all kinds of money, with Clue reports, because everyone thought that was the only way to get the information. Yeah, it was crazy. Opportunities. Huh? I've never heard of them. They might be out there, but I haven't heard of them.
We used to get them.
Yeah, the Clue reports, yeah, because it was recommended, because you didn't know if, the thought was you didn't know if the seller knew for sure whether they had any claims, so you went to the Clue report as a better source of whether there were claims or not.
2010 wildfire.
What's that?
2010 wildfire.
What's that?
The disclosure that's for houses.
That's right, yeah. So, yeah, 2010 is for, my mind wasn't registering. So
yeah.
the fire hardening and dispensable space advisory, when you're in a high or very high fire hazard area, only applies to houses built before January 1, 2010. So any house newer than that, a newer 2010 or newer, you don't have to provide that FHDS form. Thank you for,
And
looking
without
that up.
any,
Yeah, because I was going through my notes this morning, and I remember 2010, but I went blank on which disclosure it was.
2010 is fire.
2010, yeah. Yeah. That's FHDS, yeah. All right, moving on, paragraph 12.
Oh.
Paragraph 12 deals with buyer's investigation. It is not, the contingency under paragraph 12 is not the inspection contingency.
You have to keep telling him.
On my way in from my home to the office, I called an agent in response to a text that I received about a question regarding switching from a conventional loan to an FHA loan. And in that, and he was all concerned about whether the buyer might be able to cancel if the didn't want the new FHA loan and so forth. And I asked him, I said, well, tell me, what contingencies do you have and what time frames? So no, we got a loan contingency is this, and then he said, the inspection contingency is 10 days. And I'm going, yeah, that's a perfect example. Everyone refers to this contingency, it's not the inspection contingency. See, the problem, my concern is you create this perception in your buyer's mind that it only relates to inspections of the property. And it doesn't. How many people have read the SBSA from front to back? Amberine, the only one. And the local advisory.
Local advisory.
Yeah. Go home tonight and read the SBSA and read the county advisory.
Alameda County even talks about one of our condominiums here.
Oh yeah, he has a lot of specific, yeah, Meadowbrook is in there.
Meadowbrook.
Yeah, Meadowbrook in there, has all kinds of stuff. My point is, when you ask a buyer to remove the investigation contingency, that buyer's telling the world that I'm okay with everything listed in those advisories. There's 36 plus pages of material in there. They've got to read it. Because that's how lawsuits happen. When they don't read stuff and then escrow closes and they find out something and it was right there in an advisory, but they didn't read it. Or you as an agent knew there was a problem and you failed to disclose it. So you got to remember what happens with time is certain things get known within the real estate community. They become common knowledge. Most agents know Meadowbrook's a mess. Okay? So there are things that you learn as common knowledge. This complex has that problem, this area has that problem.
Where is Meadowbrook?
In Pleasanton, what's that?
Where is Meadowbrook?
Meadowbrook is the condo complex
Over by
at Thornton Avenue,
Dale
Paseo Padre,
Oh,
behind
okay.
Dale Hardware.
Okay, got it.
I mean, if
Warm
you
Springs.
yeah, Warm Springs, in Pleasanton, there's a neighborhood called Val Vista and Valley Trails. They have major settlement problems.
Oh, really?
Oh, major settlement problems. And the reason is because when those homes were built, they didn't have strict soil compacting requirements. And they didn't compact the soil tight enough when those homes were built.
Yeah,
And
Valley
these
Trails.
homes are settling. What's that?
It's in Valley Trails, Pleasanton.
Valley Trails and Val Vista, both
Yeah,
of
I have
them.
a listing Valley Trails, they
Yeah.
all have foundations.
Yeah, those houses are meant because they didn't compact the soil well
Yeah.
enough.
Yeah.
Okay, and so yeah, and that's why those houses are less expensive than everywhere else in Pleasant, because you walk in and the houses are settled, there's cracks, it's crazy.
This points out the problem with listing or selling properties
Outside your area of
knowledge.
exactly.
Because it can be a killer.
Right, it can. So the investigation contingency includes 12B1A. It includes a general home inspection. That's only one part of it. It includes an inspection for lead-based paint, includes an inspection for wood-destroying pests and organisms, a pest control inspection. And then it says, any other inspections of the physical condition of the land improvements all other buyer investigations, such as insurance not specified above, and then it says, see buyer's inspection advisory. That's Form BIA. That's a one-page advisory that's attached to this contract. That doesn't tell it all. It doesn't stop there. It's that SBSA that we talked about, and that county advisory. All of those things fall under this investigation. So you need to make sure you've got all those forms in the buyer's hands before they remove the investigation contingency. That's the one that I lose sleep over. Is I dread getting the call from a disgruntled buyer who removed the contingency. We had them remove the investigative contingency. They moved into the house and they discovered a problem that they were unaware of that was disclosed in that advisory, but we didn't give them the advisory.
Which advisory? The county or?
Well, the SBSA and the county advisory, the local advisory, which should be part of the SBSA.
Isn't it,
That's the case that I dread getting.
isn't it really on us as their agent to go over that with them?
No, we don't have to go over
Well,
it
no,
line by.
I bet you if we got into court.
Well, no, we don't have it, no, we've got plenty here to shield us from, we don't have to go through all this stuff line by line by line by line by line. We have to give it to them and they're advised to read it. And they're told that you have your own duty to investigate and review.
Well, that's why
And
they
so-
give
yeah,
them the report.
right, but we have to make sure we give it to them. Where you can get into trouble is when there are things that are common knowledge within the industry that, oh yeah, this neighborhood has this problem, or this neighborhood has that. That's where you can get into trouble, where you have common knowledge and you don't point that out to the client. And it's also mentioned in here, okay?
That's why I'm saying we're held to a higher
Yeah,
standard.
yeah, and the thing is, by knowing what's in these advisories, it enhances your knowledge and it allows you to better advise your clients on a particular house. Okay, I mean, because I've run into a lot of different situations, there's a whole section in there on recalls of products and defective products. We had a roofing material that was sold that was defective, and I had a listing with that defective material. And I looked on the court, and the same roofer did about 8 out of 12 houses with that same roof. That material was it was supposed to look like it was tiled to look like shake. It was really a sponge.
Oh.
It was absorbing the water. You could literally take your fingers and squeeze it, it would crumble and break apart.
It's a tile.
And when the tile got so wet, there was so much weight that the roof sagged because it was too heavy for the roof trusses, because it after it absorbed all this water.
Well, that's not tile.
Yeah,
More
no,
like
it was
composite
a
tile.
cement type material. And it ended up class action lawsuits over that material. Well, it's referenced in the SBSA. Who's ever heard of the plastic water pipes, water piping? Who knows what the name of it is? Starts with a P.
PVC?
No.
Propane or.
PEX.
PEX, oh yeah.
PEX.
That's
Have
the
you
new
heard of
stuff.
PEX?
That's it.
It's like plastic tubing. It was a big thing that came along to replace galvanized pipes with this plastic instead of copper. It's called PEX. It's a nightmare. It's got all these fittings and the fittings break apart. It's a nightmare. PEX is referenced in that SBSA. So if you had, and my point is, if you or your buyer, if they read the SBSA and knew that PEX was a problem, and then was given a property inspection report that showed PEX piping, they could put 2 and 2 together and go, oh, there's, depending on what the inspector says about it, they'd be on notice that there's an issue with this kind of piping. Do you want to buy this house or not?
So like copper's still the good thing.
Copper's the way to go. But you've got that PEX. Then you've got, who's ever heard of a federal electrical panel?
What?
Federal electrical panels are an old panel used
Yeah.
in the 60s and 70s that are known to cause fires.
Or aluminum wiring.
Aluminum wiring. But the federal panel is a problem. It's referenced in the SBSA. I bet I could pull 10 files from this office and probably find 3 or 4 federal panels, if they're all old houses, that are in those houses. Now, does our buyer know that that federal panel could be a fire hazard?
No,
If they read the SBSA, they would.
maybe.
Depends on what the property inspector says. Property inspectors will usually talk about them, but who knows how well the buyer reads the property inspection. But the SBSA reinforces it for them. You see where I'm going with this? There's a lot of stuff that's going on out there, and this SBSA addresses a lot of that stuff.
And you're saying it's really all on the buyer to read this?
Technically, yes.
And we're not.
We're not even supposed to review the HOA documents for them.
Yeah.
They're to do it. It's not our job to review them.
Could we
But
get
that's, you
trouble?
can use that other company.
We'd get in trouble reviewing it.
But here's here's where I kind of on the fence, because if you know how to read financial statements at all, it's pretty easy to tell, when you look at a reserve study, whether or not an HOA has adequate reserves to pay their bills and pay for future repairs. But again, that's when you get into the common knowledge thing. After a while, it gets known in the community, they've got special assessments over there because they're not running the thing right. Or you can walk around and look. You can walk around in Meadowbrook, I walked around there for years and I go, this place is in bad shape. They're not maintaining it. And sure enough, city came along and tagged them and said, you've got to fix these balconies, decks, and stairs because they're falling apart. They're dangerous. It's an unsafe condition. Yeah. Yeah.
Patios and stairs, all dry rotted.
Oh, yeah, it's terrible. Well, they were serving notices on the owners, you can't use your deck out there. And they were taping them off, and the homeowners were taking the tape down and still using them.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, had a real problem with that. But my point is, there's a lot of information in those advisories that will help reinforce for you and your buyer, this is a problem. If you read something and that told me there was a problem, you at least need to tell your client, I read this here that there's a problem with that. If that's a concern of yours, you need to investigate it further. Does that make sense?
Well, we should at least tell the buyers, you really need to read this.
Yeah.
We need to emphasize it, because there won't. They
Yeah,
just
well,
take the paper.
what I always profess is the SBSA, the county advisory, the combined information booklet, all of those documents should be part of a package that you share with a buyer during your initial buyer consultation. Again, that's part of your value proposition. The day's going to come, folks, where the buyer representation agreement is going to be required. It's not there yet, but I can tell you from the powers to be that it's likely going to become required. Because once full disclosure of the buyer's commission is made out widespread to everyone, the buyers are going to want to negotiate commission, and we're going to have to be using buyer rep agreements. So you may as well start preparing your value proposition as a buyer wanting to sign up a buyer.
So that's what that whole lawsuit's about. So ultimately, they want to separate it. And either you
Yeah,
represent the
exactly.
seller or you represent
Right,
the
yeah.
buyer.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, well, in California, dual agency is still legal. Whether
Oh, I
California,
know.
whether California changes that or not remains to be seen. But my point is, the stuff I'm talking about is all part of your value proposition to a buyer. I mean, imagine if you sat down with a buyer, you just took this class, and you print out any form you give the buyer as part of an initial meeting or consultation, should all say that across the document. You all aware of that?
Yeah.
You can print any form with the word sample on it. You always give your buyers sample forms. You don't give them the real deal, so that because they can't use those forms on their own. There's a copyright violation for them to do it. Same for the seller. You give the seller stuff before you listed the property. You give them documents that say sample on it, because they can't use it. My point is, you put together a package, and you've got the contract, you've got the SBSA, you've got the local advisory, you've got the information booklet about earthquake and lead-based paint and environmental hazard. All can you visualize all of the information you could come to a meeting with? That's what creates your value.
Can you go over, one more time for buyer consolidation, for example, SBA, county advisory, RPA, local advisory, information book?
The combined information booklet, yeah.
Combined.
Now, you can go, we're not there yet, but you print out copies of, go to the legal Q&A and you print out a copy of mediation for the consumer, and you print out a copy of arbitration for the consumer. By giving those to them, they get to read about mediation and arbitration before you have to sit down with them and write an offer and discuss what they mean and whether or not they want to agree to arbitration or not. See, the more information you give them up front, there's less you have to talk about and explain at the time that you're writing the offer.
What about the seller? When you were telling?
The same thing, the mediation, basically, everything that I gave you is all relevant to the seller too. Because what did we talk about in the RPA? You want to talk to the seller about fixtures, that page. You want to talk to the seller about disclosures. You want to talk to the seller about mediation and arbitration, liquidated damage, mediation and arbitration. Those are all things you can talk to the seller about up front before they're faced with an offer. Now, when it comes to disclosure documents, let's preface the seller. Are we talking about an initial meeting, or are we talking about a listing presentation?
I think initial.
Initial?
Well, it could be both. I mean, you could have everything at a listing presentation, at an initial meeting, and go over that. But then you're gonna be repeating a lot of that at your listing presentation, because at your listing presentation, you're going to be bringing the disclosure paperwork. Because once they've signed the listing agreement, you say, now, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, I need to go over, here's a package of all the disclosures that you need to complete, and let me go through these with you, show you what you need to do. And make sure you include, the first thing you include is the disclosure information advisory, and remind them to read that first before starting to answer any of the questions. Okay, that document is vital.
Can you go over the TDS with a seller?
What I do is I explain to them what each document asks for. I tell them to read the disclosures and information advisory. I say to go through and answer the questions. If you're unsure of an answer, skip it. And when you get done going through that document, give it to me, and then I will review it, and then I will go through each one of the questions that you didn't answer or didn't understand, and I'll explain to you what that question is asking for them to think of what the answer is to the question.
So I'll explain what it says, and then you.
Yeah, then they come, now you changed your answer to that.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay, that's a good.
Okay, so to make sure that it's complete and accurate, based on what I know about the property. I'm just trying to help them make sure that they're accurate.
So is that like in a list, you have like a listing class for that, for stuff to give, like, during a seller?
Oh, I have, well, I've done a class on preparing for a listing
Because you
presentation.
say you get that, but then you said you add all these other disclosures.
Yeah.
Is that the same as disclosure with the buyer, or is that something different?
Pretty well, well, all the stuff we're talking about for the buyer, all of that is relevant to the seller, because, I mean, the booklet is relevant because it explains to the seller about, the seller has a question in TDS, are you aware of any environmental hazards? Well, the booklet tells you what are environmental hazards. Are you aware of any lead-based paint? The booklet tells them what lead-based paint is.
Where's the booklet at? The booklet is.
It's online. All the companies have them online, are combined booklets.
What's it called, just a booklet?
Combined information booklet. You Google combined information booklet, you'll find it.
But it's not in our like car forms or?
No,
CRR?
it's the third parties provided. Our
Not
like our NHD companies,
NHD company,
they
okay.
provide those, yeah.
Okay.
And they combine, they put everything into one booklet.
Oh,
And you should, as a seller's agent, you should be uploading that booklet to Disclosures.io. It should be one of the things you put in there. Okay, moving along. Pest control inspection. I did a class on pest control inspections, I think a couple months back, if I'm not mistaken. There should be a recording of that. But real quick, inspection shall cover, we talked about detached buildings yesterday, but the inspection shall cover the main building and attached structures. May cover detached structures. Well, that's if you tell them to do it. Shall not include water tests of shower pans on upper level units unless the owners of the property below the shower consent. Because what happens with an upstairs shower, they plug the drain up and then they fill it up with water. And it can, if there's a leak, you're gonna have water coming downstairs. I've had that happen in a townhouse. Shall not include roof coverings. And if the property is a unit in a condominium or other common interest subdivision, the inspection shall include only the separate interest and any exclusive use areas being transferred, and shall not include common area. Now that is a little bit of a tricky situation because a lot of the pest control companies, when they do a condo, they want to inspect the outside of the condo. Technically, that's common area and shouldn't be included. So when you order a report, if you truly want it to be just the unit, as this contract says, you have to tell them, inspect, if it's a condominium, inspect the interior of the unit only. Don't inspect the common area. But you also have to inspect any exclusive use areas. Well, how do you know what those are? Where do you think you look for that? Prelim, the legal description of the property. Tells you if the property is a condominium and tells you if the owner has rights to any exclusive use areas. What do we mean by an exclusive use area? The most common being a garage. Any garage, a detached garage, could be a storage room. Typically, whenever you have a detached. Exclusive use. They don't own it, but they have exclusive use, like a detached garage. A lot of complexes have the units and then they have a garage. Garage or carport is separate. That's an exclusive use area. And the contract says that exclusive use area and the units to be inspected. So you need to know what does the seller own? Do they own a condominium or do they own a condominium or do they own a PUD? Now, where does a townhouse fall into that? Townhouse is not a form of ownership. Townhouse is a style of the property. Probably 80% of all of the quote townhouses in this area are condominiums. Because a condominium is from the unfinished wall in. Now, many townhouses, here's what we call a townhouse. A single-story unit with no one above or below, a two-story unit with no one above or below, or a three-story unit above or below that's attached to another unit. That's what we call a townhouse. People that refer to condominiums think of a condominium as a single-floor unit with a unit above or below, like an apartment complex. That's what the lay person thinks is a condo. That's not That's not where a condo ends. Most of your townhouses are condominiums. If they're not a condominium, they're what's called a PUD, or a planning unit development, which means the owner owns the land below, the unit, and the airspace above. They own all the way up. Now, what they maintain outside will vary from one complex to another. In some PUDs, the owner is responsible for their roof, and in other PUDs, they're not responsible for their roof.
And property taxes, then?
They're separate parcels for property. They are separate parcels. All these are properties. These are all have their own assessor parcel number, their own tax bill. But the maintenance of the units will vary. In the trees, that's a PUD, but the trees HOA is responsible for the roofs on the units and the garages. The HOA owns the garages, they take care of the fences, they take care of the roofs. Go to Charter Square in Fremont, North Fremont, right before, on the west side of Fremont Boulevard, before you go over the 880 freeway. Charter Square is a PUD. They're attached like a townhouse. Those owners are responsible for their own roof. Now, they all have separated roofs. They're not a continuous roof.
So how do you find that out?
You look at the preliminary title report.
Right.
If it's not a condominium, it's a PUD. Period.
Anyone
There's
say-
only one or the other.
How do you find out who's responsible for?
CC&Rs.
CC&R.
You have to look at the CC&Rs, and the CC&Rs will define, the CC&Rs define the unit, they define the common area, and then they define maintenance responsibilities. So you have to look at unit, you have to look at what's the unit, what's the common area, and what are the maintenance responsibilities. That all falls within the CC&Rs. The challenge we have is that we throw out these terms and it makes people think there's something different than what they are. Because people will tell you, I don't want a condo, because they're thinking it's an apartment complex. Remember, a lot of condos came to being as converted apartments. Okay? And that's what people think. Go, oh no, this two-story townhouse here, this is a condo. It is? Yeah. Look, it's right here, condominium. Because condominium is a form of ownership. Townhouse is a style of property. So you get the difference.
Is it, I feel that more of the townhouses have a lower HOA than condos. Is that because they don't cover roofs, let's say, or?
Well, it depends on the allocation of the responsibility. With a lot of PUDs, the owner has more responsibility. That's why the HOA dues are low. The HOA dues are relative to what they're responsible for repairing. If you look at their reserve study, that'll show you what they're responsible for. And it'll have the complete schedule of all the items that they have to maintain, the useful life, how much it's going to cost to fix, and how much money they need in the future to take care of those repairs as they come up. And it'll list roofs, fences, painting, decks, all those things. The more items on that list, the higher the dues are going to be. The less items, the lower the dues. So the more that's on the homeowner, the less it's on the HOA. So at Charter Square, the HOA is not responsible for the roofs. That's a huge expense. So their dues are going to be lower because they don't deal with the roofs. If you have a complex with no swimming pools, it's going to be less because they don't have pools. No, they're separated roofs. If you look at the units,
okay.
the roofs are
That's why
different.
they're-
Yeah, each one is different.
So the homeowner.
Yeah, they don't have a continuous roof line. They're all like this. They're all separated. You can tell each person's roof.
CC&Rs, the maintenance responsibility is spelled out.
Yeah.
Great.
If you have a client questioning what they can do in a property, how they can use it, usually it's because they want to do like a home business or they want to do something in the garage, is typically. And most of that stuff's restricted, but you can go to the CCNRs and it'll tell you what you're allowed to do and not do in your unit.
See, I'm learning something new again.
Well, the other thing you need to understand is when you're gonna list one, you need to find out, where can I put my sign?
Yeah.
I have a listing in the orchards. When I go to the CCNRs, where do you think it tells me I can put my sign? In the window.
Period.
Can't put it outside.
Where do you put the sign?
In the window of the unit. You can't put a post outside. They don't allow, the orchards doesn't allow posts and signs in the complex. It'll allow one A-frame open house sign to the entrance of the complex, and that's it.
Nothing in front, even when you do the open house.
Not according to the,
That's the one in Niles?
the orchards on off Cherry Lane.
Oh, that, okay.
Cherry Glen and Huntington, those two faces.
How do they-
That's what this, it says, one A-frame sign at the entrance of the complex, that's
How
what it
do they
says.
expect you to sell?
Most people can find, yeah.
Word of mouth.
I'm fortunate, my listing is right at the entrance to the complex.
Maybe-
As soon as you turn in, my listing's right there. I'm literally the first unit when you turn into the Orchards complex off Cherry Lane. Literally, right across from the pool, boom, right there. Okay, so everyone understand I'm spending a lot of time on this because everyone understand this condo townhouse distinction and what we're talking about. Because condos get a negative rap because people think it's an apartment complex type unit, and it's not. A lot of your townhouses are condos. Where are we here? Okay, on 12C, without seller's prior consent, buyer shall neither make nor cause to be made invasive or destructive buyer investigations, except for minimally invasive testing required to prepare a pest control report, which shall not include any holes or drilling through stucco or similar material. What happens with a pest control inspector is they have a poker on a long stick, and they poke at the wood to see if there's any dry rot in the wood. And typically, they don't have to poke too hard. If there's any rot, it'll go right into the wood. If it's solid, then they'll move on. But they will start putting holes here and there when they do that. We had that happen after we had our house inspected and then fumigated, and my wife was all upset because my inspector was going around and he was finding places, and now there's little holes after we'd had the house painted, and I gotta go back and patch
In
do a little
Oakland,
minor.
you got the parapet roofs, and they have to break a hole in the siding. Stucco.
Typically with those, is the biggest problem with parapet walls is they're inadequately flashed. They can be headaches. The roofers will not flash them correctly. I dealt with that when I did roofing litigation when I was doing construction litigation. So, and then also, a buyer cannot cause or be made an inspection by any governmental building or zoning inspector or government employee unless required by law. So that means a buyer can't call up the city and say, hey, I want your inspector to come out and take a look at this house. You can't do that without the seller's consent. Okay. D, the seller shall make the property available for all buyer investigations. Seller is not obligated to move any existing personal property. So what's that mean? That means they don't have to move the furniture and clear things out for an inspection. They can leave the house just the way it is. But they need to make the property available. So query this. Should the seller make the access to the crawl space and the attic accessible? What do you think?
Yes,
Is that part of making it available?
I would think so.
Yeah. Make it a point to remind your sellers to clear the closet out that has the access to the crawl space. It's usually in the closet, bedroom closet, unless it's an older house and it's on the outside of the house. And to clear out the closet where the entrance to the attic, so the inspectors can go, because most inspectors won't touch or move a thing. So many times where the seller doesn't do it, I show up at the inspection, inspector goes, I can't get into the closet. I go, well, I'll take care of it. So you're moving everything out of the closet so they can get up and go down and look up. Because a lot of them don't want to move anything. They don't want to assume any liability for breaking anything or whatever. But you gotta make those two areas available to them for them to do a complete inspection. Seller shall have the water, the gas, the electricity, and all operable pilot lights on for buyer's investigations and through the date possession is delivered to buyer. So what does that mean? That means even if it's a vacant house, all utilities remain on. And they remain on all the way through the marketing of the property and the escrow until closing. No utilities get turned off at all. Okay? You got to make sure of that, because particularly if you have someone who hasn't sold a house in a long time. Because you need all those utilities on for the inspectors to do their inspections. You can't check to see if the hot water heater works if the pilot light's off. If the water is not on, you can't check for hot water. You can't check to see if the furnace works or the air conditioning if everything's off. All utilities have to remain on. Now, with pilot lights, we're on 12D, second line. Now, with pilot lights, for a long time, there were some inspectors wouldn't turn pilot lights on. My guys are okay doing it, but some of them won't even attempt to light one if the pilot light's out. Now, a lot of pilots have gone to, they're electric pilots. They're not, you don't have an open flame to light, but it just depends on the age of the appliance. But you need to make sure all that stuff's on, because you never know for sure if the inspector's going to turn it on themselves. And the point is, if a buyer's no matter who's paying for the inspection, if everything's not on, that means you've got to get it turned on and bring them back to finish their inspection, and you're paying them again more money because you didn't have the stuff on the first time. So it could be shame on you if you don't remind the seller, and then they don't know, they turn utilities off, and now you're paying for the inspector to come back on because the utilities are off. Now, sometimes sometimes you'll have a situation where you're taking a listing of a vacant property and the utilities are already off. Okay? Because people will do that. I mean, they'll want to save, some people are really conscious of money. As soon as the property's vacant and they don't intend to put a tenant back in it, or they're not doing it right away, they'll shut all the utilities off. So then you come along and you got to list the property. Well, you can't do inspections without utilities. So I will generally call PG&E myself, and I'll put PG&E in my name to get them back on, huh?
You can?
Oh yeah, I do it all the time, and I'll get PG&E get the bit in my name, but then I'll get reimbursed from the if I care to, I'll get reimbursed from the seller. It's usually peanuts, it's a small amount of money, but that's to have utilities on for the inspections and during the contract process. Because remember, at the end, when the buyer's doing their final verification condition, they want to be able to turn a faucet on or so, turn a light on. If you're going at night, you got to have electricity to be able to see. Okay, so you got to keep everything on.
But what about water?
Water too.
Turn on the water?
Yeah. Well, remember, the lawns have to be kept watered. REOs were a pain in the butt because we'd get REOs with they'd have a decent lawn but no sprinkler system. So you had to have either you or somebody you hired to keep watering the lawn so the lawn wouldn't die.
I had a house where the sprinkler system was definitely on. This was watering every other day. The plants were dying.
Yeah.
The main water was turned off.
Yep.
You learn.
Now, the contract says that by the time specified in paragraph 3L3, or 3 days after receipt of any investigation report, whichever is later, buyer will give seller at no cost complete copies of all such reports obtained by buyer, which obligation shall survive the termination of this agreement, which means if you have an inspection and there's a cancellation, but and a report comes after cancellation, you still have to give the report to the seller. But then it goes on to say, this delivery of investigation report shall not include any appraisal. We talked about appraisals yesterday. Are they a material fact? Say no.
No,
They're
but the
dependent
inspections
fact.
could be.
Inspections are that. We're not talking, I'm talking about appraisal. The delivery investigation report shall not include any appraisal except an appraisal received in connection with an FHA or VA loan. And that's because of the amendatory clause. In other words, you've got it, you give it to the seller to show whether or not the amendatory clause has been satisfied. That's why that's in there. E deals with indemnity. Basically, your buyer needs to keep the property free and clear of liens, repair all damage from their investigations, indemnify and hold the seller harmless from all resulting liability, claims, demands, damage, and costs, require anyone acting on behalf to carry policies of liability, workers' comp, and other applicable insurance. So basically, when we're hiring, if we hire inspectors on behalf of the seller, or we hire inspections on behalf of our buyer, we need to make sure that they have all the proper insurance and so forth. Now, if there's going to be if the buyer is going to do any kind of repairs during escrow and pay for them, the seller can record what's called a notice of non-responsibility, and that's basically saying that they're not responsible for any of the work done on the property at buyer's direction. That's to avoid any liens being recorded on the mechanics liens being recorded on the property for work that was paid by the buyer. I generally don't recommend that you have, other than statutory required work like smoke alarms, carbon monoxide, water heater, I don't really recommend that the buyer pay for any repairs to the house. It can get real problematic, particularly if the deal doesn't close, because now the seller's got the benefit of the work and the seller may not have really cared one way or another. You got to be real clear that if the buyer's going to pay for any work during escrow and the seller's going to benefit from it in the event that it closes, that there's no reimbursement to the buyer for the money spent. It's at buyer's risk. But I don't recommend doing that. I mean, sometimes
The buyer could agree to pay for it by reimbursing the sellers the close of escrow.
Yeah, but they're typically not.
Reimburse it.
Yeah, but typically they typically won't. If the deal doesn't go through, typically the seller's not going to want to pay the buyer for the work they did. That's the problem.
That's the problem. Yeah.
When I bought my house, I got early possession. I was the agent too. I was the agent on both sides. I got early possession of my house for 3 weeks before close.
I was gonna say, who's the idiot agent that allowed you to move in before the closing?
Well, I didn't move in. I spent 1 week removing wallpaper from the walls. The house built in 1937, so I had a lot of wallpaper. 1 week removing wallpaper from the walls, 1 week refinishing the hardwood floors, and 1 week painting the interior. And then during those 3 weeks, I also moved my garage over from, I only moved a quarter mile away, moved my garage from my garage to the new garage. So when escrow closed, the house was in move-in condition.
I did that.
Now, I'm self-employed. I wasn't gonna get laid off, right? I knew I was getting my loan, so I wasn't taking any risk. And the
I
sellers
let a
were-
buyer in before the close of escrow once.
Yeah.
They flooded the house by accident. And it was a mess, the whole
Oh, yeah,
house. got
that's why.
flooded.
Yeah, letting a buyer in early is like a car dealer saying, here, take this new car and drive it for a week and then buy it after a week's up. You know, it's like,
What if it damaged?
yeah, damage it, wreck it, decide, oh, I don't want it, now it's got mileage on it. It's like, yeah, it's the same thing. You're giving a buyer a free test drive of a house.
Yeah.
It's like I said, I didn't physically move into the house, but I had people doing repair work. I had Orr Friesen and his son, Bruce, they were painting the house. I had my floor refinisher guy. But.
I was thinking about Orb the other day, is he
Yeah.
still around?
No, he passed away. About
Or freezing.
Earlier this year, actually. This year.
Oh, that's too bad. His son was a painter,
Yeah.
or is.
Yeah, I think he sold his house finally and moved. He was over on Central Avenue in Glenmore. All right, moving on.
Old real estate agents passed away. They become listless.
All right, moving on, title.
Title. That's good.
Okay, title, paragraph 13. 13B, title is taken in its present condition, subject to all encumbrances, easements, covenants, conditions, restrictions, rights, and other matters, whether of record or not, as of the date of acceptance, except for monetary liens of record, unless buyer is assuming those obligations or taking the property subject to those obligations. So that means, because we'll get this question a lot from buyers worried about there being some sort of lien, them buying the property with a lien on the property. There can't be a lien on the property for two reasons. A monetary lien on the property, because the contract says there's to be no monetary liens. Second, the title company won't insure title if it has monetary liens on it. They have to be satisfied in order for you to close escrow. So you can't have an escrow close with monetary liens on it other than property taxes and the buyer's first and or second loan. It can't happen.
But you
So-
can't have unrecorded easements.
Yeah, well, that's easy. I'm talking about monetary stuff, because that's what people are, they're always worried that somehow they might get the house and it's gonna have a monetary lien on it. It can't happen, because the contract says they have to be satisfied, and the title company won't insure title without them satisfied.
This does say easements, that's why I mentioned it.
Yeah, well, easements, yeah, I'm talking specifically about monetary liens.
Yeah.
And it says, those matters which sellers agreed to remove in writing. And in addition, for any lien or matter not being transferred upon sale, seller will take necessary action to deliver title free and clear of such lien or matter.
What monetary liens?
Huh?
What are monetary liens?
A deed of trust, an abstract of judgment. A deed of trust would be the deeds, a monetary lien would be the deed of trust securing the seller's loan.
It's anything regarding money.
Okay, anything involving money. An abstract of judgment. If I sue the seller and I get a judgment and I haven't collected on it, I can record an abstract of judgment on the seller's property. That's a lien on the property. So if that seller goes to refinance or goes to sell, I'm gonna get paid because that lien has to be removed. That's how you get paid. That's the benefit of recording an abstract of judgment. You'll get paid once the house refis or sells. Quick story, I had a buyer/seller who needed every penny out of the house to buy another house. And I said, all right, I was on 100% with my broker. I said, I'll carry a note for my commission, for my half of the commission. I'll carry a note and I'll record it on the house you're gonna buy. So I sold her house, paid the other agent, the commission that I was to earn on the sale, I had that put into a promissory note with interest. And then when I sold them a house and mission that they bought, after it closed, I had them execute a deed of trust. I recorded the deed of trust on that property. Years and years went by. I just forgot about it. In fact, now the note had to be in the name of the broker because it was a commission. And I moved brokers once, and I moved the note, assigned the note from one broker to the other. But years and years went by, and I forgot about it. I mean, I knew it was there. I just, out of sight, out of mind. One day I get a call from a title company. They were refinancing. Said, hey, they're refinancing the loan. We need a payoff on your note. Oh, cool. So when I go back, I pull out the note and I go, wow, had to go all the way back to the beginning and figure out how much interest it was all the way to the date of close. Refi close, and I got a check. Yeah. Garbage liens. We talked about garbage liens. In Oakland, if you don't pay the garbage bill, they'll just record a lien for every unpaid garbage bill. And they just keep stacking up.
And Highland Hospital.
Hospital, yeah.
Oh.
Hospitals can do, yeah.
People forget those and they come up years later.
Where are we here? Now it says 13C, seller shall within 7 days after request give escrow holder necessary information to clear title. That used to be referred to in the contract as a statement of information, or the SI. And typically what will happen is, title company, when you open escrow, they'll give you a blank SI form to give to your seller. That tells them the seller, the husband and wife, if it's husband and wife, it gives the husband's name, wife's name, former names, date of birth, social security, former marriages, former residences, places of employment, all the kind of personal identifying information, so that when they're doing a title search, remember, when a title company searches title, they not only search for any documents recorded on the property, they search for any documents in the name of the sellers.
And the buyer.
And the buyers. They search for that stuff. And so what happens is a lot of people have common names. There's a lot of John Smiths out there. So they need all this other information, so when they pull all these documents, they can identify whether it belongs to the seller or not. I had a client who was, just call him John Smith III. His dad was John Smith Jr. or John Smith II. His dad was a deadbeat. Had all kinds of financial trails of stuff owed and everything. Well, the dad and the son both didn't use Junior or the third after their name. So they pull all this stuff up, and they're telling my client, man, you got all, and they go, no, that's not.
Addresses of the
And I go, that's not mine, that's my dad, that's my deadbeat dad. And then I had to help them come up with all the documentation to prove that all that stuff was dad's, it wasn't the son. And then we finally able to go through with it, through the deal. This kind of an innocuous thing. It's a federal law that affects San Francisco, LA, San Mateo, and Santa Clara counties. If a buyer is a legal entity and the property purchase price is at least $300,000 and the purchase price is made without a bank loan or similar form of external financing, there's what's called a Geographic Targeting Order, GTO, issued by the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network of the U.S. Department of the Treasury, requiring title companies to collect and report certain information about the buyer depending on where the property is located. That's those counties. Buyer agrees to cooperate with the title company's efforts to comply with the GTO. Basically, they're trying to determine if there's any money laundering going on, because it's a cash sale, big amounts of cash being used to buy a house. They want to be able to find out where the money came from. Buyer at close will receive a recorded grant deed or any other conveyance document required to convey title. Title shall vest as designated in buyer's vesting instructions. The recording document shall contain buyer's post-closing mailing address to enable buyer's receipt of the recorded conveyance document from the county recorder. The manner of taking title may have significant legal and tax consequences. Consult an appropriate professional. What they're talking about there is, as between husband and wife, there is a tax benefit to a husband and wife in California taking title as community property as opposed to joint tenancy. Okay, with joint tenancy, if one spouse passes, the other spouse takes title by right of survivorship and becomes the owner of the property. However, the basis in the property, the cost at which you buy the property for, only half of that basis gets stepped up to the value at date of death, so that the basis in the property to calculate capital gains is much lower than it otherwise would be with community property. If you hold title as community property, when one spouse passes away, then both halves of the basis get stepped up to the value at date of death. So if, let's say they bought the property for $100,000, and when the husband dies, they usually go first. Husband dies, the property's worth $1 million. The wife decides to sell the property. She's not going to have any capital gains consequences. She's actually going to sell the property at a loss because you deduct the commission and closing costs for $1 million. So they actually have about a $50,000–$60,000 loss if it's $1 million sale. But if it was joint tenancy, there would be a gain. Now it depends on how big the gain is, because under federal law, they can exclude a married couple. Married can exclude up to $500,000 in gains. So house has to get expensive, but it can happen where a gain will be created where the gain is greater than the $500. So you have to be careful there.
What if they remarry after the person's died, and they lived there for several years, do they get stepped up?
Well, it depends on how, yeah, you gotta go back and file the chain of title, yeah.
You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah, right, yeah.
Could happen 3 times.
Well, what happens, if they remarry, if one passes away, their basis is this: if they give their interest, whoever they give it to takes the same basis they have, it doesn't change. But then you would have a step up when one dies.
Well, I'm talking about.
Yeah, you'll have a step up again when one
community
dies.
property.
Yeah, well, on either joint or community, the basis remains the same when they add the new spouse on,
Right.
there's no change in basis, but there would be a step up when that one spouse dies.
So it could happen
It
twice.
could happen, yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah.
I'm not planning.
And remember, there's two forms of community property. Community property with right of survivorship. The reason they created community property with right of survivorship is because with community property, each spouse has to give away their half in a will. Or if they don't have a will, they're gonna have to file a probate action, because they've died intestate, now need an administrator of the estate appointed. Well, if you haven't done a trust or a will, then you do community property with right of survivorship. Upon the death of one spouse by right of survivorship, the surviving spouse owns the property, no probate's necessary. So it avoids the need for a trust or a will if you're gonna hold title to community property. So at the end of the day, if people have not done a will, have not done an estate plan, no will, no trust, and they're happily married, then the preferred form of title is community property with right of survivorship. That gives them the best of both worlds.
Is this on all your properties, or just your single?
No, everything.
So my rental properties?
Everything, yeah.
If I died, Jackie would get stepped up
Everything,
basis
yes,
on all of
yes,
it?
everything.
I'm not gonna tell her.
Now, I'm careful sometimes when I'm looking at the husband and wife across my desk, and I ask myself, are they happily married? Should I be telling them to do this? It's like, maybe one of them's got, maybe they're secretly planning to give their half to somebody else, I don't know. Because if husband and wife they each do a will, they can give their half of the community property to whoever they want. They don't have to give it to the other spouse if they don't want to. All right, moving on, 13. Now remember that there's two forms of homeowners policies. There's what I'll call a standard policy, and then there's what's called a homeowners policy. The homeowners policy is a deluxe policy. It costs 10% more than the standard policy and contains additional coverages. There are about 8 or 9 items that are covered, and the title company can give you a chart that shows what's covered with that deluxe policy. Our contract defaults to the deluxe homeowners policy. And I think the title industry had a part to do with this contract, and that's why they put it in there as a default. The biggest benefit to having the homeowners policy, the extra coverage, is that it covers a transfer to a trust. In other words, if husband and wife buy the house and haven't set up a trust, under the standard policy, if they transfer the property to themselves as trustee of their trust, that title policy is no longer in effect because it's not the same owner anymore. But under the homeowner's policy, it covers transfers by spouses to a trust. So the title insurance continues. So that's one big reason why you want that in effect.
So they don't do a new title search?
No. There's no title search done if you're just doing a transfer without going through the title company. So you don't go through a title company to transfer property to your trust. Your attorney does it.
Yeah.
So you just do a deed. You deed the property from yourself to you as trustees of your trust. You don't use a title company. There's no title search.
That's
But if it's
why.
not-
And it's exempt from property tax reassessment. Okay, because it's not a change of ownership. You still have the same beneficial owners of the property. It's just they go from individuals to trustees. Okay, but that policy covers that homeowners policy, title policy allows the title insurance to remain in effect after that transfer.
Steve, the reason for that is title companies don't want to insure title if title has transferred without title insurance. That's why they do that. That's why that's there. Makes
Yeah.
sense.
Well,
Because
they,
that's transferring title without getting title insurance, but they put it into a
Right.
trust. So they don't like insuring the title later on if that has happened. So that's why this is in there.
no, I look at it the other way around. They're giving added coverage to the
I know.
insured in the event that they do set up a trust, they're not gonna lose their coverage. The coverage continues by doing that, because the attorneys handle that deed.
Most people say, well, they never have to worry about it because things never go wrong, but they do go wrong down the road.
They do, yeah, we had one where an attorney's office had prepared a deed in a divorce situation between a husband and wife, and there was a quitclaim deed by the husband to the wife. The legal description was on a property that was 1 block over from the actual house. So it was an infective deed. It didn't have the right legal description. Fortunately, the husband was still alive. He was older. We found him in Arizona. He was still alive. We got a hold of him and said, hey, Mr. Smith, we need your help. The deed you signed, the quitclaim you gave your wife years ago was defective. It had the wrong legal description. We're trying to sell the house and we need to clear the title. We need you to sign a new deed. He goes, no problem. So we gave the escrow officer his new address and phone number and got a new deed from him. It would have been a mess had he died. It would have been a real mess to try to clear up. But yeah, it was just simply somehow or another. I'll blame the legal secretary. Grabbed the wrong legal description. They must have done something for that property on the other street, and she probably used the same template and forgot to change the legal description. It was that simple. I've had one where one of these non-lawyer trust companies, Cheapo Trust, he was advertised. This guy was Webb. I think it was Les Webb. I remember his name. He advertised years in Fremont. Did a ton of trusts. It wasn't an attorney, but did all these trusts. He deeded my client's mom. Mom got a trust. When they created the deed, they only put half the property in the trust.
Oh, jeez.
She still owned the other half outright. So she died, and then I go to the doctor, I got bad news. The trust, they only put half it in the trust. You gotta go back to probate court again to clear up the other half. So we had to delay the sale to clear the title, because it was all messed up.
Things happen.
Okay, moving on, page 10, paragraph 14. This is probably the most confusing page or paragraph 14 for agents and the clients. But it's really not that complicated once you kind of sort through it and understand what it's talking about. Basically, we talked about, that 3-in-1 time period up here, this 1 to 7 days, that's 14A1, this time frame. That lists all the documents the seller's supposed to give to the buyer within 7 days. 14B1 talks about buyer's review, repair request, contingency removal, or cancellation. To get it in a nutshell, within the time period for buyer's review of documents, which could be 17 days or some other time frame, the buyer has to review all the documents that the seller's provided, sign all those documents saying that they've received them, and return those signed receipts to the seller. During that period, the buyer can request repairs on a request for repairs form, or take other action. What do they mean by take other action? What could you do during a contingency period other than ask the seller to make repairs?
Cancel.
No, well, this is a positive thing.
Credit back.
You could ask for the seller to reduce the price. You could ask for the seller to give you a credit. Those are other actions that you could do other than a request for repair. So those all fall within this same 17-day period for the investigation for that contingency. Seller has, but when a buyer makes a request for repair, seller has no obligation to agree to or respond to buyer's requests. If seller does not agree or does not respond, buyer is not contractually entitled to have the repairs or other requests made and may only cancel based on contingencies in this agreement. So you always have to explain to your seller that a buyer can, just so you know, that the buyer can, even if the contract's as is, the buyer can request repairs after having done inspections, but you're not obligated to do it. You don't even have to respond. It's as if you can act as if the request doesn't exist. That contingency is still in effect. The buyer still has to remove it or cancel by that time period. Now, usually you do discuss it back and forth, and then there's a form for seller respond called the RRRR form, where that's a reply to buyer's repair request. Now,
But we want to kind of stay away from that, right?
yeah. You don't want to create problems with the lender dealing with repairs. And about the only area where you're really going to go down that situation is in the VA loan, dealing with the VA loan, because you have to do a Section 1 certification and a roof certification. Now,
It's better to ask for credit or reduction of price?
depends on the buyer's situation. Really depends on the buyer's cash situation. Because the net to the seller is the same, one way or another. I mean, generally speaking, if the buyer has sufficient cash, the price reduction is more advantageous because it's going to reduce the property taxes.
But if they don't have any money to pay for it. That's the problem.
So that's why, see, a credit, let's assume the buyer's putting 20% down. A credit allows the buyer to borrow 80%. Let's assume that credit is for a repair after close. The credit's allowing that buyer to borrow 80% of the cost to do the repair. So they're financing the repair by getting the credit, because the credit is paying for closing costs that they otherwise would have come out of pocket with cash. So they don't have to come out of pocket with 80% of that amount of the closing. They get to keep that cash and then pay for the repair after close. So you have, like I said initially, it depends on your buyer. If your buyer doesn't have a lot of cash, the credit is the better way to go because they're actually financing the repair. Now, the taxes are going to be a little higher by the difference between the credit amount, 1.25% of the credit amount. It's probably not going to be a huge amount of money. But if a buyer has enough cash to pay for repairs, the price reduction is better because it's going to lower the property taxes, and the out-of-pocket result's going to be the same.
So for contingency removals, let's say if you had to extend it like 2 days due to the loan, the lender said, I need just 2 extra days to get this loan condition in. You extend it for 2 days, the last day comes, they're like, oh, I need 1 more day. So do you redo another extension for another day?
You should.
Okay.
See, you need to, as a buyer's agent, you should be always thinking about protecting your buyer's right to buy the property. And all contingency rules need to be in writing. Because the minute you don't extend the contingency in writing, what the law says is until the seller issues a notice to perform, the buyer has a continuing right to remove the contingency. The contract says too, you have a continuing right to remove the contingency or cancel the contract. The world doesn't come to an end when that contingency period expires. The buyer's not in breach of contract if they don't do anything on day 17. Okay, this is a contingency period, okay? So when day 17 comes and goes, nothing happens. The deposit's not at risk, the buyer's not in breach of contract. The buyer has a continuing right to remove the contingency or cancel the agreement until such time that the seller issues a notice to buyer to perform and says, buyer, you've got 2 days to remove the contingency or cancel the contract. So then in those next 2 days, the buyer does one or the other. If the buyer does neither, then the seller at midnight on beginning of day 3, the seller can cancel the contract.
Can they keep the deposit?
No, the buyer's not in breach of contract. The buyer still gets their deposit back,
Right.
okay?
What if they don't own, what if the seller doesn't give a notice to perform? And
They
go
have
again?
to give a notice of
Or
reform.
they don't?
Then you just continue on.
Okay.
The buyer has a continuing right to remove or cancel.
So as long
Nothing-
as they don't remove the contingencies and they don't give a notice to perform, it's still act like.
Yeah,
it's a
you're still
contingent.
moving, yeah.
Okay.
Not-
Cause
not
sometimes
changing.
agents say, oh, you don't do it, it's fine, wait till tomorrow, you can remove it tomorrow, you don't have to send all that stuff.
Yeah, no, you don't have to.
So if I get a verbal from the listing agent, say,
No, it's not enforceable. What you have to be worried about is you've successfully got your buyer in the contract on a property. Now, this made more sense back when it was a hot market, it was harder to find property. But you found the ideal property for your buyer. What'd I tell you? They mentally moved into that house. They're already living in it. You don't know when another buyer might come along with a backup offer. And now you're faced with a notice to perform, and you're not ready to remove the contingency. Maybe you're waiting for another report. Typical scenario is you get a property inspection that's got a foundation problem, and you need a foundation inspector, and they're a week to 10 to 14 days out. And you need to buy time to allow that. You gotta preserve that time for your buyer and get an extension to allow you to do that inspection. Otherwise, you're at seller's mercy, because the seller could show up with a notice of reform at any day and then put the fire to you to have to make the decision before you have all the information you want. So, yes, you can sit back as long as the seller does nothing, you can sit back and do nothing, and you're fine, but the seller
Right up to
could.
the close of escrow.
Yeah, exactly, all the way to close, but the seller could show up with a notice to perform and then cause you to take action. Your buyer may or not be prepared to take action, i.e. remove the contingency, because they may not have all the information they need if it has to do with the condition of the property. It may be a financing issue. So to truly protect your buyer, you do an extension of time addendum as to that contingency. To protect them, so that they're not gonna lose out on the house, no matter what happens. Now, the other thing that dovetails with this is the close of escrow date. Because invariably what happens with you guys is, there's a delay in closing, typically by the lender, and the close date comes and goes, and then you're sitting there trying to figure out when you're gonna close. Loan docs will be there in 2 days, they'll be in 3 days. And you're just going along and you're talking back and forth, and you're talking to the lender, and everybody's thinking, yeah, we're gonna close here, we're gonna close there, but the close date's passed already. Well, how does that work? How do you deal with that?
Get an extension to close.
Well, you do, but you should. But in the meantime, if you haven't done an extension of the close date, the law says escrow is to close within a reasonable time. So you have a reasonable time standard that applies when the close date comes and goes. But think about it from so many of you come to me and they go, I need to, quote, protect my buyer. I hear that phrase all the time. You wanna protect your buyer? Just what he said. If you know, as soon as you know, we're not closing on the date we're supposed to. And you're gonna know that 4 or 5 days before close. You're gonna know you're not gonna close. You should be negotiating a new close date, pushing it out. Why? So that you don't get faced with an impatient seller issuing a demand to close escrow.
So is that extension of close, no, that's not form for it.
Extension of time addendum, it has
It's the same
pre-written
one, the same
for a
one.
close date. It's got close date that you send it to, it's got a blank, and you put the date in.
So the same one for extension. the
Yeah,
contingency,
it's all
extension.
pre-written for all the normal things that we would ask for, it's all right there. That's why it's pre-written for all the typical extensions that we negotiate.
And over half the time.
Form
They
ETA.
don't close on that close date stated in the contract.
No.
Yeah.
They just don't.
No, they don't. But again, we go back to, most of you just let the date float. What happens is, what drives me crazy is your client's in a perilous situation, and you're not coming up and saying anything until the day before close or the day it's supposed to close. And I'm going, why did you wait so long to do anything or say anything? You just didn't find out, well, here's the typical example. It's the day before it's quote, supposed to close, and there's no loan documents entitled. And agent will go, well, it's supposed to close tomorrow. I go, it's not closing tomorrow. You don't even have loan documents. It's like you're talking like, oh, it still might happen. That's not going to happen. You don't even have the loan. You don't even know when the loan documents are going to arrive. My point is, you've got to be proactive with these extensions. Don't just let time pass, because you don't know what the other side may or may not do. You want to get everybody on the same page. As soon as you know you're not going to have loan docs, you go, all right, tell me, how long do you expect it to take for loan docs? Are we talking about 3 days, 5 days, 7 days? What is it? And then what's our turnaround for loan docs to be signed? Return the docs, fund the loan, get the recording. Let's figure it all out. Okay, we need 7 days, we need 10 days, whatever. You estimate what that's going to be, and then you create a new close date, and you get both sides on the same page with a date. That way, both sides can relax and go, all right, we have a new date. Instead of this, fire drill thing every day going, not knowing what day it's going to be. And their clients are going, what's going on? People are crazy. Why is this so disorganized? You got to get some finality and structure to it.
Can we use on or before a certain date?
No, because you can't enforce the date. One side could say, yeah, I want that, and the other one can say no. So you don't have a specific
For an
date.
extension, you can't say escrow is
No,
on or
because you
before.
can't enforce the before
It has to
date.
be specific.
Yeah, you can't enforce the before date. You get where I'm coming from here. You can make life, what happens is the agents are do all this talking back and forth day in and day out. The clients are sitting back, they don't know what the hell's going on. Okay? And so it's better to figure out, all right, how long is this going to reasonably take? Let's do an extension for that time so both sides know this is where we're going for that date.
Can you close early?
If both sides agree.
How do they agree? They sign.
Well, they've got, you go, all right, we've got the loan documents. The loan documents are in. If you guys both get in and sign today, we can close in 2 days or 3 days.
Okay.
Now, I'll share this with you, and this takes a lot of orchestration, but I've had it happen. I've had loan docs come in the morning. I've had the buyer sign at 7:30 a.m. and the loan fund at 8:30 a.m. and closing at 10 a.m.
Yeah, that took a lot.
All in one day, but we had everybody on the same
And the seller had already
page.
signed off.
Yeah, we had it all orchestrated, but that doesn't happen very often. It's hard to get everybody on the
The
same.
reason I bring this
Hard to get
up,
everybody on the same
we
page.
cannot predict, normally we can't predict the real close date.
It can be a challenge,
Well,
because
it's a
there's too
real
many
challenge.
variables. Yeah, there's too many variables.
Yeah, it's almost impossible. So
All right,
that's
moving
why-
on. So we go back to, where were we? We were prayer requests and so forth, and there was a question. There's a provision in 14B3 that says at the end, and we touched on this before, if delivery of any report occurs after a contractual contingency pertaining to that report has already been waived or removed, the delivery of the report does not revive the contingency, but there may be a right to terminate for a subsequent or amended disclosure. So remember, I was talking about the HOA docs. You remove the HOA contingency, you get the HOA docs later. That doesn't revive the contingency. There is no contingency as to that. And that's a big one, because we see that a lot. 14B4, I just explained, continuation of contingency. Okay? Once the time frame comes, the buyer has a continuing right to remove or cancel until the seller issues a notice of perform. So a notice to perform. Seller's right to cancel can be based on a buyer's failure to remove a contingency or perform a contractual obligation. What's a contractual obligation? Contractual obligation would be putting a deposit in escrow, providing a pre-approval letter, something like that. Some of the contractual actions other than contingencies. You can issue notice of performance as any of those items. Returning signed disclosures. Providing evidence of authority to sign representative capacity. So you've got contingencies, contractual obligations. Seller can issue notice to perform. Buyer has 2 days to satisfy it. If the buyer doesn't remove or cancel during those 2 days, then the seller can cancel. But the buyer's not in breach of contract. The buyer gets their deposit back. The buyer's deposit is not at risk until all the contingencies have been removed or the buyer is acting in bad faith. Until all the contingencies are removed, doesn't matter whether the buyer cancels or the seller cancels, the buyer gets their deposit back. Understood? Because that's a common question of a buyer. Buyer thinking that, like if they let day 17 go by, that somehow they're in breach of contract. No, they're not. No. Their deposit's not at risk. Buyer right to cancel is where the seller fails to perform on one of their contingencies. There's a contingency for a seller, for a contract to be contingent on the seller finding a replacement property. Well, the seller says, yeah, give me 17 days to find a replacement property. Well, if they don't do that and they do nothing, the buyer can issue notice of perform, remove that contingency, or I'm canceling the contract. Now, I'm not a big fan of that replacement property contingency because the seller's in complete control of the situation. Seller can enter a contract and say, yeah, I agree to sell you my house, but it's contingent on me finding a replacement house. Well, seller's in complete control of whether they stay in contract or not. Seller could dilly-dally around and go, oh, sorry, after 7 days, I'm sorry, I couldn't find a house. Sorry, I'm canceling the contract. Well, that's not very good for the buyer, especially if you went and paid for an appraisal and had some inspections done. You're out of pocket a bunch of money with no guarantee you could buy the house. So we don't see a lot of that, but that is available. Now remember, when you're figuring out notice to perform, remember we talked about Saturdays, Sundays, and holidays. So if a notice to perform says 2 days, well, if you issue a notice to perform on Friday, when is the buyer supposed to remove the contingency or cancel? By when?
Tuesday.
By Monday. By Tuesday.
Tuesday.
No, by Monday.
You said 2 days. Friday is
Go
one
Saturday,
business
2
day.
days is Sunday. It's not Sunday, it becomes Monday. You don't skip the days, you count the days and go to the next day. So if you issue a 2-day on Friday, 2 days is Sunday.
2 days.
2 days.
Oh, excuse
The
me.
notice of performance
I thought
says
you
2
said
days.
3.
The notice of performance, the demand, the closure escrow is 3. But the notice of performance is 2 days. You issue on Friday, they have till Monday, 11:59 p.m. Monday. Demand close escrow is 3 days. What happens if you issue a demand close escrow on Friday? When do they have to close escrow if it says 3 days?
Tuesday.
You have to close escrow on Monday. Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
Because that's
Now,
days.
That's 3 days. Now, is that a reasonable time? If it's Friday and you don't have loan docs yet,
That's not reasonable.
is it reasonable to send a 3-day demand close escrow on Friday and close on Monday? What's that?
We want you to stand closer to the
Okay.
microphone.
I like standing over there. Hi there, I'm back. Okay. Is issuing it on Friday reasonable? No, it's not reasonable, because if you don't have loan docs on Friday, it's not likely you're gonna pull off what I mentioned earlier. You're not gonna be able to get loan docs and get them signed, get the loan funded, and get the deal closed on Monday. It's not gonna happen. That's where you've got to sit down before you issue demand and close escrow. You've got to look at the facts and circumstances, determine what is a reasonable time, and then issue a demand and close escrow accordingly. A lot of times I'll counsel agents based on what they're explaining to me, and I'll say, based on what you've shared with me, I recommend that you issue a demand and close escrow in 7 days. Okay, give them 7 days to close. That's plenty of time for everything to happen that needs to happen. Now, it may happen or may not. You may need another extension, but at least you got everybody on the same page pursuing another day. Now, when can you issue the notice to perform? You can't issue a notice to perform any sooner than 2 days prior to the event, the day the event is to be performed. You can't go into contract and say, oh, I'm going to give you this notice to perform for removal of contingency 17 days from now. You can't do that. You can't do it any sooner than the time prior to when it was due. So if it's a 17-day contingency, you can issue notice to perform on day 15. it's a demand to close escrow, you can't do it any sooner than 3 days prior. But you can give them more time. If escrow is supposed to close, you know, in 3 days, you can say, well, I'm gonna give you a demand, but I'm gonna give you 7 days. Okay, that's fine, because I'm giving you more than what the contract already says. So always remember, there's limits on when you can issue those. I'm not a big fan of them. I'm in 32 plus years, I've issued a notice to perform once. And I only did that because my seller insisted on it. It was only just because he was mad at the other side. We weren't gonna cancel anyway, and I only did it because he insisted on it. It
Oh,
was
he
just
wasn't gonna cancel?
No, he wasn't gonna cancel, but he was just mad. The other agent was just
I've
was
always thought if you
was a
get the
handful.
notice to perform, you've gotta be willing to.
Well, you could be willing, but you don't have to. You don't have to do it. Okay, let's go to the
But
next
the buyer,
page.
if you give a notice to perform, can't the buyer then say, fine, I cancel?
The buyer can cancel, yeah. When you give a notice to perform, if it's a 2-day notice, the buyer has 2 days to either remove the contingency or cancel the
That's what I
contract.
said. You
You
gotta
can do
be
one or
careful
the other.
giving that
Yeah,
notice.
they could cancel on you. Yeah,
Be
sure, they
very
could,
careful. You
yeah.
could lose the deal.
I've only done it once, yeah. And I didn't even want to in that case. My philosophy is work with the other side.
Work it out.
Especially in this market now, you don't want to start over with another buyer. You want to work with a person that wanted to buy this property and wrote the offer. You do everything you can to make it work with your existing buyer. It's a bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush, the old saying. In this market, you don't want to start over.
No.
Every old saying in the world applies to real estate. Okay? Everyone does. Everyone applies in real estate. You name a saying and it applies to our business. Now, the effect of cancellation on deposits is that if a buyer or seller gives written notice of cancellation, exercising the terms, the parties agree to sign and deliver mutual instructions to cancel the sale, escrow, and release deposits, if any, to the party entitled to the funds, less any fees or costs paid by escrow holder on behalf of that party. Now, the problem you have is, although they've contractually agreed to sign the cancellation and or release, one of the parties doesn't always sign the release. Cancellation and release is a 2-part process. The top half of the form is the cancellation, and that's typically cancellation is by one party, not both. There can be a mutual cancellation, mutual agreement, but that's rare. More often than not, one party is electing to cancel, and they're relying on a contingency or some provision in the contract that permits them to do so. The second part of the release states that the release is canceling the escrow. It's releasing the deposit to the party that's entitled to the deposit, and it's releasing each other from all contractual obligations, which means until you have a release signed by both parties, the seller is not free to resell the property again, because you've got to make sure you are released of all contractual obligations to the buyer. So in that case, when what happens is it's a dispute over the deposit. The buyer wants a deposit, seller thinks they're entitled to it, or the seller wants a deposit and the buyer thinks they're entitled to it. That's usually what happens, and so one side won't sign the release because they don't want the other side to get the deposit. Well, in that case, your seller has to be careful if you're going to put the property back on the market. You've got to make sure that any subsequent contract you enter into states that this agreement is subject to seller's receipt of a fully executed release of the existing agreement. That's to protect the seller from having sold the property twice, because there can be a scenario where the buyer may attempt to withdraw their cancellation and go forward with to buy the property. And now you've got a buyer number one saying, I still have a right to buy the property, and then you got buyer number two going, well, wait a minute, you just entered into a contract with me. You gotta have that clause in that second contract to protect the seller from having two buyers on the hook, okay? And we've had that situation arise, and you can't sell a house twice. There's only one house to go around, okay? So you gotta be real careful there.
What line is the release, you're discussing? I understood everything about the release, but
Well,
where is it?
well,
It's not here.
No, you write it in the terms of your new contract. In other words, if you're a seller and you get an offer from a new buyer,
Yeah, got it.
in a counteroffer, you would say, this agreement is subject to seller's receipt of a fully executed release of the existing agreement dated such and such, okay? So that the seller's protected and is not obligated to go forward with the purchase to number two without having got a release from. Now what happens, invariably what happens is they will reach a point where the seller's going to have to decide whether they want to continue to fight for the deposit or just give up and go forward with the closing with the new buyer. That's the reality of it. Is at some point you may say, I don't care about the deposit anymore, keep it, buyer, I want to close this deal. Okay. Now, the other thing you got to be aware of what's going to happen is that new contract is going to raise a red flag with the title insurance company because they see the threat of a lawsuit. You just tell the title company, we meaning the seller, if necessary, the seller will remove this contingency from the contract to go forward. They'll agree to give up and do that, okay? And usually the title company doesn't have a problem with that, as long as they know that there's not gonna be a pending lawsuit when it closes, because that's what they're worried about, that's the other thing they're worried about.
Steve, if there's no dispute over the deposit, is there some reason you wouldn't want a mutual agreement to cancel?
You don't need a mutual agreement over cancel, you just need a mutual agreement of the release. See, you only need a mutual agreement of the release. The release of the deposit is in the release section. Only one party needs to cancel the agreement. You don't need both to cancel the agreement. Only one needs to cancel. But both need to authorize, both need to cancel escrow, both need to agree to a release of deposit to the designated party, and they both need to sign a release of all contractual obligations between
So
them.
what I'm asking is, isn't it cleaner if you get both of them to agree to a mutual release and the deposit to the buyer and cancel?
Well, it's the same, it generally doesn't happen that way.
Oh, I talk them into it quite often.
Yeah, no, but I mean, usually the problem is, it's all the same form.
It's the
You're
same
just
form.
signing in different
Yeah.
places, but it's all on one form. See, but it only takes one to cancel the agreement. Canceling the agreement doesn't do anything to deposit yet.
I'm talking about mutual release, just
Well, it is a mutual release, but it's at the bottom of the
by
form.
mutual agreement,
Yeah, well, they agreed right here,
you know.
but did that do any good? No.
It's on the contract.
It's right here. What I just read to you is
on
a
the
mutual
contract.
agreement. It's saying we'll sign that paperwork, but when it comes time to sign it, they don't want to sign it.
Yeah.
Because they don't agree as to who gets the deposit. That's usually what comes up. And typically what happens is, and I can tell you, what happens over and over, is it was a non-contingent contract, and something went haywire, and the buyer's upset because they're canceling the deal, and they think they should get their deposit back, because they wrote a non-contingent offer. And we're saying, no, you don't get it back. They'll try to say, oh, the agent told me this, or agent told me that. That's usually the problem in most cases. It's the buyer wanting the deposit back when the value of the property dropped, because the interest rates went up and the value dropped, and now they want out, they wrote a non-contingent offer, and they have no legal excuse, and they don't, and they issue the cancellation, and they check the box to get the deposit back, and the seller gets it and goes, I'm not signing this release, they made a non-contingent offer, I'm entitled to the deposit. That's the classic case. That's the classic case. You can't imagine how many calls of cancellation over non-contingent offers I started receiving in April April, May, and June. Constant.
We just came out of a rising market.
Yeah, well, I said,
Which
once we
was
came
different.
out of it, yeah, the request for cancellations was rampant.
Right,
Yeah, it's still going on.
well, I know
You
that.
got buyers wanting to pull out, because they're worried, because they see the values of the properties dropping, and they want to get out, but they've made non-contingent offers. Deposits at risk. Proration of property taxes. Just remember this. We prorate, in escrow, we prorate property taxes based on seller's taxes. Whatever the seller's taxes are, that's what we prorate. We prorate based on a 30-day month. Prorations are as of close of escrow. So the,
Trouble getting that form out of
so you've got your, sorry, carried away with that. One. Let's see. The way prorations work is you've got the tax year has 2 installments. The tax year runs from July 1st to June 30. How many people don't own a property? Everyone own, or you don't own a property, okay, so you're not. So taxes, the tax year runs July 1 to June 30. It's paid in 2 installments. First installment's due November 1st and is late after December 10th. Second installment's due February 1st, late after April 10th. In escrow, we prorate the taxes and we collect taxes from the seller if the seller hasn't paid the installment yet. If the seller's paid the installment, then we collect from the buyer's portion of the time that they own the property and to pay it back to the seller. If taxes are due and the seller hasn't paid taxes, we collect from both sides. And basically, the escrow, if taxes are due within 30 days of the close, then they'll collect. So basically, once we get October 1st is right around the corner. So going forward, any closing from October 1st on, if the seller hasn't paid the taxes yet, the escrow officer is going to charge the seller and the buyer for their share of the taxes. So let's say the taxes for that one installment are $1,000. Say the total bill's $2,000, okay? And the first half is $1,000, and let's say the escrow is going to close on October 31st. Now taxes are due, which means we're going to collect from the seller and from the buyer for that installment. So the seller's going to owe from 7/1 to 10/30, the day before close, and that's for the seller. And then the buyer's going to owe from 10/31 to 12/31. Okay? So basically, this is 7, 8, 9, 10. This is 4 months. That's $600, and this is $400. Okay, so that's how you prorate, so that each party pays taxes for the portion of time that they own the house. This second installment is paid by the buyer next year between February and April. Now, in this scenario here, let's say the seller had already paid this installment. They got the bill and paid it early. Well, in that case, the buyer would be charged $1,000 and would credit the buyer would credit the seller $600. $400. The buyer would be charged $1,000 and would credit the seller $400 because the seller paid $1,000, but he only owed $600. Does that make sense? So remember, all of this is based on seller's taxes. Now, after escrow closes, within 6 to 8 months later, the county will issue what's called a supplemental tax bill, and that's gonna be for the difference. So let's say, okay, we say taxes are 1.25%. That's just a rough number that most are. It can be a little lower, it can effectively be a little lower, sometimes as high as 1.75% in some neighborhoods. In any event, let's just say for sake of discussion, the buyer's new taxes are gonna be $12,000, okay? If the seller's assessed value, if the seller's taxes based on assessed value is $2,000, then there's a difference of $10,000. Well, what they do is, there's a factor for each month as to how much the supplemental bill is. So the supplemental bill is gonna, whatever the factor is for an October close, basically it's basically gonna be roughly, it's roughly 66%, because it's there's 8 months left in the 12 months. So the buyer's gonna get a supplemental bill for approximately $6,600, which is for October 31st to June 30, for the difference between the two taxes. And then they're gonna, that $6,600, they'll pay in 2 installments, $3,300. Okay, but that's gonna come in the future. And then you need to explain to your buyers, if you can roughly calculate what the supplemental bill is gonna be, you're gonna tell them, hey, 6 to 8 months from now, you're gonna get a supplemental bill, and you're gonna owe that in 2 installments. Okay, I suggest you start saving that money now so that you have the money when it comes due. And I'm gonna bet you lunch that you're gonna forget this conversation. I always know when those supplemental bills hit the mailboxes, because my phone starts ringing. And they call me up and say, hey, we just got a property tax bill. I say, you owe me lunch, because you forgot the conversation. Because they think that payment that they made covers all the taxes. I said, no, that only covered the seller's portion. You owe another $6,600. Because this was based on seller's assessed value. Your taxes were based on $12,000, because you bought the house for a more expensive price.
When did they get that after close?
6 to 8 months in the future, yeah.
Oh.
It takes them a long time to process those.
Depends what
They're like
the
6 to 8,
right?
6 to 8 months out. Well, the county's always behind.
Yeah.
It's like, it's way out. And I can usually tell, the reason they're calling, because they haven't saved a penny, and they don't have the money, and they're thinking, where am I gonna come up with another $3,300 in the next 3 months, or whatever it's due?
So if you're closing around this time frame, you'll get your 2 tax bills and then a supplemental after that next year?
Yeah, you could end up getting, you'll likely get a supplement, and then you should get a new tax bill next year.
Oh, so you won't get one like this?
We're in the middle of this tax year.
Yeah.
See, the tax bill will be going out pretty soon.
Yeah, so they won't.
So they won't get a new bill until next year.
Like that
In the
last
meantime, they're gonna get a supplement for this year.
Will they get one in February?
Well, no, it's all part of a closing now, the
buyer's taxes
the seller should give their actual tax bill to the buyer, or the buyer has to go online to see the coupon for the second installment.
So I'm scheduled to close in October for a buyer, so.
Yeah, so what's gonna happen is both sides are gonna be charged their portion of the first installment.
Okay.
They're each gonna pay their share. The buyer's gonna be charged from the close of escrow date to December 31st, based on a 30-day month. And then the buyer's gonna owe the
Second
installment for the seller between April and between February and April next year.
And the supplement.
They can go on, and then they're gonna get a supplement, who knows when,
Okay.
that they're gonna owe probably in 2 installments.
Okay.
Now, what you can do as a gift to your buyer, not really a gift, but you can go online and pull down the tax bill and email them the tax bill and say, hey, now here's a better thing. Here's a better thing, folks. Property taxes are due February 1st and late April 10th. Here's what you do is for every buyer closing that you've had from July to the end of the year, go copy the tax bill for that, and right after the first of the year, right after the holidays, write them a letter. Don't send them an email. Write them a letter and say, hey, just touching base. Hope you had a great holiday season. I just wanted to remind, what's that?
I want to ruin it.
Yeah. I just want to remind you that, you've got your second installment of your property tax bill is coming up and is due between February 1st and April 10th. I just wanted to make sure that you were aware of that and you didn't forget and don't incur a penalty for failure to pay the taxes. And send them a copy of that. That's what we call a touch.
And they
A
don't
copy of what,
usually
though?
get.
The tax bill.
Well, I know, but some people have a tax bill
They
that's
don't
way
get
lower
notice.
though, this is the previous
But
owner.
that's the bill they owe.
Oh, for that one, okay.
That's all they owe is that low bill. You can say in addition, as I explained to you earlier previously, you are also going to be receiving a supplemental tax bill from the county for the difference, which could be within the next 2 to 4 months. See, it's a touch. You're thinking about them. Because if you don't tell them, there's nobody else to tell them.
I think it's
They won't get a
lenders
notice
should
in the
have
mail.
that, not the lender, yeah, because if it's impound, then.
Well, if there's not everybody gets an impound account. See, impound account, with an impound account, I'm glad you asked that question. If there's an impound account, you've got to check the loan papers to see who covers the supplemental bill. With some lenders, the lenders pay, you can send the supplemental to the lender to pay it from the impound. Other lenders, no. Other lenders, the buyer has to pay it out of pocket.
If there's
So
impounds.
when there's an impound account, always check the loan docs to see with an impound, to see who pays the supplemental. They need to be aware of that.
The second installment in the impounds is almost always paid by the.
Well, no, I've seen them where they're not paid by the
Oh, my
lender.
gosh.
Yes, no, I've seen them where they don't pay it.
So you gotta notify
So
the lender.
so then what happens is, you've gotta pay the supplement yourself, and then wait till the end of the year when they reevaluate the impound account and give you money back, because you paid too much money in.
Then you only have one supplemental bill, right? That makes me feel like one.
It depends on what month. Sometimes you can have two. If you get towards the end of a year, you can get a supplemental for the tail end here, and they don't process a change of ownership before they issue the new bill, so you're still getting seller's bill and another supplemental. I've seen 2 supplemental bills on late closings towards the end of the year. It depends on how back behind the county is.
That's a good thing to send them a letter, because
'Cause they're-
nobody else is letting them
No,
know.
that's what I said earlier, we're loosey-goosey about tax bills. We don't, it says, the contract says, the buyer and seller are supposed to, cooperate together or whatever. It doesn't really have anything definite in it. Okay? So again, there's a touch. I can tell you this, this sounds kind of maybe anal, but the county will publish in the newspaper on an annual basis report of all unpaid tax bills. And it's a long list. And once in a while, back when I got a regular newspaper, I would go, oh, there's that list. And I would look through it to see if any of my clients were on there. And I would find clients on there. Because they weren't paying, they didn't know about that payment. And I call up and say, hey, I was just how's everything going? Oh, I just wanted to let you know that
You're famous, you're in the newspaper.
Yeah, you're famous. Yeah, you're in the newspaper. But no, but again, you want to, you're thinking of them. Yeah, I know it's not necessarily good news, but you're trying to save them money. You're trying to save them from getting hit with a 10% penalty for paying taxes late. See, the other thing we'll get on touches, what you do is, and again, everything's emailed now, so it's not as big a deal, but people can lose emails, people can lose files, is for every closing that you make a copy of the settlement statement. And then you have a cover letter that says, hope you're doing well, tax season is upon us, your CPA is gonna be, in case you misplaced your settlement statement or you can't find a copy of it, I'm giving you a copy of your settlement statement, your CPA is gonna ask for this, and what we would do is, on every closing, we would draft that letter, copy it, put it in an envelope, address it, stamp it, and then just stick it in a file. And then on January 1st, we just mail all those off to all our clients. That's another touch.
Title, right? Title.
Well, yeah, we get it at closing.
We used to get those from,
Well, I wasn't there at the note.
Huh?
maybe it was Contempo we got.
Well, in Contempo, we used to send out surveys. We had a survey, and for every closing, we sent out a survey. And then we used to do the letter and save them all.
Right.
And then on January 1st, we'd mail them all out.
Right.
But that's another way you can touch your client.
Did we
You
ever
send
do
them
that
this-
here?
But that's a touch you can do. Every time you close a deal, I have a cover letter for it. Brian Buffini's the one that teaches that, business by referral. It's all about sending appreciation items. One is the settlement statement and tax time. I hated when they went to forever stamps, because the big one we did before was whenever the stamps went up, whatever the incremental difference was, we'd send like 2 cent, 4 cent, 5 cent stamps to everybody. Like I'd send them maybe 20, 30 stamps and say, hey, well, just want to make you aware that, postal rate went up, and stamps have gone now from X to Y. So then you give them 20 or 30 of the 2, 4, whatever the difference was, you give them stamps, because they would have all these stamps at the old rate. So now, people love that. I get calls like crazy, oh, thanks a lot for those stamps. Well, now with the forever stamps, you can't do it anymore. That was a great one. That one was cool. Usually I'd say, like, if they're 2 cents, I might give them 50 of them, and then just mail them out. And people, I'd get so many calls when they open up that letter. Man, this is cool. You thought of that.
10 cents for the stamps.
Yeah, and then, yeah. Well, now you're looking at 60 cents just to mail the letter, assuming it's an ounce.
So when we close, what are we supposed to get from title?
The settlement statement,
And they email that to you? Or?
Yeah, it's in a broker package when you close. You get a settlement statement that shows the price and all the closing costs, because that's what the accountant needs, particularly when you sell a house. Not so much for the buyer. For the buyer, the buyer needs to keep it for the records when they do later sell.
If you're a buyer's agent and you represent the buyer, do you get anything?
You get the same thing. Both sides get the same document.
And they email
They get their own
5
settlement statement.
pages left in 1 hour.
I know. I'm trying to help you guys get more business.
Well, I know this.
We're fine. We're fine. No, we're getting through it pretty quick. You've heard us mention. Let's talk about how you get paid. 18, brokers and agents compensation. Seller or buyer or both is applicable. Agree to pay compensation to broker as specified in a separate written agreement between broker and that seller or buyer. Well, they're referencing for sellers. They're referencing the listing agreement. That's what gets the listing, the seller's agent paid, and the buyer's commission is, if it's not coming from a buyer representation agreement, is coming through the MLS from the seller's agent through cooperation. 19 talks about joint escrow instructions to escrow holder. The following paragraphs in this agreement, all these paragraphs listed, constitute joint escrow instructions to the escrow holder. So once you enter into a contract, you submit this complete purchase agreement to the escrow, to the title company, who's the escrow holder, and then they have to honor all these paragraphs that are listed here. They're all part of their instructions, so they have to follow the terms of the agreement. Now, in the old days, when we quote opened an escrow, we weren't really opening an escrow. We were doing a pre-sale order for an escrow. There wasn't an actual escrow open. And Jerry had mentioned with a client where we would put deposit checks in escrow, but there was no escrow open because there needs written escrow instructions for there to be an open escrow. So during that period of time, a buyer could have walked into a title company at any time and asked for the deposit check back, and the title company would have had to give it to them because there was no escrow open. It was a pre-sale. It was an escrow order. All we had was an escrow order. We didn't have an escrow. Well, eventually that changed because the contract became not only, see, the big deal in the old days was the contract was a receipt for the deposit and a purchase agreement. And then the deposit went to the escrow holder, but it wasn't really an escrow. Well, now, the key of this is that it's escrow instructions. Once this is submitted, there is an open escrow, deposit goes to escrow, and deposit doesn't leave escrow unless both sides agree to its release. Let's go to 21, multiple listing service, because this talks about some of the issues with that we have because of the new technology. Agents are authorized, page 21 on, sorry for those out there, I didn't transfer the page. Page 21, so it says agents are authorized to report to the MLS that an offer has been accepted, and upon close, the sales price and other terms of this transaction will be provided to the MLS to be published and disseminated to persons and entities authorized to use the information in terms approved by the MLS. Buyer acknowledges that any pictures, videos, floor plans, collectively images, or other information about the property that has been or will be inputted into the MLS or internet portals or both at the instruction of seller or in compliance with MLS rules will not be removed after close of escrow. We used to get buyers wanting, we're not removing them, okay? And we have an MLS rule that says they cannot be removed, okay? We can't do our job, appraisers can't do their job if they can't see photos of the property, okay? Civil Code 18088C requires the MLS to maintain such images and information for at least 3 years. And as a result, they may be displayed or circulated on the internet, which cannot be controlled or removed by seller or agents. And seller, seller's agent, buyer's agent, MLS have no obligation or ability to remove such images or information from the internet. So that's what you cite to the buyer who asks you to have the photos removed after close. It ain't happening, okay?
That's relatively new.
Yeah, that's new. That was.
No, I mean, it's relatively new that they'd be asking to have the photos removed. I've seen it. I've seen it over the last couple of years or so with the advent of the internet and everything. Relatively new.
Yeah. Okay, 23 talks about the assignment. Buyer shall have the right to assign all of buyer's interest in this agreement to buyer's own trust or to any wholly owned entity of buyer that is in existence at the time of such assignment. So that's talking about transfer of a trust where that would happen while you're in contract. Let's say you enter into the contract, husband and wife, and then you decide before close, we want to take title as trustees of our trust so that you get it out of the way, and this is allowing you to do that. Now you got to make sure your lender's okay with that as well. Most lenders are okay now with people borrowing as trustees of their trust. For a long time they weren't. They used to require you to take it out of the trust, refi, do the loan, and put it back in. And that's why we used to have a lot of straggling titles out there because it was scary. I'd have someone come to me for an estate plan, and I'd pull it up, and they'd say, well, we already had in the trust, we want to amend the trust, and I go, you know that you never put title back into your trust? If you would have passed away, your house would have been in the trust, because everyone always thought the escrow officer was gonna take care of it, or the attorney was gonna take care of it. No one took care
That
of it.
still happens when they refi.
Yeah, if they have them pull it out, yeah.
Yeah.
But most lenders are getting better. I know Wells Fargo doesn't make you take it out. They just ask for a certification of trust, and you don't have to change title. You don't have to change it. Otherwise, buyer shall not assign all or any part of buyer's interest in this agreement without first having obtained the separate written consent of seller to a specified assignee. That's why I said yesterday, you don't put quote or assignee as an offeror, because you have to provide the seller with a specified assignee. So, and you don't, if you don't have that. Now, if you're a listing agent and there's already a specified assignee, then I'm telling my buyer, I want that specified assignee making the offer, not you, okay? And it says, prior to any assignment, buyer shall disclose to seller the name of the assignee and the amount of any monetary consideration between buyer and assignee. So they basically have to disclose how much money they're getting from the assignee. Buyer shall provide assignee with all documents related to this agreement, including but not limited to the agreement and any disclosures. If assignee is a wholly owned entity or trust of buyer, the assignee does not need to re-sign or initial all documents provided. Whether or not assignment requires seller's consent at the time of assignment, assignee shall, whether or not an assignment requires seller's consent at the time of assignment, assignee shall deliver a letter from assignee's lender that assignee is pre-qualified or pre-approved as specified in 6B. Should assignee fail to deliver such a letter, seller, after first giving assignee and notice to buyer form, shall have the right to terminate the agreement. Buyer shall, within the time specified in 3K, deliver any request to sign this agreement for seller's consent. If buyer fails to provide the required information within this time frame, seller's withholding consent shall be deemed reasonable. Any total or partial assignment shall not relieve buyer of buyer's obligations pursuant to this agreement unless otherwise agreed by seller. And then we have a form for that assignment, and that talks about acknowledging assignees when they have received or still need to receive all of the documents, and it talks about the fact that they need to sign all of the documents that have been generated up to that point in time. All the disclosures, everything needs to be signed by the assignee who's taking over. All right, we talked about days, counting days. Okay, we've got the big change in this contract is there used to be what was called an acknowledgement of receipt of acceptance. After there was an acceptance, there used to be a request for acknowledgement of receipt. It wasn't required for there to be a contract, but it was written evidence of receipt. They've done away with that. Now, all that needs to be done to create a contract is for acceptance to be delivered. And that acceptance can be simply delivery by email to an email address designated for that particular agent in page 15, or actually in page 16, where you designate the email addresses for delivery. That's all you need to be able to show is that the email was delivered, the acceptance was emailed to that designated email address, and that's it. There doesn't need to be any further acknowledgement or receipt after that.
Okay,
So
that's for
the listing agent email.
25A is stating.
we're at K. Delivery is here. Well, what does A say? Yeah, it's say 25A is saying that acceptance is fully executed, is delivered to the offering party. And then you go to delivery, which is K. Wait a minute here, I'm going back the wrong way. So delivered, the definition for delivered, delivery, or delivery, delivered or delivery is K.
So the page 16 is the email of the listing
Yeah,
agent.
that's where you designate the email or an alternate email or a text number. And that's all you have to do is email the acceptance to that email address and you have delivered it. That's what we're going to read now. Delivery of documents means it shall be effective upon personal receipt of the document by buyer, seller, or the authorized agent. Personal receipt means a copy of the document, or as applicable, a link to the document is in the possession of the party or authorized agent, regardless of the delivery method used, i.e. email, text, other, or an electronic copy of the document, or as applicable, link to the document has been sent to any of the designated electronic delivery addresses specified in the real estate broker section on page 16. That's what we're talking about.
Right.
After acceptance, agent may change the designated electronic delivery address for that agent by, in writing, delivering notice of the change in designated electronic delivery address to the other party. Links could be, for example, to Dropbox or Google Drive or other functionally equivalent program. If the recipient of a link is unable or unwilling to open the link or download the documents or otherwise prefers delivery of the documents directly, recipient of the link shall notify the sender in writing within 3 days after delivery of the link in CAR form RFR. In such case, delivery shall be effective upon delivery of the documents and not the link. Failure to notify sender within the time specified above shall be deemed consent to receive and buyer opening the document by link. I haven't heard of a lot of agents using links per se, although with
Disclosure IO updates.
yeah, well, depending on what format you use. I'm lazy. When I do electronic signing through zip forms, and when it's all done, I get the completed email. I just forward that email and say below is the link to all the signed documents. You just click it on, and there they all are. I don't do anything special. I just forward the email that I get that they're completed with their link in the body, and I just forward it to the agent. Hey, they're all there. Just click on it. Never had a problem with it.
As an offer, as the offer?
Yeah, like acceptance of a counter offer, okay?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, when I get the final one, that email that has the link in it, I just forward it to them. It's nothing secret, it's just all the documents that were sent to be signed.
That's one way, you mean the one from DocuSign? It's just
Yeah,
forward.
I just forward, when it comes in, it's got the link to it, it says completed, it's got the
It
address.
actually has the documents attached to it.
Well, it's got, I don't use DocuSign, I use whatever the other one in zip forms, and it's got the links are all right there in the email.
No, I still use DocuSign.
Okay, we talked about the representative capacity. Within 3 days, if you're dealing with a authorized signer for an entity, you've got to deliver the other party within 3 days after acceptance, and other party and escrow holder evidence of authority to act in that capacity, such as the trust or certification of trust, letters, testamentary, court order, power of attorney, corporate resolution, or formation documents of the business entity. Formation documents of the business entity is referring to an LLC, where you have someone as a managing member of an LLC, and then you've got to provide documents to show that you have the authority to be executing. You want to make sure that's addressed right up front, because if it's not correct, you got to get it corrected before you can actually, either transfer title or take title. Paragraph, we're actually moving along very quickly.
Steve, a
Let me say one more thing. They use two different terms interchangeably. What I just talked about, paragraph 28, refers to the legally authorized signer, and the definition for legally authorized signer means an individual has authority to sign for the principal as specified in 32 or 33, which is the offer or acceptance portion. We used to refer to that as representative capacity, and the form that we still sign, if required, is called the representative capacity signature disclosure. So when we talk about legally authorized signers, we're talking about someone who has representative capacity to sign. And if you don't fill out 32 or 33 completely, you still need to provide that representative capacity signature disclosure. All right, moving on to 14, page 14.
Oh.
We've made up a lot of time there.
Page 14.
Liquidated damages. So we talked about that off and on yesterday, but we'll repeat it all, that if buyer fails to complete this purchase because of buyer's default, okay, that means the buyer should be moving forward and performing and has chose not to, okay? The buyer's failure to remove a contingency is not a default. They're not in breach of contract, because the contract says after the time period for removing the contingency, the buyer has a continuing right to remove the contingency or cancel the contract. So therefore, the buyer is not in default because the contract gives them more continued time. It takes the seller to require the buyer to take action. And until then, the buyer is fine. But basically, you've got two scenarios where the buyer is going to be in default. One is the buyer has removed all contingencies and is failing to go forward with closing the contract. And or wants to cancel, the buyer's removed all contingencies and wants to cancel the contract. The buyer's in default. They don't have a legal reason. Or they can't close on time. Or the buyer's acting in bad faith. Remember, we talked yesterday about the implied covenant of good faith and fair dealing. If the buyer's acting in, is breaching that covenant, the buyer can be deemed in default, and that deposit, if the seller could establish that bad faith, then the seller could be entitled to a deposit because of a default on the power of the buyer. It says, so, and buyer fails to complete the purchase because of the buyer's default, seller should retain as liquidated damages. So what does liquidated damages mean? That means the parties have agreed in advance to how much the damages are going to be. The reasoning being, because it's difficult to determine or ascertain how much seller's damages are going to be, the parties are going to agree in advance that the deposit will be seller's damages. Then it just depends later on whether or not that turns out to be a, quote, reasonable amount or not. But it's the deposit actually paid. What does that mean? That means the deposit has actually been deposited with the escrow holder. The wire has been transferred, the money's been transferred by wire to the escrow holder. Or alternatively, the escrow holder's been given a cashier's check or a personal check, whatever was contractually agreed to. Now, as I alluded to yesterday, if no deposit is paid, this clause is null and void. It doesn't apply. So now, if there's a default by the buyer, the seller has to prove damages and pursue an action for damages. And the classic case is, particularly would be in the market we're in now. You sold your property a month or two ago at a high price. The buyer either made an offer with no contingencies or has removed all contingencies. The market is going down, the buyer's getting cold feet because they see the value dropping, which is happening, and they want to cancel the contract. Now, the question was, did they put a deposit in? Now, usually this all happens early on in the process. They go on the contract and then something happens and then they go, we don't want to, they make a non-contingent offer, we want to get out of the deal. They don't put the deposit in. They hold off putting in the deposit.
Right in the beginning.
Yeah, they don't put it in, and then they want to cancel. Well, then the seller can wait to resell the property, and if they sell the property for less than that original price, that's their damages, and they can sue for that total amount, because this clause doesn't apply.
If there's no deposit, this paragraph 29 doesn't apply.
It's null and void. It's null and void.
So the cancellation of contract with the release of deposit is?
There is no release of deposit because there was no deposit in escrow.
Oh, okay. So, but just because like you still cancel the contract.
You still need this, you still use the same form,
Mhm.
but there's no, you have no box to check because there's no deposit. There was no deposit paid. And then the seller can actually pursue actual damages if they sell the property for less. Now, let's assume the deposit was paid in escrow. If the property is a dwelling with no more than 4 units, so we're talking about a single-family home, a duplex, a triplex, or a fourplex, one of which buyer intends to occupy. Remember, just so you know, folks, a buyer could buy a duplex, a triplex, or a fourplex, live in one of the units, and get an owner-occupied loan for that property, and rent out the other 1, 2, or 3 units. And in fact, you could buy a duplex, triplex, or fourplex FHA. What does that mean? The down payment's only 3.5%, as long as the buyer lives in one of the units. Because remember, to buy an investment property outright is going to take a minimum of 25% down.
But.
That is huge,
It is, but it's the cost of the fees, FHA fees.
but it doesn't matter. You're only putting 3.5% down. I know the story of a young couple. They didn't live in the Bay Area. They lived somewhere else where properties were cheaper. But this young couple in their 20s bought a fourplex FHA with 3.5% down. Consider the savings just in the down payment, 3.5 versus 25 to buy an income-producing property.
Mhm.
You know how many units they now own? Take a guess.
I just think-
75 units. Because they repeated this process every year. Because you only need to live in a, you only need to live in a promissory note, only requires you to live in the property for 1 year.
1 year.
FHA.
All promissory notes require 1 year of occupancy.
So after 1 year, they're going to get another.
You could go
one.
after a year, you could turn around.
It's all owner occupied.
Well, how they get so many and
Because they're over several years, they just kept, because they're carrying themselves.
But you say 1 year, you think it's 1 a year then?
Well, they got up to 75 doors. They did it over a
Oh,
period of
75
time.
doors, so like
75
fourplexes,
units,
so,
yeah, buying
so-
fourplexes.
So like in 25 years.
Yeah, over a long period of time.
Okay.
But
I wish
imagine
it-
imagine the amount of wealth and income that they're generating from 75 units. Think about it, folks. Even if it was $500 a month,
That's amazing.
that's $37,000 a month. They probably got half of them paid off. If they were smart, they take all the positive cash flow and pay down the loan on the first one and keep doing that. And depending on what way the interest rates are going, whatever one has the highest interest rate, keep paying off that loan and just keep doing that. I mean, I wish someone would have told me that when I was 20 years old.
That sounds like.
All we thought about was buying houses. That was the big thing, buy a house, buy a house. If I'd have known I could have bought a fourplex FHA and lived, man, I wouldn't have cared. I was single, I wouldn't have cared. Think of that, tell your kid, teach that to your kids, any young people. It's like, yeah, now you may not, granted, depending on what part of the country you're in, you may not love the neighborhood. It may not be the greatest neighborhood in the world, but it's kind of a minor sacrifice in order to build wealth. Consider it. Our kids are gonna have a tough time when it comes to building a retirement account up. Because employers, they offer stock, but if you don't work for a company with a lot of stock, you know, you gotta do it all on your own. The 401ks, and real estate is a massive wealth building opportunity. When the light bulb went up, I go, geez. Because here's what you need to understand. The FHA loan limits are based on the county you live in. As I recall, for Alameda County, Jerry, you might be able to find it for me to verify the number. I believe in Alameda County, you can buy a fourplex up to like $1 million. like $1.6 million, I think it is. See, there's maximum loan amounts for the number of units. There's a loan amount for maximum for a single family, then a duplex, then a triplex, and a fourplex. They have maximums, and the higher, the more expensive the county, the higher the prices. I think Alameda is like $1.6 million, something like that. It's big for a fourplex.
One of our agents bought one VA with nothing down.
There you go.
But he bought it in the valley someplace. Like you said, it is sure to be the most quote
Yeah,
desired
yeah,
neighborhood.
exactly. But see,
So
but
he's
you,
building.
what is it?
1.8.
$1.8 million, yeah, I knew it was high. Yeah, you can buy a fourplex in Alameda County up to $1.8 million with 3.5% down.
Like
Fourplex.
Huh?
A fourplex.
Fourplex, yeah. Each one is, it's
The
tri-
duplex is 1.2.
triplex?
Duplex.
Duplex is 1.2, so you can buy a duplex to 1.2, and a triplex is probably 1.5. Think about it. You got 3 tenants making your payment.
No, fourplex.
It's more than likely.
$1.8 million.
You're living there for free. When I heard that, I thought, I was in a lift going back to the airport with a guy that worked for Facebook in Austin. And I told him where I was from. I go, yeah, I'm in Fremont. We got Facebook's here. They just, leased 1,100,000 square feet, and we were talking about Facebook and everything. And some other guy was in the car too. There was 3 of us all going to the airport with the lift, all picked up in different places. And he goes, yeah, we got started about real estate. And then the driver's going, he goes, he's listening to this, going, man, I never heard of that. And he goes, yeah, I know a young couple that started out in their 20s, now they own 75 doors, buying fourplexes.
That's amazing.
That's worth the price of admission right there.
Well, the
No,
guys
really,
are-
you gotta think about people, particularly like, you could check out other parts of the country. I mean, there's other places where you could find, fourplexes that are,
This is the loan, not the purchase price.
huh? That's the loan amount,
Not the purchase.
yeah.
So if you're married and own a home, could you go do that with a
Maximum
triplex or
loan,
duplex? How would you do that if you're already married and own a home?
You have to live in, you've gotta rent that other house out. You have to live in one of the units. The key is you have to live in one of the units to get the owner occupied, to get that 3.5% down.
They don't say, oh, you already live here, you can't live in both places.
No, you gotta show where you're employed and yeah, they'll check you out. You can't do it, it can't be a sham.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For purchase price, no?
What's that?
It's 2.4 million purchase price, because it's 185.
We only had 3.5%.
3.5%.
Can't be that high.
No.
So it's like 63,000 now.
From 1.8 to, no,
Yeah.
no, it can't be that.
It's like 63,000.
3.5% down payment, so.
Divide 1.8 by.
It's like 63,000.
96.
Yeah,
yeah.
divide 1.8 by 96.965.
So close to 2, maybe.
Yeah.
Not even.
Okay, moving on.
I'll-
Well, okay, let's finish liquidated damages.
It's very less, it's like 100K down payment, so it's gonna be.
Not the 30%, it's 3%, really little.
3.5, yeah, you're talking about 54, maybe, $70,000, something like that. It's really small down payment.
1.8.
Jeez.
No, it reduces your 1.8, right? You're giving down payment on 1.8, so then it's like 1.7 that you have loan.
No, the 1.8 is loan amount.
Loan.
The FHA numbers are loan amounts, so it's 3.5 on top of that.
And
Yeah,
you can use the income to qualify.
Yeah.
That's the beauty.
Yeah, you can use the income to qualify too. Now, it depends on, here's how it works with the income. If the units are vacant, they'll give you credit for 75% of the income. If the units are occupied, you get 100% credit for the rent that's being collected. So that's how it works on buying investment properties. But you get the right person with the right income,
Change the lives.
you could, tell me about it. Just imagine you had that kind of mailbox money.
I was always thinking of Bobby and Dickie that bought all of Stockton. But that was a different situation.
Okay,
They paid
so,
cash.
if the property is a dwelling with no more than 4 units, one of which buyer intends to occupy, then the amount retained shall be no more than 3% of the purchase price. That's why we want the deposit to be 3%. Any excess shall be returned to buyer. Release of funds will require a mutual signed release, instructions from both buyer and seller, judicial decision or arbitration award. At the time of any increased deposit, buyer and seller shall sign a separate liquidated damage provision incorporating the increased deposit as liquidated damage. That's CAR Form DID that we talked about yesterday. Okay, mediation. Paragraph 30. The parties agree to mediate any dispute or claim arising between them out of this agreement or any resulting transaction before resorting to arbitration or court action. Now, let me explain something to you. Mediation is automatically part of the agreement. Arbitration is optional. The arbitration clause has to be initialed by the parties to be part of the agreement. When the parties initial paragraph 31, they are initialing the arbitration clause. They are not initialing the mediation and arbitration clause. The reason I'm sharing that with you is because you will hear agents say that. They'll say they initialed the mediation and arbitration clause. No, they did not. They only initialed the arbitration clause. Mediation is automatically part of the contract. It doesn't require initials. It's already in the contract. Understood? And I'm just trying to help you with your phraseology and vocabulary. The buyer and seller are initiating arbitration, not mediation.
They're initialing liquidated damages.
And they're initialing liquidated damages in arbitration, not mediation.
Okay.
The mediation shall be conducted through the CAR Real Estate Mediation Center or through any other mediation provider or service mutually agreed by the parties. Our base association does mediations. Last time I was involved with one, the fee to set it up was $500, shared equally between the two parties. And our association has some really good mediators. Mediation is just basically like a settlement conference. It's an informal setting in a conference room where the mediators hear both side of the case, and then they usually deal with each side separately, back and forth, try to reach a settlement, reach a compromise over the dispute they have, typically over money. You know, they'll listen to the side that brought the mediation, evaluate their case, then they'll leave the room, the other side will come in, they'll let them talk, and then they'll go back and forth, trying to figure out what kind of compromise is reasonable to settle the matter without, and there can be attorneys or there doesn't have to be attorneys. It's try to get the case resolved without going to the next step, which if they agree to arbitration, is arbitration. I think all of you heard me say you can go into the CAR legal Q&A section and you can print out a document called Mediation for the Consumer. That will explain mediation for you and for your clients. You can give that to them. It explains exactly what mediation is all about. I would make a point of giving that to them at your initial consultation, or at least at the time that they sign the offer. Say, hey, I've given you, a brief explanation of what mediation is. Here's a document that explains mediation. You do the same for arbitration. The parties also agree to mediate any disputes or claims with agents who in writing agree to such mediation prior to or within a reasonable time after the dispute or claim is presented to the agent. We are not obligated to attend a mediation, but we will quite often if requested, and quite often will appear to support or be on behalf of our client, especially if it only involves the buyer and seller and has nothing to do with us. Mediation fees, if any, shall be divided equally among the parties involved and shall be recoverable under the prevailing party attorney's fees clause. If for any dispute or claim to which this paragraph applies, any party this is important. If for any dispute or claim to which this paragraph applies, any party commences an action without first attempting to resolve the matter through mediation, or before commencement of an action refuses to mediate after a request has been made, then that party shall not be entitled to recover attorney's fees, even if they would otherwise be available to that party in any such action. And that's huge. You never want to give up your right to, our contract says if one side sues the other and wins, they are also entitled to get their attorney's fees paid. So the cost of the attorney gets paid as well. If the other side wants mediation, you don't refuse to do mediation. Otherwise, you give up the right to attorney's fees. Or if you want to bring an action, you don't just bring the action without first attempting to resolve the dispute through mediation. That's always your first step. Now, and it says in bold letters, this mediation provision applies whether or not the arbitration provision is initial. It's automatically in the contract. Now, there's additional terms. Exclusions for mediation are in 31B. The obligation to mediate does not preclude the right of either party to seek or preserve rights under 31C. That's where you file, that's for file a lis pendens, and the agent's rights are under in 31D. So exclusions from mediation and arbitration are an action that's within the jurisdiction of a probate, small claims, or bankruptcy court. So that's the biggest one for us, is small claims court. An individual can pursue an action in small claims court for up to $10,000. So if there's a dispute between the buyer and seller that's $10,000 or less, you don't have to go to mediation. You can go direct to small claims court after making a written demand to the other side. And you don't have to go to arbitration, even if you agree to arbitration. So a lot of cases are small. They can go to small. We've had clients that maybe were technically entitled to $15,000 or $20,000, but rather than hire an attorney and pay money to attorney's fees, they'll choose just to go to small claims court themselves and just ask for $10,000.
I'm sorry, say that again. You said that when is mediation and arbitration, for what amount?
Any amount.
Any amount.
There's no dollar limit on the mediation arbitration.
But parties can forego mediation, arbitration, go directly to small court.
Either side can go to small claims court, file in small claims court, as long as it's only up to $10,000 in small claims court. That's the limit. You can't sue for more than $10,000 in small claims court.
Is mediation free? Mediation free or?
No, you gotta, Bayes charges $500
I know.
that they split equally between, each side pays $250. At least the last one I was involved in was $500. Exclusions also for mediation or an unlawful detainer action. That's where you're evicting a tenant or possibly the seller, or a judicial or non-judicial foreclosure to enforce a deed of trust are not subject to mediation or arbitration. Now, 31C is talking about there's no violation of the mediation arbitration provisions if you file a court action to preserve a statute of limitations, or you file a court action to enable the recording of a notice of pending action, which is, if you ever heard the term lis pendens, that's Latin for litigation pending. And so if there's a dispute over who's entitled to the property, there's a dispute over title, the party bringing the action or a party being sued, depending on who wants to hold things up, can file a court action just so that they can record a lis pendens on the property, which puts a cloud on the title and doesn't allow the property to be sold, because that litigation will have to be resolved. And basically, that lis pendens forces a settlement of that claim to allow the property to be sold. Otherwise, they'll have to, that sale can't go through because the title company won't insure the title until that lis pendens has been cleared. So that's how a party's able to, typically it's the buyer recording a lis pendens to force the seller to sell, okay, or sell them the property, depending on the facts. So arbitration. Here's how I'll tell you how I explain arbitration as I said, you can go to the legal Q&A in CAR, and there's a document called Arbitration for the Consumer. It's a one-page document that explains it all. You can give that to your buyer, early on or at the time of entering the offer. Arbitration is and I'll go slow and repeat this if you want to write this down, because it's a simple script that I use to explain it. Arbitration is an informal trial in a non-courtroom setting presided over by a retired judge or real estate attorney with looser rules of evidence. Informal trial in a non-courtroom setting presided over by a retired judge or a real estate attorney with looser rules of evidence, and the decision is final.
Is a retired real estate attorney as well? Retired judge?
Retired judge or real estate, not retired real estate, retired judge or real estate attorney.
Looser.
I'm sorry?
Looser.
Looser rules of evidence. Looser's not a word, but loose rules of evidence. Looser rules of evidence. I guess correct is loose rules of evidence. I always like to say looser rules of evidence. And the decision is final. That's it in a nutshell. It's conducted much like a trial. It's informal, but each side gives opening statements, then
And less
and then
expensive.
well, typically, because there's not as much, there doesn't have to be as much discovery and depositions and all the things that come with a civil lawsuit. You don't have to do a lot of that, okay?
Can you have witnesses?
Oh yeah, you can call witnesses. You do direct examination, cross, just like a trial. Your opening arguments, direct examination, cross, produce evidence.
Where does it take place?
And then closing arguments, and then the arbitrator takes the matter under submission, and you usually hear from the arbitrator in a week or 2 weeks.
So where would it take place, like?
Just in an office, in a conference room, and somebody in an office.
And the parties are represented by attorneys?
They can be or should be. If your client's involved in a lawsuit where the other side has an attorney, they need to get an attorney. Do never show up to a gunfight without a gun, okay? Just don't do it, okay? Have your hired gun, have your attorney with you. Because you don't know where you stand, you don't know what you're entitled to, you don't know what's going on. Don't do it. Don't be cheap, They have an attorney, you have an attorney. You can do without attorneys if you know what you're doing. And so that's kind of it in a nutshell. Okay, it's just like what you see on TV, but it's not in a courtroom. It's just in a conference room of an office.
Judge Judy's so mean.
What's that?
Judge Judy.
Judge Judy, yeah.
So mean.
Well, the biggest advice I give to people when I'm helping them prepare for small claims court is you need to do two things. Stick to the facts and recite them in chronological order. Put everything down in chronological order and stick to the facts that are relevant to the case. And just go through it one by one by one. Don't be jumping all over. And the other part is when you're there in small claims court, and let's say you're the second to go, you listen to the first side, and well, you want to interrupt when they say something because you think they're wrong. You got to sit there and listen to what they say, and if you don't like what they're saying, write down a note. I've got to object to that because I got to correct that or correct that. You wait till it's your time to speak, and then you speak. And sometimes the judge may stop them and ask questions. And when they get done, the judge may have questions for them. But when the judge is ready to listen to you, then he'll call on you. So now you give your side of the story and maybe rebut whatever the other side may have said. Okay, but that's the harsh part people have, is being patient and keeping their mouth shut until it's their time to talk. You
That's
don't
not true.
You don't interrupt, yeah, yeah.
Well,
it's-
they learned that from TV.
Yeah, oh yeah, no, yeah, yeah. So anyway, let's move on to,
Getting paid.
page 15. So, the expiration of offer, that was on the grid in the first page. It's usually 3 days after signed by the buyer. And it goes on to say that you need to know seller has no obligation to respond to an offer made. Doesn't matter what the price is. Now, when we put, here's how it works, folks. When we put a property on the MLS, we have a list price. That price is known as a solicitation for an offer. It's not an offer by the seller. It's a solicitation for an offer from the buyer. The reason I say that, because even if a buyer makes an offer for the list price, that does not constitute an acceptance, which results in a contract or a purchase agreement. That price is the solicitation for the offer. The buyer makes the offer. It's the seller's acceptance of buyer's offer which creates the contract. So regardless of the price that the buyer offers, the seller does not have to respond to that offer. If they don't want to, they have no obligation to. Now, there's another issue though. If the listing agreement says you agree to pay the listing broker a certain percentage commission if the property is sold for the list price, and there's no other specific terms in the listing agreement other than maybe cash or conventional loan. Well, under the listing agreement, if we're the listing broker and we procure a buyer who is willing to pay the price in the listing agreement, then technically we have earned the commission under the listing agreement. And if the seller doesn't go through with the sale, we're owed that commission. So now the question is, do we want to pursue that commission with the seller? Well, it depends on our relationship with the seller. If they're a good client, friend, or you're likely not going to want to enforce that, okay? We've only pursued a commission twice that I can think of. And in one case, our client was a jerk. He was an absolute jerk, okay? And we made an issue about it. The second was, it was a buyer rep agreement. And the buyer went to a new home without our agent. And now, here's the bad news. Because we're a corporation, we can only sue in small claims court for $5,000. We can't sue for 10. But we went next door and we won. The bad news is the defendant, if they lose, can appeal the judgment to Superior Court. And the defendant, a woman, appealed it to Superior Court. We had to go to Hayward to Superior Court, re-argue the case before another judge, and it was a woman. And as soon as she opened her mouth and started talking, I looked over our agent and I said, we're gonna lose. This woman hates real estate brokers. I could tell she just did not like real estate brokers. Sure enough, she reversed it and we didn't get anything.
So let's go back to the listing. Because I've heard agents tell sellers, well, you don't need to worry, the list price is only an offer to solicit, it's only a solicitation for an offer. But you're saying again, it is enforceable.
Between the broker and the seller. See, the
Yeah.
solicitation of offer has to do with the buyer.
Right, no, I understand that.
But no, it is
Price of the
enforceable.
MLS.
Yeah, it is enforceable. If we procure a buyer who offers that price, and the seller doesn't accept it, the seller is the one who has not allowed that sale to go through. If you read the listing agreement, they have not allowed that sale to go through. They owe the commission. Now, the question is, do we want to pursue that commission? Generally, we're not going to.
Oh, I
Now,
understand it.
But now, here's the other issue. We're the listing broker. We don't pursue the commission. Where does that leave the buyer's broker? Because on the MLS, there was an offer of compensation typically for half of the total commission. Can the buyer's agent or buyer's broker make an action for a commission? What do you think? Well, the buyer's broker is not in privy of contract with the seller. They're not a party to the listing agreement, so they don't have an action, a direct action under the listing agreement. However,
They have an action against the broker.
no, they are what we call a third-party beneficiary of the listing agreement, because they're a third party who's entitled to a compensation pursuant to the listing agreement. So they can go after the seller if they choose to as a third-party beneficiary. Again, does it happen very often? No. Why? Because the cost of attorney's fees to pursue that commission is usually too high to make it worthwhile to do, with no guarantee that you're gonna prevail, depending on the facts and circumstances. So that's what's going on there,
I
okay,
want to
just so
ask
you
a question
understand.
about what you're doing in Oakland. For years, they will list the home way under what they know it's gonna sell for. So if somebody came in and made an offer for that price and the seller turns it down, technically then the seller would owe the listing broker a commission.
Technically, yeah.
But are they gonna pursue it,
No,
is another
no,
question,
no.
they're not.
Well, usually that's the strategy of the agent, not of the seller.
Yeah, now remember this, the other thing that you gotta remember when we talk about recovery of the deposit or any settlement amount. Under our listing agreement,
We're entitled to half.
if the seller receives the buyer's deposit, under the listing agreement, we're entitled to half of that deposit.
Yeah.
But we generally don't ask for that either unless, well, the other one we did, it was the jerk seller, we demanded our half, because the guy was a jerk. But normally, as a PR move, we let the seller have the whole thing, because we're likely gonna turn around and relist the property and sell it anyway. So we say, here, seller, you keep the whole buy. But if we get a seller that's, messing around with us, and we haven't done anything wrong, go, well, wait a minute, we're willing to let you take the deposit if we're gonna relist the property and sell again, but if you're gonna play games, we want our half. So that was where this one seller was a jerk. I said, you want out of this deal, you cut us a check for half of the deposit that you're getting. And he did, because that's what the lease agreement said. Let's finish up here. I talked before, again, under 32B, entity buyer, or 33B, entity seller. If you've got, if one or more buyers is a trust, corporation, LLC, probate, estate, partnership, holding a power of attorney, or other, you state what it is, and to state the other, and then you put this agreement is being signed by a legally authorized signer in a representative capacity, not in an individual capacity. The name of the legally authorized signers are, and then you put their names. Let's say it's, like the example, John Doe, trustee, okay? And then if a trust, identified buyer as trustee of the trust or by simplified trust name. So you could put John Doe trustee, or you could put, the Doe Revocable Family Trust, and just write the trust name in. If it's a probate case, you write the, estate of John Doe, and you put the case number for probate. By doing that, you don't have to do that representative capacity disclosure form. It saves that
really?
form. Yeah, that's what this is for.
So paragraph 4, where it says case number.
Yeah, if you just put like a state, if it's not a trust, let's say it's a probate, it's the estate of John Doe. You put estate of John Doe, case number, and whatever the case number is for that probate action, you put that in, you're done. You don't have to, that's what what it says after the box. Note, if this paragraph is completed, a representative capacity signature disclosure is not required for the legally authorized signer judgment below. It's to eliminate that separate form. Most of the time, we're dealing with trustees of trusts, okay? So you don't have to fool around with anymore. You just do this and you're done. Just put the name of the trustee, the name of the trust, and you're done. Check the box, you're done. That's for buyer or seller, okay? Now remember, if you have, you know, the contract set up for 2 buyers and 2 sellers. If you have a third buyer or a third seller or a fourth buyer, fourth seller, you check the box. If more than 2 signers, you check the box, use additional signature addendum form as ASA. And then on the ASA form, you reference the document that's being signed. So in the case of the purchase agreement, the ASA will say, reference the purchase agreement, and you put the date of the purchase agreement, and you list the name of the buyer and the seller that's in the purchase agreement, and then you put the name of that third buyer or seller, you put their name, check whether they're buyer or seller, and then for the purchase agreement, it has 2 places for them to initial, if they agree or don't agree, to initial their agreement to liquidated damages, to initial their agreement to the binding arbitration, and then they sign the form. And that's all they have to sign. They don't have to go back and sign the whole 16-page document. They just sign that ASA form. Now going forward, every document that you generate has to have an ASA for that third buyer or seller to sign going forward. But you can combine a bunch of forms into one ASA. For example, the disclosures. You could put, you know, TDS, SPQ, NHD, lead-based paint. You could list a whole bunch of them on the ASA and then have that seller, let's say, sign that ASA, meaning this constitutes my signature on all those documents.
What's ASA?
Additional signature addendum. That's for the third or fourth, that's for your third, fourth, or fifth buyer or seller. I had a listing where I had 3 siblings inherited their brother's house. So I had 3 sellers. So I had to have an ASA for the third for the brother, the second brother was the third seller. Because all this signing is, because for electronic signing, you got to follow the forms. You can't be writing in or filling in elsewhere. Now on seller's acceptance, you can have an outright acceptance of the offer under A. If there's a counteroffer going to be issued, you check seller counteroffer, and then the seller counteroffer form is generated. If you're going to do a backup offer, you check backup offer addendum, and that will be generated, and you fill that. Again, same thing for the seller. If they're an entity, you fill out B accordingly.
Do they, sometimes they don't bother to, I mean, the agent will tell you that you didn't get the offer, your offer was not accepted, but you don't get back from the seller.
Yeah, it's not a requirement,
It's not.
but there is a requirement. If you go to page 16, yeah, you have the offer not accepted, no counter to be made, this offer not accepted by seller, it says date.
Presentation of offer.
Okay. You go to 16, presentation of offer, paragraph 4, pursuant to the NAR standard of practice 1-7, if buyer's agent makes a written request, seller's agent shall confirm in writing that this offer has been presented to seller. And where do you do that? Down here at the bottom.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
So you've got, if you're the buyer's agent and you're not sure if they presented your offer, you can, NAR says you can demand a written request to get it in writing, and it's provided in writing here. Now you just gotta hope in good faith that the listing agent is being truthful when they fill that out, saying that it has been presented.
Because it's signed by them, not the seller.
It could be signed by, yeah, right, by the brokerage firm, and then it gives the date that it was presented.
So offer not accepted where the seller's signature is.
That's for the, yeah, you could,
optional.
yeah, if you could, you know, you could have, as a listing agent, yeah, you could have the seller, you could send that to the seller to initial, as opposed to, you know, a counter offer. what I do, if I'm in a, sometimes what I'll do in a multiple offer situation, particularly if I'm face to face with a seller, like if I have, I've had, in one case, I had like 27 offers on a property, and I only summarized about half of them, and my seller showed up and said, well, you guys sit here and you can review the summary, and then I'll keep going through these, and then when I finally got done, and once we picked which ones they wanted to counter, I pulled out this page for all of the others, and I had them initial this, and then I just had it in my file. If anybody asked for a rejection, I had it to send to them. I didn't give it to everybody. What I do is I send a cover email to everybody that's unsuccessful and explain the whole process, and everybody usually comes back and thanks me because I'm real transparent about what happened to let them know how it played out. But yeah, if anyone they don't trust me, they'll ask for this. But generally, I never have anybody who doesn't trust me. Because I lay it all out. I tell them how many offers we got. I tell them whether another agent in my office wrote an offer. I tell them whether I wrote an offer. I've had it where my offer got accepted, and I tell them, my offer was accepted, and there was no counter offers were necessary. Okay, and then I wish them luck and tell them to keep looking and so forth. People love that. They get full communication to them. And to make it easier, and I do a BCC, so I draft it, and it goes out to everybody every agent submitted an offer. And then I don't have to field all these phone calls about, what, did I get it, did I not get it, what's going on? It just lay it all out, all in black and white. Yeah.
Okay, 33B1.
33?
Acceptance, 33B1.
Yeah, the entity seller.
Now, B1, you check the box, entity, you check the box, and then under 1, you write in the name of the entity, right?
Yeah.
And then it's signed by, down below, seller's signature, D.
Right.
In other words, if it's a trust,
it's either signed by the seller or a legally authorized signer.
Yeah, well, the legally authorized signer.
Yeah, if the seller is an individual, if it's not an individual, then it's the legally, you check the box, it's the legally authorized signer, which would be the trustee.
Right. Okay. But you write the name of the trust in there,
yeah, you write the trust under B4.
The Reynolds 1964 trust, or whatever it was.
Right.
Okay.
Real quick, usually when we talk about this, now it's over 4 o'clock, go figure. Just real quick, when we talk about distinguish between probate and trust and the 2 types of probates. Okay, so when a person passes away, they pass away in one of 3 situations. They have a trust, they have a will, or they have no will or trust.
Tested, yeah.
Okay, so if someone has a trust and the last owner of the property who typically lived in the property, say it's mom and dad and the child's a trustee. Last parent passes, child's a trustee. You don't go to probate with a trust. That's why we do trust. You avoid probate, attorney's fees, and so forth. So the trustee of the last parent, which is usually a child, takes over as the trustee of the parent's trust and is able to sell the property as the trustee. No court action, no probate, nothing. It's automatic. They are an exempt seller from completing a TDS or an SPQ. But remember, if you're a child of your parents' home, if you're caring for your parents towards the end of their life, you probably know a lot about their house because you're over the house a lot. And you know when things have gone wrong.
Spouse.
Yeah, well, it could be I'm talking about the death situation. I'm not about talking about the death. Surviving spouse, okay, is still an owner of the property. They're not an exempt seller. Okay, They're still one
Oh,
of,
okay,
see, a
you're right.
surviving
They're
spouse is
definitely
not an
not
exempt
exempt.
seller, they're one of the owners, so they fill out everything just like a normal seller. But when the second parent passes and now you got a child, they're an exempt seller because they're administering the trust of their deceased parent. So they only have to do that exempt seller disclosure, which only has a series of questions. However, they are required to disclose all known material facts. To the extent that you know stuff about your parents' house, you still have to disclose it, okay? And there might be things that you might even disclose that, as far as repairs, like, a sewer lateral was replaced or something like that. Okay?
As part of
Sometimes kids know more than the parents.
Or if you're in the exempt form, it gives you option to write a
So,
few
yeah,
notes.
there's a material facts question, or is there any other facts that you haven't otherwise disclosed that you want to disclose? So you can put as much material as you want in there based on but you gotta disclose that which you have knowledge of. If you're aware of material facts, you gotta disclose them. So that's how it works with a trust. The trustee is able to execute the property, sign the deed, transfer title, okay? And if it's the trustee of someone who's passed away, they're exempt. They don't have to do the TDS, the SPQ. They just have to do the exempt seller disclosure. They have to do smoke alarm, water heater, carbon monoxide, that stuff. Now, if someone doesn't have a trust, if they die with a will, they have to petition the probate court to probate the will. Then you have to look to the will to see, does it give under a will, the person who handles the estate is called the executor, if they're a male, and executrix, if they're a female. And if they have a will, and there's a will, there's an executor named, they have to petition the court to probate the will. The will is gonna either give them power under what's called the Independent Administration of Estates Act, which means they can sell the property directly without having to go to the court and confirm the sale. But they do, after the death and they have a death certificate, they have to petition the court and they get what are called letters of testamentary. And that letter says, this is the estate, and it names you as the executor, and then it says, yeah, you have the power to sell the property, and if it's under independent administration, the box is checked. So that means you've got an independent administration, you're good to go, and that's all you gotta show the escrow officer or the buyer that I've got the authority to sell under this letters of testamentary. Now, if your parent dies with no trust and without a will, then you petition the court and you are called the administrator or administratrix, and you get the same letters of testamentary, and it says you're the administrator or administratrix, and then the judge is going to decide whether you're going to have independent administration or not. It kind of depends on who you are and how many potential heirs there are. Quite often when there's an administrator, the judge will want court confirmation. So that means any offer that's made on a property that's accepted by the administrator has to go to court and be subject to court confirmation. And in the court confirmation hearing, remember, there's an attorney handling the estate. You're gonna notify the attorney, I've got a contract, give it to the attorney. He's gonna notice this hearing. You and your buyer, you're the buyer, you and your buyer are gonna go to that hearing, because in the hearing, what's gonna happen is there's a probate appraiser who will have appraised the property and told the court, this is what the property's worth. In the hearing, anybody who makes an offer or bids on the property, that price has to be at least 90% of the appraised value. So then you show up in court, they look at your contract, they have any questions, they ask, this all looks good, and then the judge goes, is there anybody in the courtroom who wants to bid on the property? Now that hearing has been noticed in legal notices in the newspapers, and that's how people know about these sales. And then someone can show up and bid, there's called an overbid, they can bid on that, and so your buyer needs to be there in case someone else shows up, because they may want to bid higher to get the house if they really want the house. I've never had a buyer show up in any confirmation hearing that I've ever gone to. I've been in several of them over the years. There's never been another buyer in the courtroom. Now, the sales are supposed to be as is. I had one where the market it tanked, the property was on busy Fremont Boulevard, and I double-ended it with a buyer, that it needed an FHA loan that required a Section 1 pest control certification, and I wrote the offer accordingly. We submitted to the court, and the judge directly looking at it, and he's looking at it, well, I see we got Section 1 pest. I said, well, Your Honor, I said, you know, the market has been really slow, and I've fully marketed the property, and this is the only buyer we could get, and they need an FHA loan, and it requires Section 1. He goes, okay, and he signed off and agreed. Okay. So that kind of gives you how those three work.
Now, the process is far more expensive if you don't have a trust. Would you
Yeah,
say?
exactly, yeah, because there's attorneys that have, and the attorney's fees are set by statute based on the value of the estate, but a lot of money's going out to an attorney. Plus, you can sell the property right away.
Under the independence.
But you have to remember with a probate, there's a 4-month notice to creditors of the estate. So you may or may not be able to access the money until after that 4-month notice to creditors is passed. There's also another procedure where the attorney has to submit what's called a notice of proposed action to the heirs, which is usually 21 days out, 20 or 21 days out. So there's some other procedures going on there. But yeah, the bottom line is if you get into discussion with anybody, if anybody talks about, oh, I'm gonna go get a will, you go, no, don't get a will, get a trust.
Because the trust has
The
a
trust
will.
costs a little bit more money up front, but no money hardly at the
And
other
it has a
end.
will part of it.
There's still a will, it's called a pour-over will.
And a power of attorney.
Power of attorney and an advanced healthcare director. You have a complete estate plan. Yeah.
Thank you, Steve.
Okay.
Great class.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you so
Appreciate it.
much.
Thanks, Steve. Good class, Steve.
Well, thank you. You're welcome.
Yeah, I talked to Harshita. She says you guys have a YouTube channel. She puts everything on. That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Steve.
You're welcome.
You have the next
Hi,
training.
yeah. It was nice meeting you.
Too.
I'll send you a text right now.
Okay.
So you
All right,
can
great,
connect.
great.
Hi, Steve, thank you so much. Have a good evening.
All right.
All right, Steve. Consult. So this escrow, right? So right when I found out about the RSLA, so we found out.
RLAS.
Yeah, RLAS. So the seller said they might need 60 and they might need 30. They don't know. So we did an addendum, right? Because the lender wanted 60 days of the rent into escrow for like the rent.
Mhm.
And then they did ask you, but, so what do we do with, so it's kind of an addendums that what's gonna happen with the rent and all that, so, but I know now I found out about this RLS, so what do I do? Do I attach it, do I fill it out, or, cause I didn't do one of those when I did the purchase contract.
Well, yeah, you need to complete an RLAS.
Okay.
Yeah, you've gotta have a written agreement to
Okay.
memorialize this, cause there's a whole bunch of things going on with it,
Yeah.
with a seller
Yeah.
as a tenant in the property.
Yeah.
You know, and there's a provision for security deposit.
So it's like a lease in the
It
thing.
is, it's like a lease agreement, it's 5 pages long.
So can I just print that out and attach it like as an addendum, or what, like, how do I do that?
You just complete it.
Just complete it and
Yeah.
send it, okay.
Yeah.
I never, okay, I can print it out then, I'll print it out.
I mean, you can, it's technically.
Because I seen it's pretty big, it's like 7
5
pages,
yeah,
yeah.
Yeah, well, because
Because
there's
that's
a
mold
rent,
stuff
there's a
and all
rent
that.
cap and just cause eviction
Exactly.
addendum that attaches to
Yeah,
it,
yeah, yeah,
okay?
yeah.
It's the technicality.
Yeah.
Man, yeah, you can actually prepare, if you wanna be, when do you do to close?
Like 12,
Yeah,
14 days.
and if you wanna do things properly.
Yeah. I mean, I can print it out.
You've already got a purchase agreement,
Mhm.
you do an amendment, you do the AEA form, the amendment of existing agreement,
Mhm.
and then you incorporate by reference the RLAS as
Okay.
an amendment to your agreement. So you do that AEA form, and then you designate the, incorporating by reference the RLAS. And there's a provision in there where you can put that in, and then.
So
you
what
complete
happens
that-
with what happens with the 2 addendums that we made with like money into escrow, the 60 days, like the lender one, just leave that the same?
Yeah,
Just leave that,
yeah,
this is just
whatever they
something-
want doing with the money, that's fine, you don't have to, you don't have to
Okay,
address that.
So this is just like a
This is
lease
the-
agreement, like a rental
Yeah, this is,
agreement?
yeah, because
Okay.
there's a whole provision for, you know.
No, I seen, I read, I looked at it, I was like, it's pretty in depth, yeah.
Who pays
no.
utilities, who
Yeah.
maintains the property, yeah, you gotta remember.
Shows that 2 months rent and escrow, that kinda acts like a security deposit, I'm assuming?
No, that's the
No?
rent.
Okay. All right.
But see, but it's kinda, the challenge is, you really don't have any leverage
Yeah, yeah.
to enforce, to insist on a security deposit
Yeah.
at this late date.
Yeah, yeah.
That's why you have to negotiate it at the time
Yeah.
that you're
Would
negotiating
you
the
ask for a security
contract.
deposit in like 60 days? That's kinda.
Well, you could.
You could,
But you don't have, they can say no.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
you
I
can
wanted
you can ask for one, but they could say no.
Yeah.
Because,
Or, yeah.
because you're already, see, that's why you have no leverage. See,
Yeah.
you have leverage when you're negotiating the contract.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Now there's no leverage, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
See, again, I'll go back to, when was it agreed that there would be a rent back?
In the beginning.
Okay, so
Yeah.
you've got, you
Yeah.
gotta carefully read the form.
Yeah.
Cause it specifically states.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, well, I was intending to take the class, like, if
Yeah.
I would've figured this
Yeah.
deal,
Yeah, I
it's just
know.
funny, right? I mean, I would've went, I was like, oh, so it's funny, right when you said that, I was going through the addendums with the
Yeah.
security, cause I was thinking, oh, we'll just do up a lease agreement toward the middle of the escrow.
No, no,
Or,
no,
yeah,
no,
so,
no,
but
you
everything
gotta-
needs to be
no.
negotiated, yeah,
You
okay.
do it, yeah, you have
No, I'm
all-
just
yeah.
like, I
See,
might
right
say,
here.
yeah,
See,
I know,
see, when you get to,
Yeah.
when you got right here, what,
and what if they don't know, but I
See-
know
see,
lender.
Yeah, well, this is, yeah,
Dispossession.
Once possession,
Yeah, so,
it's gotta be one of these times.
yeah. Yeah, so I
See, and then it triggers, then it triggers one of these forms based on one of the, I mean, did you check one of these boxes?
No, I didn't check, cause we didn't know at the time, I didn't know if
So
they were gonna
so-
rent back or not, yeah.
So when you negotiated, so the rent back came after you had a contract?
No, they're, in the MLS, it said we'll rent back for 60 days.
Okay, but I'm saying, so you knew, but when you wrote the offer, you didn't check this box?
No, I didn't check the box, yeah.
Yeah, because it's seller occupied,
Yeah.
so you just check this box. So you gotta, again, I go back to,
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah,
trying to beat you up, but you gotta read, it's
Yeah.
there in the form, you just
Yeah.
gotta read it, okay? It's right there, and then that would've told you, car form RLAS attached if there
Yeah,
were
when I
more
seen that
days.
seller occupied or vacant, I just was like, I thought it was like a rental unit or it being vacant, I didn't
No,
necessarily. mean- yeah.
possession is when it's seller occupied or it's vacant. This is when it's tenant occupied.
Yeah, well, I know now,
Yeah.
I have to take the
Yeah.
class. Yeah, I mean, you know,
Yeah.
I know now. All right, I'll do that. Well, good thing on the land lot, they just they authorized release all contingencies today, and then out of that deal, they were authorized release all contingencies today, so it's kind of a little bit of a headache, but at least they authorized that, right? you do that when it's time to release all contingencies, you have them email you and saying it's okay to release all contingencies?
Who's that?
Like
The
your buyers,
lender?
your buyers, yeah. Or
No,
they
I,
just say it's
no,
okay?
no, I mean, I clear it with
With the
I
buyer.
clear it with their lender first.
Oh, yeah, well, of course, I cleared it with the lender and everyone, I got an email, but for like the other disclosures and stuff, you have them write an email saying it's okay to, release all the contingencies?
No, no, I just,
Verbal, it's fine?
yeah, I mean, well, I
Oh,
have, you
yeah.
know, no, what you do is, all you have to do is just keep a communication log of the conversation,
Yeah,
you know.
so email is,
You can do that too, but no, I generally just keep a log of my communication with them and what we discussed.
yeah, like a log, like what, like you write it down or text or what, when you say you keep?
No, just a communication log, I mean, of conversations. You should keep a log, you should keep just a written log of any significant conversations, phone
You mean you
conversations.
write it down?
Yeah, it's well, you can
Okay.
type it out too, but you
Okay.
keep a log of any significant phone conversations you have with your client.
Yeah.
So you have, by date, so
Yeah.
you can go back to that.
Yeah, I have
Now,
it.
You know, you gotta be careful with texting because important stuff, because you gotta make sure you preserve the text and don't accidentally.
Delete it.
Don't accidentally
Yeah.
delete them.
Yeah.
It's
hard because I realize these days, some of the clients don't like to talk.
Yeah, well.
And they like to just text, they like to text.
Well, yeah, well.
Email.
Email is a good way to keep a log.
Yeah, email.
Because that gives you an easier retrievable. and
No, because I did that one time with a client, we're texting, and I deleted actually the wrong text, I was like, I deleted their log.
Yeah, you don't want, you shouldn't use text for important communications.
Okay.
Use email.
All right. No, I realized that after I actually deleted it.
Yeah.
There's no trash can. So your next class is, next month?
Yeah, I've got one in October, and I don't remember, I gotta check, I don't remember what it is.
So does Harsh